5 seconds now between our overall higher class. 2 different classes, well, 4 different classes within hires, but higher pro is being led by NRG Global Power, and they are the overall higher leaders. Then you've got Race for Ruben, who are in higher elite, the higher elite class leaders, but second in the higher class. Euro Bandits Motorsport in 3rd place, they're in higher elite. They are 2 laps down, and then it's the EDK 24T team, second in higher pro, 4th in the higher class overall. They are 15.6 behind the Euro Bandits. Are we there, David?
Yes, we are.
Oh, hello. Hello, hello.
We were there about a minute before, but then Andrew lost his car keys, so I had to help him look.
Well, in fairness, he found mine earlier on, so I think we owed him one. How you feeling?
Really good. The couple of hours sleep has done me a world of good. Really good to go now for the next 4 hours of my commentary stint, then before handing back over to John Ratcliff to take us through with Andrew Mather all the way through to midday. And looks like it's been fairly steady, Tom, towards the front of the field, certainly in the owner class, as Offline Motorsport bring their number 77 machine into pit lane from 2nd place in the pro class. They've got quite a cushion as well now back to SMJC 595 with the 6-lap gap. They've subsequently got not quite as much cushion back to DWS as they had when I came off comms at 2 in the morning. They had a gap of about 5 laps between SMJC and DWS, so quite a tight one there for the final step of the podium in the pro class of our owners.
It's around 80 seconds at the minute, so just over a lap between the 2.
Yeah, looks like it has been fairly steady then, Tom. Obviously, I went in I left comms just as MS Soko Select had picked up a black flag at 2 in the morning.
Oh, Team Tate in.
53 minutes as well.
Oh, that is unscheduled then. Have we got a pit lane camera up and running at the moment? No, we haven't. Unfortunately, we can't bring you what's gone on there, but that is not on schedule with what has been happening throughout the course of the race up to this point. We're not under full course yellow either, so this is a green flag stop for Connor Jupp.
They've got quite a gap though, Tom, so they've got plenty of time to get work done if need be.
And still hold on to the podium.
Yeah, back to MS Lucas's number 42 machine.
But they were very much eyeing up 2nd place overall.
So issues potentially then for the Team Tate machine.
It was a 117 last lap as well. So that's not slow, but it's slower than they've been going. They were in the 113s. So maybe a half spin, maybe there's been a bit of contact somewhere. Try and get to the bottom of what's happened to Team Tate. Certainly when they go back out, we'll see how long their stop was.
Yeah, just having a quick look in the comments. Samuel Baker's just asked what the different colours mean. I'm assuming that you've not addressed that one in the last 10 minutes.
Nope, there we go.
Up on the screen, we'll have a look at the hires first. So the colours down the left side. So we've got Elite Pro, Clubman and Rookie in order left to right on the screen, really from how well teams have done, also their experience over previous years. So the Elite they've run in the top 2 or 3 in their class. Working all the way down to Rookie, who are pretty much in their first year. Elites and the owners are teams that really are full of some top quality drivers, as we've shown. An example being the Team Tate with Connor Jupp, X30 world champion, that one. The pro teams are the teams that are generally a little bit smaller. Some of them may well run out of an awning, but there's not maybe the potential where all of the drivers are top level. They might have 1 or 2, and then the rest will be good drivers, but maybe not at the top level. Clubmen are ones drivers where teams where they generally just turn up and come and race, and they run to a level of professionalism which is up there, but are not going to have the level of depth, certainly in the driving ability, all the way through their lineup.
Yeah, I would second that, and also say that some of the owners are essentially much better quality of rival drive kind of situation as well. So as you say, they run out of an awning as essentially a customer team. Oh, tyres for 318, Andrew tells us.
Ah. Well, this could be one big push, couldn't it? They could have just waited until the morning.
Yeah, this could be their final set going on now. 5 hours and 51 minutes to go. Rolling the dice for one final time. Somebody's going to have to tell the 119 to pull his visor down as well, otherwise he's going to get a black eye in a moment from a tyre marble that's going to flick straight into his face. And in fact, there's the 318 now, and it looks like they've got an engine issue.
Yeah, it looks like they're going very slowly, being swamped by hire carts down the back straight for the 318 machine coming through. Let's have a look, and certainly not going down the inside of any of the hire carts into hairpin 1 or 2. In fact, some of the hires are pushing that cart round hairpin 2 onto the back straight. Ooh. Arm is up in the air. Hire cart's nudged into the back of the
and in fact, one of them is helping him. There's no two ways about it. One of those hire carts obviously knows Connor Jupp and is pushing him around the circuit.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Sacrificed their own back straight and south bank there and pushed him down.
Can't particularly see much now, Tom, because the sun is down that end for the next half an hour or so. As it rises up, we might not see out the window quite as much as we were. But certainly the 113 is in, and he's trying to start the engine himself, but I think we might have to think that one has been at least 3 minutes. They were within a lap worthy of MS SoCo Select. Now they are well down. 3 laps now off MS SoCo Select, and
that's going to bring TDW towards the podium.
Yeah, outright as well. What's the news in terms of Q and SoCo Select on their tyres? Are they already on their third set?
We don't know, is the answer. We do not know.
So it'll be interesting to see whether either of those two get a prolonged stop in the early hours of this morning, and then we'll just go long.
We did have an issue for the 43 where they had a really bad tyre rub from a pushed-in rear bumper, but did not change tyres. So we think it happened somewhere around South Bank or hairpin 3, and caught it fairly quickly, and it doesn't look like it's done the tyre too much damage because their lap times are still pretty good. 1:13.5 last time around was 1.8 seconds quicker than Q Racing 2 laps up the road, or a lap and 2/3 as it is now up the road.
Yeah, 13.5 at this time in the morning on tyres that have probably seen better days, just given the longevity that they've had on them. Just going to scroll back down on our timing to have a quick look as to what the gap is between NRG Global Power and Race for Ruben in the outright battle for the higher class. It is 5.3 seconds, so it was 6 before. It's remaining fairly steady then between those two karts.
It has been very, very slowly coming down, very slowly. Teams very well matched here, NRG Global Power and Racing for Ruben. But that gap is closing, and I expect potentially well, they're both very close in terms of pit stops as well, so they've probably got about another 20 minutes at least each still in the tank, so we could well see a change in the lead of hires before the next round of pit stops.
Yeah, it's going to be quite intense now for the next 20 minutes. Can NRG Global Power at least get to the pit stop and hold on?
Team Tate are now back out in third place according to the timing tower on the left hand side. According to our own one, they are still in the pits, and TDW have now taken third place on the road.
Yeah, we haven't seen them come through, have we?
No, I'm keeping an eye out for them through the wiggles, and I haven't seen them come through, so this could be a lengthy stop for them. That's dropped them off of the overall podium. Still holding third place in Elite, but now not third place on the road. And there is your new third place coming through the shot there, with the red number background. That's 45 MSTDW. Moving on to the overall podium. I believe that's Sam Fowler out in that car at the moment. It's a good job from TDW. I believe they've only had one.
They've gone about
mechanical.
things quietly, haven't they?
They have. I believe they've only had one mechanical, much like Offline Motorsport as well, who have not had, touch wood for them. Sorry, I knocked the desk and knocked my head. What are we pointing at, David?
I'm pointing at the 318 is back out, and it's not Connor Jupp in the seat. It's Mark Kimber now at the wheel of the 318. So they are back out on circuit. They are around about half a lap on track behind MSTDW, but they are now 2 laps behind them overall. So they're at different ends of the circuit to TDW with quite a gap to close in.
However, 5 hours and 46 minutes to go. It's doable.
Yeah, and TDW are due in the pits shortly. They've been out 1 hour and 7. In the night, Tom, we were seeing that they were going out to maybe 1:27. They were getting well in the region of 1.5 hours out of the tanks. We're expecting that to rain back in because the sun is up, and I think it's going to be quite warm for an early part of the morning. I think we're going to see the stints get back down to around about 1:15. Maybe not this time. I think they might be able to stretch it out with how long they've gone in the early part of the morning. But certainly beyond this pit stop, they're going to be limited then back down to the 1:15 sort of level in terms of the pit stints. And we talk about this most years, but now is the sort of time for me where the sun's come up, and now you start trying to tailor your strategy to get to the end on the minimum amount of fuel to get you over the weighbridge at 185 at the end of this race, certainly for the hires as well, to get them over the line at 135. It's where you start sort of factoring in like how far you're going to do in these stints to get you to the line at the end with the minimum amount of weight on to get you over the thing to maximise your speed towards the end of the race now. I think we say it most years, don't we? It's get through the night and then
see where you are.
See where you are
with 6 hours to go. But yes, the 318 is now not hanging about either. 1:15.2 last time around. That'll have been with traffic, but we'll see what the pace is next time by 3.1 seconds. The gap now between NRG Global Power and Race for Ruben, so this could be an overtake before they both pit.
Yep.
Hopefully we won't be robbed of this before they pit.
Yeah, let's see.
We've got them highlighted on the circuit tracker on our circuit tracker, coming through hairpin 4 now.
Yeah, that's our battle to keep an eye on in the com box, at least for the next 15 minutes or so until their pit window for both of those 2 karts.
And Racing for Ruben can now see NRG Global Power in front of them.
Yeah, fraction they took out of them on that last one. It's still 3.1, but they took a little bit out of them.
There they go. That's SMJC behind the pink pig of the 987. Team Bonato, and there goes through your shot, Racing for Ruben.
Yeah, it looks like there could have been the BSR kart behind them as well. So, and they're smart enough in the BSR outfit to know that Racing for Ruben are quick, and I imagine that they'll just tow each other down the back straight towards the Wiggles.
Yes, indeed. It's a 3 wide coming out of Ribs Bend and into the reverse corkscrew. Whoa, that was somebody off through the puddle. Lots of steam.
3.5 wide there. Let's have a quick look, see if we can pick out who that is. But that's a warm engine going through some Shishi's Manx boys off into the gravel puddle there on the outside as well. Surprised there's actually any water left. We've seen a number of drivers go through that. I'm surprised there's any water left for people to splash up in the air, but there is. So we see the varying lines. This is going to annoy Tom even more.
Is that your breakfast just arrived?
It is, Tom.
So not only did he not bring me coffee, he didn't bring me breakfast either?
Possibly. I wasn't really in
You're officially off the Christmas card
I
list.
wasn't really in the greatest state of mind at the early doors. I walked in and just maybe like muttered something, and there we go. But yeah,
Well off the Christmas card list.
I mean, I have made you breakfast at least once this week.
Yeah,
Weekend.
yeah, yeah. All right, I'll give you that
So
one.
am I back on the list now?
No,
No.
not yet.
Well, there's bacon for me, and there's beef in the commentary box between Tom and I.
Oh, boom, boom. Oh, and we've got 2 off. That's an owner
Yeah, let's see. If
and
we
a hire,
Yeah, let's have a quick look to see.
and they're on top of each other.
They are. One of them's considerably lighter to lift up. Tom, the owner's having an issue actually getting it up the curb, so they're going to have to get out and have another lift and just try and get that on there. There we go. Let's see if we can find out who that is, but they're going to come on the circuit on the racing line.
It's either the 66 or the 88.
It could be. Let's have a quick look.
It's the 66, I think.
I think it could be the 88 because one of them's running that's the 969. One of them's running the Euro bumper, the plastic bumper. One of them's running the metal one. So we know in a moment we're going to see they'll probably be over the top of the mountain section now. That's 66 coming through, and I don't think it was that cart. They're already down at hairpin number 1. I think they're a little bit too quick through. Although it could have been actually, because the 696 is following behind, so could have been the A66 entry. It's having a bit of an issue down there. We've got another yellow out at hairpin 1. As we race down, let's have a quick keep an eye then on that back gap between NRG and Race for Ruben. It's sub 3 seconds now. 2.7 between our 2 leaders, both of them due in the pits in the next 10 minutes or so. 1 hour 18, NRG have been out. 1:11 for Race for Ruben. So that's going to still be incredibly close as they make their way round this Teesside International Circuit here in Middlesbrough. We are 18 hours and 20 minutes into the 2021 British 24 hour.
Who had the long lap on the last time around?
Grabex had a 1:45, and we thought it was either them or A66. A66 did a 1:18.
No, it's
Definitely Grabex
the
then,
88.
who was off down there with the higher cart rib. And let's see if I know it was 969 on the hires. That's the primary racing entry down there in 76. So that's not going to have helped their cause. They do have a 4-lap gap back to Boom. They have, however, I think now lost a bit of time. They're now 1 full lap behind Bonehead. Kart Force and Bonehead, Tom, they've changed place on the previous lap. Kart Force up to 74th with their Kart Force 1 entry, making up a place.
This battle around the battle for 43rd is still raging on. No, that doesn't sound like much, but the 43rd overall. So we've got A66-2 are 4.6 seconds behind Adrenico Racing, who are in 43rd. So 44th is A66-2. Then you've got Fried Egg Racing in 45th overall, and I'll just wait till they come across the line to get the gap. Oh, NRG Global Power in the pits.
1 hour 20 into their stint. Race for Ruben. The elite class leaders in hires take over the outright lead then in our higher class, up into 34th place overall, and also up into the outright lead in the hires. We expect them to pit in probably in the next 5 or 6 minutes or so. Now it's how quickly can NRG get pitted and get back out. Interesting to see who will go in that NRG kart now. They've got some really quick drivers. We were discussing the JDR stable of drivers throughout the night between myself and John. We've certainly got a number of drivers they can dip into in this in the early hours of this morning.
That's Lucas Ellingham. That is Lucas Ellingham now in that car. So I expect to see some lightning fast lap times from that car as they attempt to extend that gap back out now for to race for Ruben. So what I was saying was there's 6 karts in the battle for 43rd. There's a minute and 20 seconds separating the 6 karts for 43rd place.
Earlier on in the night, I think there was 20 places separated by 4 laps.
Okay.
And it was just unreal. From Adrenico, at the time we're in 43rd, and they still are, all the way down to 63rd. There was absolutely nothing between them. I know it's changed a bit now because Good Chip were running well. They've obviously had some problems throughout the night. They had a 4 or 5 lap gap at one point back to anybody else in the rookie class. Simtech Motorsport, a team whose driver lineup 2 weeks ago was completely decimated. They had to draft in a whole new driver lineup because their original lineup couldn't make it over from Ireland, where they are based. They were going to run another outfit called Simtech International or Simtech Super Pink, all their drivers were coming over from Belgium. They couldn't make it either. 4 new drivers drafted into the Simtech Motorsport machine, and as it stands, they're well on their way to taking what will be a surprise victory. We say that because they're rookies, so we don't really know much about any of them. But when you're drafted into a team 2 weeks before an event, thrown together as a team to be leading a class with 5 hours and 35 minutes remaining of a 24-hour race, it's the position that you want to be in, but also the most nervous.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, indeed. So, we've had some comments come in. So, Wyvo has been in touch again, saying, is the sun up or is Boom just shining over the track?
Bit of both.
Bit of both. Bit of both. So, Boom are currently in 77th place. They're a fair way down the order in the rookie hire as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11th in the rookie hire class. But no, I can assure you that while Boom is still shining, the sun is now fully up and blinding us here in the commentary box.
Sam Baker loves our cheesy banter. That's some of our best work, actually.
Yeah, it normally happens. Well, in fact, you should tune in about, 6 hours ago? We had a pretty good stint, and I was quite proud of that, to be honest. We had a good stint. Yes.
If you'd like more cheesy banter, you can join us in 2 weeks' time for rounds 5 and 6 of the Owner Sprint Series here at Teesside. Tom and myself covering all the Owner Sprint action. So the cheesy banter will continue, I'm fairly sure of that. It's
also bacon banter as well, as David forgets his manners and speaks with his mouth full.
Keep forgetting we've got a camera on here.
Exactly.
I was doing it earlier, but I was doing it with the whilst it was kicking off in the live stream comments as to which fruit pastel was the best colour. I was having quite a heated discussion where I was going green and nobody was agreeing with me.
Yeah.
To the point that then I took a picture of the Haribo, which our producer Adam will see the pictures because he's seen them, and we basically had that up on the screen of all the purple ones left over, and we're having people just throwing in comments like justice for purple ones. And let's have a quick look to see whether
we've had just to interrupt you there. We've had Hey You has been in touch, said, with 5.5 hours to go, how many karts are officially left running? Well, officially, we have 90 still in the race. However, we've got Teesside Tigers who have done a very long stop. They're in 83rd at the moment. It's 2 hours and 25 minutes since they crossed the start-finish line last. And they've been perched directly below the commentary box as well for most of the race, and I can't see any of the team there at the moment, so I don't know whether they parked it. It would be a shame for them, so that could be the marker of doom coming out for Teesside Tigers, which would leave 89 left in the race, although again Rethink Racing are in the pits. Oh no, I'd say that they did an 8 minute 16 stop and they're back out. 8 minute 16 second lap, I should say. So that's in do the pit stop, and back out and cross the line again. That took them 8 minutes and 16 seconds. So a very long stop for them, but they are still going. So it looks like we've got 89 still running out of the 94 that started the race. So realistically, that's not much in terms of attrition.
No, going well so far actually for a number of our teams. Pretty much majority have actually had issues, but we like to see them fix them and get them back out. And we are at the bottom of the hour. What I will say though is that Race for Reuben are 1 hour and 19 into their stint. I think it's Cameron McLean in that kart at the moment. He will be due in the pit lane in around about 5 minutes time. So I'll leave Tom to keep spotting Race for Reuben. I believe we're on hires this time. We're running through. So let's have a quick look. Leading the class overall at the moment is Race for Reuben. It might not be the case in 5 minutes time though, when NRG Global Power will close back up as Race for Reuben go into the pits for their scheduled pit stop. Third place overall then EDK 24T in third. They are in 36th overall. 37th Euro Bandit Motorsport. 39th is Core Blimey Racing, the 113 entry for them. They are 5th overall and 3rd in their pro class with quite a comfortable cushion actually of around 4 laps down to the team that's 4th in that class, Century Sim Racing. They're just behind BSR, who are the final team on the podium as it stands in the elites. Kart Events Belgium, last year's winners. They've had some problems throughout the night. They're 15 laps down, or I think they're 13 laps down actually on the class leaders. They are in 42nd. Adrenico 43rd. A66-2 in 44th place. 45th Fried Egg Racing 2. Hopeless Disaster in 46th. ABC Racing 47. 48th, you can see SKA Racing. The top 50 then completed by Grizzly Racing and Lockwell Hill. 51st, Renowned Vankles. 52nd is Fried Egg Racing. Leaders then in our rookie class are in 53rd. That's Simtech Motorsport in the 420. 55th is Good Chip Racing. 56th, the 999 of Straight Through Crew in front of Scenario 77. NC Racing in 58th place. And then it's going to be Newmarket Hornets in 60th. 61st, WM Max Racing in front of Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat in 62nd. 64th sees Mulsane Racing in front of Shishi's Manx Boys. They've made up a place up into 65th on the last lap at the expense of Carlos Fandango in the 131. Red Lodge Wasps are in 67th. 68th sees Receding Racing. 69th LC Racing. Then it's a Core Blimey double with the 213 in front of the 313 in 70th and 71st respectively. Team Bonato, the early pace setters in higher club, they're now down in 72nd, having not had the best of the early evening for them. Kart Force 1, the first of the 2 Kart Force entries, are in 73rd. Bonehead 74th, MTB 75th, Primary Racing 76th, 77th is Boom. Then we've got Blue Shell, Pro Carters and Team ETL, the early leaders in higher elite, well down the order now in 80th place. Huge issues for that kart. Kart Force 2 are in 81st, 82nd Ishin Ryu Jiu-Jitsu. Dukes of Stafford are in 83rd, 84th Teesside Tigers, but they've been in the pits now for 2.5 hours. So it looks like they might just be waiting to go out and hopefully take the checkered flag. TMS Hire are in 85th, 87th and 88th. There's a Sporting Force 1-2 in that order as well. The final runner that's still going out there on circuit is the 350 in 89th for our hires. That's Getting Tired. And the only kart that we believe is stationary, and it's been there for most of the night actually. It says it's been out 2.5 hours ago, but it was parked before that, so they might have just been out for one more stint. Is the Rookie Racers, the kart, the 151 in 93rd place. Whilst we had that run through, Race for Reuben are still circulating. They're yet to pit. The gap is showing at 1 lap to NRG Global Power. It's going to be incredibly close when they come into the pit lane. Should be able to get at least a 1 hour 30 out of this one. And Tom, what are your thoughts? I know NRG have obviously run well. They've got a lot of good drivers in that one.
Yep.
But the gap was closing.
Yep.
And what are your thoughts? Do you think they may have elected to pit early just to put Ellingham in the seat, because he is arguably, and it's their quickest driver?
Well, it depends how many stops they think they can go through now. How many stops they think they need to get to the end of the race. So we've seen it before where. What have we got here? Oh, James Fitchu. Good morning, James.
Morning, James.
Big Boss James. We had Big Boss Luke commenting through the night, and now we've got Big Boss James. Welcome to the stream, James. Hope you're enjoying it. But yes, we have seen teams, if they know they've got a set amount of pit stops still to do, 3, maybe 4 pit stops still to do, bring teams in a little bit earlier, because there's no point in leaving them out for the extra 10 minutes or so. If you've got a fresher, quicker driver able to jump in, you know, if it's not going to do you any favours to leave them out for that extra 10 minutes, you might as well take advantage of it.
Yeah, agreed. 1 hour 25 then now for Race for Ruben. They are getting close to coming in, although we have seen some of the higher carts go out to beyond 1 hour 30, potentially 1 hour 40. For them, they might need to just stretch that one out in order to make it work. We are beyond the bottom of the hour, so they can probably do 1.5 to 140 throughout the rest of the race and get it to the end. But as it stands there, 1 hour and 26 minutes in, Cameron McLean has been going well. He was closing the gap before the pit stops. I think he's just gone over the line again, takes the chicane, and elects not to pit. So at least another minute and a half then for Race for Ruben out there. Looks like they're going to get well close to that 1 hour 30 mark.
Way! That's the 21 of Team Backmarker going straight off and out of the shot at Ribs Bend, and with a bent side pod as well. It looks like that came from a separate incident, and Team Backmarker have certainly had some adventures this weekend.
Murray Adams in that one now by the look of it, Tom.
I think you might be right.
And did he go off by himself, or was it an assisted spin?
It was off by himself, but I think it was in avoidance of somebody else.
That tyre once again, Tom, on the outside, that wasn't there 5 or 6 minutes ago, so somebody's clipped that and it is on the circuit. We saw one in the middle of the night. It was obviously been moved. There we go on the outside circuit. Looks like the 36. Is that a Drenico? One of our that was the team that you were picking out earlier, Tom, that had a battle going on with lots of other cars. And SKA Racing are only 6 seconds behind them in the battle for 44th place, and the Drenico going down the back straight, having to try and hold some of the bodywork down themselves.
Yeah, it looks like they've lost an R-clip there, and that's going to flick that up, so they'll need to come in, just pop that R-clip back in, and away they all go again, but that will cost them time. Currently 44th.
Might cost them 2 places, Tom. They've only got 6 seconds back to SKA, who will subsequently have 12.5 seconds back to Fried Egg Racing 2. So that just a missing R-clip for Adrenico could cost them 2 places.
And they're currently 5th in the higher elite class, and Fried Egg Racing, as you say, who are close in behind.
Leaders are in, Tom, in higher elite. Race for Ruben, the outright leaders in the higher class are into pit lane. 1 hour and 28 minutes into their stint. And now we wait to see who emerges in the lead overall. There's going to be no change in the class lead between higher elite Race for Ruben and the higher pro NRG Global Power, although now EDK 24T are on the same lap as NRG, 42 seconds behind. Alex Bellaby's on. He's just going to have he's just asking what's happened in the last 5 hours. Well, in terms of those at the front, and certainly in the owners, there hasn't been a huge change in any of the order between anything there. Race for Ruben were at the front. The only main issue in change as well in the classes is the leaders outright come into pits and leaders in pro overall. TDW come in. Around about 5 hours ago, Good Chip Racing were comfortably in the lead of the higher rookie class, and A66-2 last year's Clubman winners when they were A66. All of that kart has moved up into the owner class. They've replaced all the drivers, and it looks like they've replaced them with drivers of equal talent, because they are currently leading the Clubman class by 3 laps. Are A66 2. They're in 43rd place overall. They are well on their way to a win in that one. Don't want to curse them or anything, so I will touch lots of wood in the office. But A66 2, the team based just about half a mile from the circuit here at Middlesbrough, the A66 tyre centre on the other side of the A66 at the bottom end of the South Bank roundabout, are well on their way to making it a club double from last year and this year for them. I'm just going to clock back race for Ruben and back out onto the circuit.
2 minute 26. So we'll wait for NRG to come over the line. 42 seconds, the gap. Let's wait for that to tick over just one more time and see where we're at. But it looked like that's about a 42-second gap that Race for Ruben have managed to pull out. So not only have they overtaken NRG Global Power, but they've pulled 42 seconds as well. How has that happened, David?
But NRG have had quite a slow stop, because we didn't really look at the times, did we?
No. I'll get them over the line, and we'll see what that gap is, whether that is correct. 40 seconds back from NRG Global Power are EDK 24T, so that's hotting up as well. Only 40 seconds in that one, and that's for the higher pro overall win.
Yeah, and that was well over a lap actually, wasn't it, before? Maybe 2. And it is a 42-second gap, so it looks like it's been an incredibly slow pit stop for the NRG Global Power outfit about 15 minutes ago. Not that it matters to them right now. They are still leading in higher pro, which is the class that they're in. So they're not really in a race with Race for Ruben in terms of standing on the top step of their class podium. Would be nice for them to say they won outright, though, wouldn't it?
It would. Would also be nice for Race for Ruben as well.
It would. I'm just picking up something here, Tom. Someone's just alerted it to me in the chat. WM Max Racing are 11.5 seconds away from the Newmarket Hornets for the final step on the rookie podium. They've had 2 mechanicals throughout the night, but they are chipping away at a fair rate of knots, actually, at that final step. And behind them as well, Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat. There are 3 karts within, have a just quick tally up there, 28 seconds for the final step on the higher Clubman podium. That tyre's still there on the outside. I'm surprised nobody, certainly one of the highers actually, with that big wraparound, hasn't done a bit of housekeeping for us.
It's Paul White now in the Race for Ruben car. I've just seen him come through the shot. That's Paul White, aka Paul Takes No Prisoners in Traffic White. That cowling's still hanging up on the 35 of the Adrenico.
Yeah,
so
when are they due in, Tom? I know that the fuel bay actually. I've seen them last night. They had loads of R clips just to replace. They've been in recently. Actually, it's showing at 6 minutes. So they've obviously been in recently. Maybe it was just straight after that stop, but I know that the fuel bay's actually got loads of the R clips for the plastic at the back. On the higher karts, they've got plastic all the way at the top. There's the Marshall.
There we go.
Shall we take credit for that? Maybe he was watching and we alerted him to the tyre, or do you think he noticed himself?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the PA's back on now as well.
I don't know. We'll take credit for it anyway, because we're modest like that.
Looking at the number 69 and number 10 just coming through your shot in owners. So the 10 is the X Racing. That is Harry Nottage currently driving that one. And the X Racing, not sure. There's Paul White coming through your shot again. That's in the Race for Ruben. Properly tucked in now behind that Bigfoot NASA panel, trying to get every 10th of a mile per hour he can eke out of it down the straights. 42.2 seconds, the gap remains. So Paul White doing a great job holding off Luke Sellingham as it stands for the overall race win. And as we've said, fantastic cause that they're running this for as well. We're racing for Ruben, raising money for that. If you do get chance to go and check out anything on Race for Ruben, it is well worth a look. Fantastic cause. Really, really worth donating some money into that if you can spare it. Of course, we haven't got any further updates at the moment on the health of Ian Williams, who was going for the solo distance 24-hour record, but he has unfortunately had to retire and is not in a good state either. It's not through injury, but it is through health-related issues. He has had to retire and has had to go to hospital.
Just having a look back at that battle we were talking about for the final step on the higher rookie podium. Eat, sleep, race, repeat have run to 1 hour and 44. They're now in the pit, so they're going to drop time, so that they're going to move back, but they had got up to only 16 seconds off the actual last step of the podium. The battle, though, remains hot in that one. WM Max Racing closed the gap on the previous lap by another 1.1 second. It's under 10 seconds now. It's 8.7 between Newmarket Hornets and WM Max Racing, and WM Max are coming in hot for the final step on the podium in the higher rookie class. On
Yep,
Point
so
Racing there
really
in the
hot
pits as
now.
well, and the leaders in higher club are in, Tom. They've got a comfortable gap actually back to ABC, maybe a lap and a half. It's showing us 2 laps, but they are in the pits 1 hour and 36 in for that car. That's On Point. We knew they were in because we'd mentioned it beforehand.
Yep.
That's the car that had the issues early doors, didn't it? The prolonged thing.
This
Let's have a
looks
quick look
slow
at that.
stop.
It is. That's our leader. That's A66, because that's Paul Watson getting in the car, and that's Paul Rye, the team boss of A66, who was on engine pulling duty. And Paul Watson, Tom, is a very, very handy driver in a hire kart. We regularly see him here because his 2 sons race in the Owner Sprint Series here at Teesside. He's raced as well in Senior Road Tax last year, although he has this season hung up the gloves in terms of racing in the sprints, because his 2 lads, Oliver and Alfie, racing in now in Minimax for Oliver and Bambino for Alfie. So he's spending most of his time spannering them, but he's picked up a drive at the British 24. He's had a couple of stellar stints already. One of them, I think he moved up from 8th into 2nd, so he is more than handy. Got a yellow flag out over start finish, another one out actually down at the at Paddock Bend, so it may well be that we've got somebody off somewhere, but nobody, not picking anything up on the camera there down at Rib. The drivers seem to be going in there, so it might just be that there's something on the track just that requires recovery down there at Paddock. The yellow's in now, so we are green everywhere around the circuit here at Teesside Autodrome. We're nearing 21 hours of running at the 2021 NRG Cycles British 24-hour kart race here from the Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough.
850 laps just ticked over for our leader.
Yep, last year the winner did 1,150, which I think is probably about the furthest we've seen anybody go, actually. Not expecting to get to that this year, I don't think, because obviously we had that rain earlier on, which really slowed things up.
And we had a lot of full course cautions as well, and one for an extended period as well, due to an injury on track.
Fantastically, though, that gentleman was watching from A&E and messaging in via the live chat, so really pleasing that the driver of the 18 was messaging in. So we wish Mark Mason all the very best. He had some issues. He remained in the kart, but it was he thought he damaged some tendons in his knee, so went off down to A&E to make sure everything was fine with that. And he was messaging us and watching in the stream whilst at the hospital. We were encouraging him to see if they could get it on in the TV in the waiting area. We didn't get any confirmation as to whether we managed to get on the TV in the waiting area, but Nexus Sport. Get the Greg Barnard, I think. Is that Greg Barnard? Getting down behind the steering wheel of the Nexus Sport entry.
That was nicknamed the gopher position for obvious reasons, because you duck, rather than do the shrimping, which is where you lean forward, look down and try to get the maximum air over the top of the helmet that way. The gopher position is the drop down as far as you can, and then as you get towards the corner you will pop up literally straight up into the air, and your face hits the air at 75 miles an hour. Yes, so that's the difference between shrimping and gophering.
We'll get that on a graphic next year as well. People don't want to know about the differences between owners and hires. They want to know the difference between their driving styles.
Whoa. Is that inside?
It is inside.
That is a massive moth.
Yeah. It's got a bit of a wingspan to that, hasn't it?
I mean, that is actually enormous. Have we got anything to catch that with? Sorry, folks, if you're listening on the stream. Let me go and put
I'll
that
leave you to
outside.
that. I'm going to focus back on the battle between Newmarket Hornets and WM Max Racing for the final step on the rookie podium. The gap now closing by around 7/10 a lap. In the last couple, we are down now to almost 5 seconds between those two karts. 5.2 last time through there. We're expecting to see them through over start finish in the next couple of moments. We'll see whether that gap has closed up between the Newmarket Hornets. They come over the line now. In a few moments, we'll expect WM Max to come over. It's 1.6 seconds they've carved out of Newmarket Hornets on the previous lap. They are closing in on the back of WM Max, closing in on the Newmarket Hornets. And the 1887 machine inching closer to the final step of the podium here. Albeit there's still going to be 5 hours remaining, but certainly going to be a psychological blow to the Newmarket Hornets. There is WM Max going down the back straight with the black Nauseo panel with the green and yellow on it, heading down towards the Wiggles through the chicanes.
If anybody wanted to know what shrimping looks like, Paul White has just been doing it in the race for Reuben car. So that's the difference between shrimping and gophering. In fact, you see the 270 coming towards us now, doing exactly that. Leaning forward, head down, tucked under the steering wheel, trying to get maximum airflow over the top of the car and not using the drag of the helmet. Just trying to eke a little bit more speed out of the car, and that's exactly what Paul White is doing. You can see Lucas Ellingham doing exactly the same here in the 430. Exactly the same position, slightly higher up for Lucas Ellingham.
Yeah, ABC Racing there, I think, actually knew that NRG were coming and just waved them to one side, actually. We normally see the hires waving the owners through. Looks like ABC just didn't want to get in the battle for the lead there and waved NRG through, so great awareness from ABC Racing there in 47th. Currently on the podium as well in higher club. And within a lap of the leaders A66-2. That is the battle. There is the 1887 of WM Max Racing. 2.8 seconds now behind Newmarket Hornets. Another 7/10 on the previous lap. So within a lap and a half, they're going to be on the back of the number 9 machine and within striking distance of third place in higher rookie.
Just coming through the shot there as well, we saw, well, we're still seeing this, the 36 with Drenico with that cowling damage, but there was also the 113 with a wonky Nazor panel, and there was another one just behind it as well, which had a bit of a wonky panel. Oh, there you go. That's Connor Lucas in the 43, doing the full shrimping down the straight. He is on it now. Charlie Bingham back out in the 33. That's your race leader coming through the shot there. But Connor Lucas now within, well, back to within 2 laps, only a lap behind at this moment of the 33 of Q Racing. And yeah, fully on it.
Just having a quick look now. There's the 9 of Newmarket Hornets, right behind the 1887 of WM Max Racing. They're close enough that they can see each other. There's no other karts between them, although there's going to be a couple of owners in a few moments' time making their way through, because behind WM Max is one of the SMJC karts, also the 57 class leading modernised racing Papaya. They've got probably their quickest driver back in that kart now, Asher Blythe, looking to put some clear daylight between the rest. They've already got 7 laps back to SMJC 959. They are in front of MSJSR and MS McFly, within touching distance as well of DWS Racing, who are the pro outfit in 9th.
Interestingly, Charlie Bingham not feeling the need to be anything like as aggressive in his driving style at the moment as Connor Lucas is in the 43. He was fully head down and committed to that straight. And as usual through the corners as well. The 33 of Bingham not feeling anything like the need to do that. It looks like a just comfortable Sunday drive out in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, you don't want to be, you don't want to throw it away while you're in the lead. Let the 43 push to try and close the gap and stay comfortable. They have got a lot of time at the moment in their hand, and we say that because last year it was at this sort of time it was they were still on the same lap, albeit with offset pit stops closing in.
Just like to point out as well, hotting up is the battle for second place in Clubman, the owner Clubman class. 14 seconds now separates 959 and 10. That's SMJC and well, SMJC 959 and then X Racing closing in now on second place. So they had some issues earlier on. Did X Racing fairly early on in the race, within the first couple of hours. They had a number of issues, sorted them out, and that kart's run pretty much trouble-free since then, and it seems to be paying off for them because they're moving well towards second place in Clubman.
Yep, over the line last time in that battle that we're focusing on in higher club. WM Max Racing nose to tail them with Newmarket Hornets. They'll probably come into shot at some point soon. Who will we see first? Because WM Max Racing have been closing the gap, and there they are, nose to tail down the back straight. WM Max right in the slipstream of the number 9 kart. They've popped out. Who's going to appear for us first? They've not managed to get past, so they're still nose to tail with the number 9 machine. Another higher kart's gone down the inside of them there. That's opened up a bit more of a gap for us as Rethink Racing, their number 2 entry in the pits, just having a bit of chain lube applied to that one, and that kart back out onto circuit. Currently running in 30th place. Is that the leading of the 2? Oh yeah, they are. They're in front by 2 laps, and the other Rethink Racing 103 machine, that is in 32nd place. 303 have been in the pits. They've lost a place then now to Cash Bandits and drop outside of the overall top 20. Cash Bandits move up into 36th, though they have been out an hour and 6 minutes, so we'll expect them in the pits sometime soon.
The gap for second place in Clubman is now down to 12 seconds as well. So SMJC 959 and X Racing, that is 12 seconds on the road from 14. And X Racing lapping around a second lap quicker as well. So we could well see a change in position here in the next few laps.
Yeah, Spa Motorsport has just been on saying, did the rain come overnight? No, it did not. We've not had any since the early, the first 5 or 6 hours of this race, where it was a bit hit and miss at times. It dried and then it wasn't, and it stopped raining, but the circuit never really dried for about an hour. So no, the rain hasn't come, and it's not due actually, I don't think, until after the checkered flag, so we could be dry all the way to the end here at Teesside. The cameras are back into operation.
Please keep your comments coming in. DW Media saying, what happened to Teesside Tigers? We don't know, is the short version of the story. We know that they parked it, and they parked it a while ago, and they were positioned right under the commentary box, and we haven't seen anybody for a long time. Don't know why that car has been parked, but yes, dropped right down the order now, and in 86th overall. Hopefully there will still be somebody about to take the checkered flag for them and complete the race.
Yeah,
We don't like to see.
No, we don't. And even to be fair, yeah, we like to see them at least go back out for the final half an hour or so and take the checkered flag, because we like to see as many as possible do that. And yep, there we are. Connor Lucas, as you mentioned, back with a different lid, the SJD custom design helmet, new for the race. He broke it out for the night stints to confuse the commentary team, although you guys picked up on it fairly quickly from what I could hear.
Andrew did. I'd missed that completely. I didn't know there was a new helmet for Connor, especially because he'd used the old one earlier on in the race.
Yeah, we see that a lot. Mentioned it earlier, where drivers sometimes use two different helmets because they don't want to change from a tinted visor to a clear one overnight. From 9 o'clock through to around about 5:30, drivers must use a clear visor throughout the night. And we often see them using a different helmet rather than having to change the visor on the. All renowned Vankles and Sporting Force come into contact, although they did manage to sort themselves out eventually. It didn't look particularly clean on camera, but they did end up facing in the right direction, the two of them.
Okay, let's have a look at the gap now between Race for Ruben and NRG Global Power. There's Paul White coming through shot there, right to left. Still shrimping down, trying to get everything out of this kart that he can. NRG Global Power 41 seconds behind. So it's staying around the same, and in fact EDKT 24, they are another 41 seconds back as well. So that gap is hovering around the same as well. So very evenly matched at the moment. The front three in hires, two different classes. But yes, very well matched. And then only another minute back now are Euro Bandits, so they're going along quite nicely as well. Top four, whoa, that's the Mad Racing kart.
That's on the national circuit on the loop round that we use for the sprint.
Yes.
And there's a distinct issue with that, Tom.
Yes, I can't imagine what it would be. Oh no, that's it. It's missing a wheel.
It is missing a wheel. He's currently driving that home actually on sprocket protector.
Yes. Probably not the best idea. Put some weight on the front of that corner.
Yeah, he's going to try and wave across to the marshal, but there's a yellow flag, and he's waving to his team actually to tell them where that kart is going. But the Mad Racing number 40, he's waiting for a gap in the traffic. I think he's found it. He's going to wheel that one across. The higher karts move to the right of the circuit.
But that's been my favourite colour scheme here as well this weekend.
Yeah, hopefully it's just that the wheel has come off in terms of the bolts and it's not sheared the studs, but either way, I'm not sure where he's going to get that one back out. He's got to go over the weighbridge, surely, although I'm not sure where he's taking that, but there he goes, over the weighbridge. Yeah, he's got to take it over the weighbridge when he comes back in, so although I hope he's got enough on to compensate for that rim and tyre missing.
I don't think he needs to go over the weighbridge if it's missing a wheel, is it?
No, probably
But he'll
not.
have to do it when he comes back in next time.
Yeah, and he's going to certainly he will want to pick up some fuel. How long have they been out? 45 minutes, but he's still probably going to want to at least top that tank up so that he can do a full run.
A question for when we get our camera people back on track is to try and find where that wheel has gone.
Yep, Boom have had a quick spin, over start, finish, the yellow flag is out, and as soon as they're round, they're back in again, so.
We look at Connor Lucas fully sideways as per into hairpin 1.
Yep, WM Max Racing have finally, having closed in on Newmarket Hornets and then sat behind them for a couple of laps, moved up into third place in the higher rookie class behind Simtech Motorsport and the early pace setters Good Chip Racing in the 888. For that one,
I'm going to have a look in a minute. When Connor comes round and back down the back straight next time round, he was having a good look at somebody, using them as a reference to what his pace is like compared to everybody else at the moment, because he had a proper good look over towards sort of hairpin 3 and 4. Might have been the 42.
you do that though when you're in a kart, don't you? You look at one lap and you go, right, that kart is going past that floodlight when I'm going past this floodlight, and then the next lap you gauge where they are in comparison to you as he moves out onto the outside. Asher Blythe, that's not Asher Blythe, that's a different driver in the 24, but using Connor Lucas for the slipstream down the back straight, and as you can see there, just managing to tuck into the slipstream and just get pulled along by the quicker number 43 machine.
There he goes again. Look, a good look over. I'm going to have a look at who that is.
I think that's Samuel Ezery actually in the 24, following Connor Lucas round the South Bank corner into hairpins 3 and 4.
I'm fairly sure he's using the 42 as a reference.
Are they like half and half on the circuit, other end, so he'll be able to pick up where they come through?
I think it's Will Jones who's in the 42 at the moment. If the notes on his helmet are correct. He's using the 42 as a reference, so he's judging his own pace relative to everybody else based on the 42. The 113 of Red Graphics in the pits, scheduled stop, 1 hour 18, and there we go.
There they
Some
are.
running repairs as well to that.
Yeah, bit of tape going on. That's the Nauseo panel. We see this a lot actually with that style of Nauseo panel. That it moves around a lot more than maybe what the old style Nauseo panel did. And we've got that. That's a pre-planned effort, isn't there? Because that tape is ready to go.
Yeah.
As it was. We saw that last year, didn't we, with the 13 red racing carts as well, with that shaped Nauseo panel, where it moves around a lot more than, let's say, what the older style did.
Yeah. And that's Ed Hack in that one as well.
The way it curves up and then back down, and the bar that you saw there at the front, holding the front end of the Nauseo panel down, is a much longer bar, and obviously when it's longer it flexes more, which causes more of a problem, and they certainly want to stop that moving around in the air. So yeah, Ed Hack now out in the 13, also the 113. They have now dropped behind the 42 of MS Lucas because of that pit stop, although MS Lucas will be due in the pits in the next 10 minutes or so, and that will likely switch back, albeit there is a gap of a lap and a half, so it might not. Looks like red graphics lost probably around about 40 seconds doing those running repairs in the pit lane.
So the Lucas versus Bingham battle has resumed on the circuit, and certainly in terms of the last couple of laps, it's been Bingham who's been surprisingly quicker than Connor Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas has actually he's probably come through about 7 or 8 higher carts in the last lap as well, hasn't he, there, Connor Lucas? But once he manages to get past the owner cart in front of him down the back straight, he's going to be fairly clear for a lap or so. But there is another gaggle of higher carts. There's at least 5 or 6 of them that he's going to have to come through, and it's just where he finds them on the track.
Yep, have we got a yellow flag coming out? Yep, we've got somebody off on the national loop again.
It's another
cutting across.
It's another owner cart, isn't it? That could be the 198. It is. It's 198 DW Racing have got a problem. They're going to cut across into pit lane. They've still under their own power, which is fine, but problems then for that cart. The rear bumper is nudged in ever so slightly on the right side. That could be the problem there. He's elected not to go for fuel though, the 198 DW Racing car. He's been out for 32 minutes, and I expect they will go left down into the paddock to just have that rear bumper straightened out, as we've got a slow-moving 66 machine with Stu Smith on board. White suit, red helmet. It looks like he's had a bit of an excursion down at Rib.
Still 41 seconds, that gap is hovering between Race for Ruben, NRG Global Power, and then another 41 seconds still back to EDK 24T. So those gaps over the last, well, how long have they been out now? 30 minutes since Race for Ruben came in for a pit stop. That gap has not changed.
No, Paul White doing well to hold the gap for Race for Ruben at the front of it.
And here he comes into shot now.
Class.
That fluorescent yellow helmet tucking down behind the panel, as we've said before.
Yeah, Paul White then continuing to lead outright then for Race for Ruben. We've mentioned it a number of times. Have a look on Facebook, just type in Race for Ruben, exactly how it is on the timing screen. Have a look on there for that. They are, that one, Tom, having raced here for the last 5 years for a wonderful cause, would be an incredibly popular win in the higher elite class, should they manage to make it all the way to the end.
Nicola Fry asking, has Nigel Moore had a break? Probably not, knowing Nigel.
No, probably not at all.
Who's lapping faster, Lucas or Bingham? Only have one device. Well, it's ebbing and flowing. Last time it was Lucas by 9/10 of a second.
Yeah.
But we did say he was going to find a little pocket of clear air.
Yeah, and then find quite a lot of traffic a little bit later on.
We had Big Boss James on about an hour or so ago saying good morning, and now we've had Big Boss Luke has been back on saying good morning. So good morning, Big Boss Luke.
Good morning, Luke. I believe he's in between Kimbolton and Silverstone today for Alpha.
Yep, many streams going across the Alpha Live network, let's call it.
Yeah, I think 750 Motor Club at Silverstone, TKM Festival at Kimbolton as well. Feel free to tune into them later on, but don't go anywhere if you're watching the 2021 NRG Cycles British 24-hour race live here from Teesside Autodrome. We'll be here until just beyond midday to take you all the way through the checkered flag. Then you'll be able to browse the Alpha channel for the rest of the races for today. Next weekend we've got Motocross National from down in Cornwall. We've also got the round 7 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship live from Wilton Mill, the home circuit of Alpha Live, bringing you all of the action from Britain's premier mini bike championship from their home circuit.
It was just missed off camera, unfortunately, but I've just seen an incredible piece of classy driving from Freddie Gallagher in the 77. Up the inside of 1 into hairpin 1, there wasn't a yellow flag at the time because it had just happened, but somebody went, it's the team back marker gets into the 443 in hairpin 1 as well, just as I was talking about it, but one of the higher carts that spun round on the inside of hairpin 1, not quick enough to get the yellow flag out. Freddie Gallagher sent it up the inside and went round the outside of the one who'd spun and up the inside of the one he was overtaking, so 3 wide with one facing the wrong way. Just threaded the needle beautifully, went through it like nothing had happened.
Fantastic driving then from Freddie Gallagher in the 77. Looks like there's a warning flag coming for somebody. Rethink Racing, I believe, Tom, are going to pick up a curve warning for bouncing it over the chicanes. The 103 machine, it's come up on the messages section of our system here on the live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR for all of your live timing. It's also a contact warning for Team Backmarker. I believe that was for the incident at hairpin 1 with the MS.BE
exactly what it will be
entry.
for, yeah. Exactly what it will be for. So we've just been handed a note in the commentary box, so we were just digesting that. But yes, we are fully up and running now for the final 4 hours and 48 minutes of this race. Paul White giving the pointing through, and there's another one in the 22 giving the point through for Connor Lucas. This is what we like to see: communication, situational awareness, even this late into the race, from both owners and hire teams, looking around each other, seeing who's there. Can we work with you? Can I use you as a tow?
Yeah.
You come through now, sir, because you're, or madam, because you're
correct,
quicker.
Yeah,
313
to be
coming
fair,
into the pits in front of us.
even as the kart allowing another one to go past, it's often quicker for you to allow that kart to go past in an area where you know where that kart is, rather than just going down the back straight and down the Bob Pope straight, the two long straights here, and sort of just waiting for them to make their mind up. If you point to one side and let them go, you know they're going to go past. You can then duck in behind and use them as a bit of a tow down the straight towards the Wiggles and South Bank.
Long stop for the 303. 4 minutes 36 between the two timing lines. So that's about 2 minutes longer than we would expect. New tyres, perhaps?
Perhaps. We've seen that. We thought it was just going to be a very simple 8, 8 and 8, but obviously the rain early on has seen a number of teams managing to maybe add 2 hours to their first set of tyres, which then means they can push the second set of tyres back from 4 in the morning until between 6 and 7 when their next pit stop comes. And now the 303 back out onto circuit.
That's a great shot. And earlier in the evening, about, 11 o'clock, we had the drone footage up showing the difficulties of this corner. So it looked flat as a car, but this is a much better way of looking at it. So you can see that dip highlighted there on the exit of the D chicane. Now, the perfect strategy is either to fully run in that dip, as you saw a lot of karts doing, or straddle it. You don't want to be kind of somewhere near it. It needs to be one or the other, otherwise you're going to go off.
Yeah, I'll agree with that, Tom. It's there's an optimum line, and it's one of them lines where it feels great when you get it right, feels terrible when you get it wrong.
And it also showed a little bit there of the elevation change as well. Very, very tricky section.
Yep, class leader then on screen in our owner clubman class, the 57 of modernised racing papaya. Asher Blythe on board that one, making his British 24-hour karting debut, and he's going to be one of the drivers, is he, that pilots that kart towards the top step of the podium. He's currently siding his way through traffic, through the past the Formula 160 entry, past the Mad Racing entry as well. He's cutting through the traffic right on the back as well of the MS.BE entry, who were within touching distance of the podium as Knight came in. Although when Knight finished, they are down now in 6th place in the class, with some 5 laps off the podium as it stands.
And a thumbs up as well from Asher there, as he came past the MS Belgium kart.
Yeah, a driver with maturity beyond his 15 years behind the steering wheel. At 15 years old, the driver from Nottinghamshire, driving like a seasoned pro here at Teesside, siding through this traffic, but driving through it as well, very respectfully. And that, Tom, will sort of play into his hands later on, because drivers remember drivers that are respectful.
Absolutely.
And when they know they're coming up on them later on, they reciprocate that later on in the race.
Exactly.
You know,
what I've always said, when you're out on this circuit, you be as polite and as nice as you possibly can be. You don't want to be blocking anybody off, but you don't want to be and you don't want to be causing anybody any problems either, but you don't want to be holding yourself up.
Yeah, correct.
Key. But if they do let you through, if they do wave you through, give them a thumbs up, give them a thank you. Make sure that they know, because next time when they look behind them and they see you there, they're going to do exactly the same. You block them off, and they'll return the favour the next time you come around to lap them. Darren Quinn has asked on the YouTube chat, is there any live timing? Yes, of course there is, Darren. You can go to live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. That will take you straight to the live timing. If you're watching on a laptop or a PC, you can see exactly what we can see as well. It works slightly different on the mobile version, but on the laptop and PC version, you can get a live circuit tracker, which will show you the positions of the top 3. You can also, in the far left column, if you are supporting a particular team, you can click in the far left column next to their number, and it will highlight them red, or if you click it again, blue. or vice versa.
Yeah.
And then you can see exactly where they are on circuit as well. So you can watch up to 5 teams in different colours, and you can actually highlight as many teams as you want. But there's 5 colours available.
Just having a look at some of the potential battles further down the pack. Yep, so I was just having a quick scroll through the live timing whilst Tom was discussing that there.
It's still 42 seconds between Race for Ruben and ARG Global Power. We're about to get EDK 24T come across the line. And that gap is 38 seconds, so that's come down a little bit.
Yeah, but they are with Race for Ruben on the circuit. They went down the back straight behind them. One of the owner carts went past Race for Ruben. EDK 24T followed the owner cart through, so they've effectively unlapped themselves on the Race for Ruben entry, and now Race for Ruben are just following the that cart round. They could well, obviously they're fairly evenly matched in pace. They could work together in order to, first of all,
and
open
there they go.
Yeah, there we are. There's EDKT, the 855 in front of the 55. The 95. The 95 being pushed down the back straight by the 717 entry in the higher kart class.
That's going along very nicely.
Pro Carters, team of Sean Sykes, Hugh Morton, Tom Morton, Matthew Randall, Charlie Randall, Luke Dodman. The 717, they were going all right actually early. I think they had a few issues during the night, but the pace is quite clearly still there. They're following Race for Ruben down the back straight and pushing them along as well, which I'm sure Paul White and the rest of the team at Race for Ruben will be very thankful for.
Yes, indeed. Now, update on the top 3. Team Tate have got back in front of MSTDW. 51.9 seconds clear.
Tom, I'm just saying, have we picked up on that? It was about about 100 laps ago.
Yes, it was. They came straight in the pits, so I believe it was a cut through on the circuit.
Not necessarily, not
so
genuine.
Our fastest lap of the race, which you can see on live timing is highlighted in purple, is not the actual fastest lap of the race. We might even have a word with race control actually and get them to
not that I was looking to take
that.
anything away from modernised racing golf, but you don't normally expect to see a clubman team setting the outright fastest lap of the 24-hour race
by 4/10 of a second.
By 4/10 of a second, 764 laps in to a 24-hour race. So I think that one will still remain on lap 53 then with Team Tate, who have come into pits
from 3rd place overall, and that's early again.
Yeah, you're quite right, it is, Tom. 1 hour and 6 for them.
So they've just taken over 3rd.
They did have some issues early though with where they had Connor Jupp have to go out and come back in and then out and come back in with Mark Kimber, so not sure whether they'd have taken on fuel at that stage. So it may well be that they need to come in for fuel, even though they are at 1 hour 6, because they did have an unscheduled stop down into pit lane. They might not have elected to fuel.
A very good point, but the MSTDW were 52 seconds behind, which is around about a quick pit stop.
Yep. TDW did overtake Team Tate earlier when Tate had an issue. That's the 33 Fried Egg Racing 1 entry. Lewis Munchie in the purple suit, they're helping out to get that kart going again. Driver is in the white, blue and orange helmet of the number 33 machine.
Let's keep an eye out for...
looks like Blake Cleckett's then getting in there. 4 drivers for Fried Egg Racing 1. I think they were going to run almost 6, but they've had at least 2 drop out in their 2 entries due to COVID this week. So wish them all the very best as Tom's just watching the 111 go through the chicane right round the outside of a couple of hires and chopping across.
I'm on Team Tate watch as well.
Yep, they've now dropped behind TDW on the timing, although we did expect that after that pit stop. What we haven't done, Tom, is seen them yet, have we?
No.
I have spotted Mark Kimber back out at the wheel then of the Team Tate 318 machine. Looks like he's going to double stack that, having taken over from Connor Jupp around about an hour ago.
Yes, indeed. So this is going to drop them quite a way behind, about half a lap, maybe even more, behind MSTDW for the final podium overall
It's
spot.
going to be a longer than anticipated stop as well for them. We normally expect about 30 seconds extra added on for pit stops here, whereas the drivers come in, and that's pretty much what it takes to fuel and drive all the way through the pit lane and back out onto the circuit. So Team Tate, their 318 entry, has dropped themselves down then now into 4th place overall. Still remain 3rd in the elite class though, behind Q Racing and MS SoCo Select. Top 3 in the Pro is MSTDW Offline, Motorsport and SMJC 595. In the Clubman class, it's Modernised Racing Papaya, SMJC 959 and X Racing. In their debut season of racing, Steve Yanikowski's number 10 X Racing squad are looking good for a podium here at the British 24 Hours. A curb warning is picked up by the 555.
Just while we have a momentary lull, shall we throw over to Adam, who has, we've got a couple of prepared VTs. Which one are we going for first, Adam?
Over the start-finish line then, and through the D chicane, the circuit rising up. We go left then, round the paddock bend, and then down the hill we'll go into the fast right-hander. Slight little dab as we hit the bumps into Ribs Bend. You will make your way then round there all the way, using all of the circuit and a little bit more sometimes on the outside, then down towards the reverse corkscrew section, flat out on the way in, slight dab on the brakes. You don't want the kart to run too far out wide because you need to get the maximum apex for the right-hander over the mountain section then and onto the longest back straight on the circuit. It's a slight downhill run then as the karts will then try and get themselves into single file for the wiggles. It's right, left, and then it's going to be hard on the brakes almost immediately after the left-hander into the tight left hairpin of hairpin 1. Straight back then for hairpin number 2, not letting the kart run too far wide out of 1 to try and maximise the exit for 2. Down the back straight and flat out we'll go round the south bank corner. This one in owner karts is around about 7 or 8 seconds of full right-hand lock, and then you don't even straighten up. Hard on the brakes for hairpin number 3. Switching back again for hairpin number 4. Slightly wider radiuses than hairpins 1 and 2 these, and that's going to be a blast through the dogleg section and over start finish again for a lap of the Teesside International Circuit.
An onboard lap of the Teesside Autodrome circuit. So if you are watching on the YouTube channel and you aren't at the circuit, then that's what it looks like to drive a lap around here. Of course, there's 90 currently circulating other karts out on circuit at the moment. It's a bit different to the onboard lap, but that is what it looks like.
Yeah, the onboard lap would just be a sea, wouldn't it, of just weaving in and out of other karts as SMJC 5959, the 3rd place kart in the Pro class, pits at only 33 minutes into their stint. They drop behind the 57 Modernised Racing Papaya entry, and they are now in the clutches of DWS Racing unless SMJC can sort a problem out fairly quickly. DWS might move up into 3rd place in the Pro class.
They might well, because I can't see 595 out on circuit.
No. Earlier on, Tom, DWS were about five laps behind behind SMJC.
Is that Steve Nichols?
It is Steve Nichols in the 595, the team boss
58.
for DWS Racing. Yes, quite right, in the 58.
Yeah.
I think now he just needs to come through and over the start finish, and he will be certainly on the same number of laps then as SMJC. They are in the pit lane. We'll see whether they're back out, so we're just keeping an eye. That's the 959, obviously with the alternate livery.
I've also seen that Team Tate 1 and Team Tate 2 are now hooked up together on the same stretch of circuit. back straight going into South Bank. So we'll see whether they can work together.
Yeah, let's see whether the Team Take 2 entry, or they did qualify incredibly well actually. Connor White took that one to 3rd place.
They're 45 seconds off the podium now.
Yeah, right, they're still there, 3rd in the class, but yeah,
SMJC still showing up in the pits. Sorry to interrupt you there, but SMJC still showing in the pits. Haven't seen them come through yet.
Nope, they're now on the same lap. DWS Racing on lap 865. We know DWS are out because we can see Steve Nichols going down the back straight in the 58. We cannot see the 595. They've been
unless
in the
they can
pits
get
now
out in the next 20 seconds or so,
yeah,
they're going to lose that place. That is the 959 coming through there. They've got that orange and blue Gulf racing style livery on that one, but still no sign of the 595. Oh dear. And there they go, DWS Racing moving in front now, taking 9th place overall and overtaking the 595.
Yep, 3rd in the pro class then for DWS Racing. Moving up at the expense of SMJC 595, who are in the pit lane with some problems, although they are showing a 0'd, so it looks like they could be back out now, Tom. We could have quite a battle. The gap between the two, 14 seconds.
I'd like to point out we've got cameras back.
We do. We've had
proper working cameras.
Yeah, we've had one. They've been moving every now and then, haven't they? We've had South Bank started working, then but it looks like we're fully operational now. Then back on the cameras with 4.5 hours remaining of the 2021 British 24-hour here from Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough.
It's about a lap and 2/3 separating Q Racing from MS Soco Select at the moment. MSCDW, as we saw, taking 3rd place overall a few laps ago from Team Tate. 42.9 seconds now the gap. That will be coming down. Is that, who's in the 318 now?
Mark Kimber.
Oh, he's Mark Kimber.
Yep, in the Tony Kart suit. All the other drivers have got their Team Tate suits that they run as a team in the BPEC series. Kimber drafted in as the additional driver for the 24, and he's done quite a lot of seat time actually for a driver that, whilst very, very experienced both in karting and in GT racing, hasn't done a lot in this type of kart, and I'm sure he's not used to being bounced over them bumps down at Rib. But he's done quite a lot of seat time. In fact, he bounces himself over the sausage curb on the inside, on the right at the inside of the reverse corkscrew. It's the only sausage curb here on the Teesside Autodrome. He's just bounced his way over there. So 4.5 hours remaining, a gap of 42.5 seconds to behind MSTDW, and it looks like mechanical sympathy has been thrown out of that kart by Mark Kimber.
But it needs to be at the moment. They need the pace out of it now to climb their way back up. 42.5 seconds across the line. About a 1/3 of a lap to go. We'll find out what that new gap is between them and MSTDW. Different classes, of course. Ooh, what have we got here?
That's
an ankle weight.
It is. It's an ankle weight. Let's see where it's not on the track, which is good.
On a cut through.
Yeah.
That's
outside of hairpin 1.
That's
there's
directly
an ankle
opposite
weight.
our commentary box.
Yeah, so it's off the circuit, which is good. Could still probably do with retrieving at some point, though, in case somebody spins off there, because that looks like it's going to be quite a bit. Someone's also going to get quite a surprise when they come over the weighbridge and find that they're probably 2 kilos lighter than they expected.
Yeah, we could well be seeing a penalty for that, actually.
Yeah.
Not for losing the ankle weight, but for coming in underweight.
Yeah.
Sasha Lee Oliver seems to be quite surprised by what's actually going on here today. Yes, it's a 24-hour race, Sasha.
Yeah.
Welcome along. We've got 4 hours and 27 minutes still to run, which means, of course, they've run 19 hours and 32 minutes already. Yes, that's not a mispronunciation. 19 hours, 32 minutes. These karts have been circulating.
I'm just tracking the gap then between DWS Racing and SMJC 595. In 9th and 10th, the bottom two in the top half of the screen, with the bottom half scrolling through the remaining runners. There has also, Tom, on circuit just been a change for second place in the clubman class. X Racing, the number 10 entry, gets in front of SMJC 959 on track, half a second between them. They're within 1 minute of each other on the pit stops as well. And X Racing now up into second place in the club class.
Yeah, not been a good 10 minutes for the SMJC crew. Losing the podium place for pro class and losing second place in clubman class with the two sister teams.
Yeah, it's the drivers then now. All the cameras working again. You can see them making their way down the Bob Pope straight there and then into the Wiggles, which is still flat out. We're discussing with some of the teams we know. I think Dan Bugard was telling me that in practice a couple of weeks back they were clocking around 74 miles an hour on entry into that Wiggles section. Some of the other teams were saying they were getting at least 70 in there, as that looks like the Alessia kart getting hooked up with one of the higher entries. Actually, imagine the drive all the way around the outside there.
Yeah, that looked like a tired overtake attempt, didn't it? It really did.
Yeah.
If ever there was a demonstration of a tired driver trying to overtake someone in a lower class, that was it.
It was just, I think it was more of a, if I stick my nose down here, they'll let me through sort of hope effort. And the higher just went all the way around the outside there of the Alessia entry. That's the 959, the kart that's just lost second place to the number 10 X Racing. There in front is the X Racing entry, the number 10. That's Jake Richardson on board the number 10. He started this race at a wedding.
Wow,
he
that
may
was
well
brave.
end it on the podium as part of that X Racing entry. Wasn't his wedding, by the way. He's only 14 or 15. But he was at a wedding in his race suit, actually, at the start of the day, and he may well be ending this one.
Have we got the photo of that one anywhere,
home.
Adam, by any chance? We'll try and get it up on the screen for you. So,
yeah, if you are just joining us, he went in his suit, but then knew that in his actual suit.
There he is.
With the bride in his race suit, because he knew he was going to have to be back here for a stint. And he was also, I think he was watching the race as well whilst he was there, keeping track of his team, because I've seen most of his table were around there, and they had it up on an iPad watching the race at the wedding.
Well, it's certainly paying off for him, because they're just moved into second place. 1.1 seconds now the gap, so they're pulling away ever so slightly from SMJC 959.
Yep, gap out to 1.1, having got past around about 5 or 6 minutes ago for that second place. And SMJC 959, they do have a comfortable gap on track if they don't have any issues back to the modernised Racing Gold entry. Although not enough that they can feel comfortable in terms of having any issues. It's about a lap and a half then back to the modernised Racing Gold. That's about 2 minutes in terms of actual time. But they are going to have to get past them and then lap a full lap of this Teesside International to get anywhere near them. Where are they in terms of the Gold entry are over 1 hour as well into the stint. They're probably only about 10 minutes away from that modernised Racing Gold kart coming in. There it is on screen. That's Alexander's Mallard in the seat of the number 6 in his first 24-hour race here at Teesside as well. Another young driver from Nottinghamshire making his debut at the 24. Though we have seen him here racing Junior Pro Kart on a number of occasions in our sprint series.
Darren Quinn asking, what's the advantage of 2 engines on the kart? Excuse me. Never seen race karts with 2 engines in the US. Pro karting not really made it over to the US.
No, Australia maybe, because I think Michael Burke's been on and just mentioned that. But yeah, it's a
4-stroke engine, Darian, 4-stroke engine. So they run 2 Honda GX200 engines. And in fact, because we've missed the bottom of the hour rundown, let's go to the VT if we can, explaining the difference between the hire karts and the owner karts, because that seems like a nice segue into that.
Yeah, I'll let you just have a quick chat with Adam, see if we can get that one queued up. I'm just going to just give you a quick brief of the leaders then in each of our 7 classes. Q Racing are running in the Elite. TDW for the MS are leading in Pro. Modernised Racing Papaya lead the Clubman class. Then we go down into our hires. Race for Ruben are leading Higher Elite. NRG Global Power in Higher Pro. We've got A66-2 leading the Higher Club. And Simtech Motorsport, their number 420 entry, is leading Higher Rookie. So there are your 7 class leaders as it stands, with 4 hours and 20 minutes remaining of the 2021 NRG Cycles British 24-hour.
Okay, Darian, so as requested, let's tell you the difference between the owner karts and the hire karts. The most notable difference between the owner karts and the hire karts is the speed. Whilst both karts use 2 Honda GX200 engines, the owner karts run the sealed RPM Pro Extreme engine, which has around 30% more power than the hire karts. Furthermore, the hire karts have a slightly heavier frame as well as a thick plastic wraparound, adding around 50 kilos to the overall weight. It's not just about going flat out though, you've got to be able to slow the kart down when it comes to the corners. The owner karts will make use of a 12mm vented brake disc, while the hires have an 8mm brake disc. When it comes to connecting with the circuit, owner teams can make use of up to 3 sets of the Dunlop S1 tyre throughout the race, new for this year. Hire teams will run the far more durable but slightly less grippy Duro tyre, and they will receive a new pair of front tyres during the mandatory service stop. They will, however, run the same rear tyres for the whole race. Hire karts also have wider seats and adjustable pedals, enabling drivers of all shapes and sizes to take part in the race. Ballast can be added to the karts to ensure that it remains over the minimum weight limit for its respective class. On the owner's karts, this ballast is usually placed on the posts situated either side of the seat, whereas these posts are at the rear of the hire kart between the rear axle and the bumper.
3, 2, 1. So down there in pit lane, drivers getting ready to go out with 4 hours and 15 remaining of the 2021 British 24-hour. Someone's been on in the comments just saying loving the fuzzy helmet. We see it most years. I haven't seen it personally yet, but it normally gets broken out at about this time of the race, doesn't it?
It does, and it's normally Team Bonata who break it out, but we'll keep an eye on one coming through. Spot it out there on circuit. We've seen a Drenico come through over start finish Derby coming down there. They've still got that bit of bodywork flapping around.
Have they been in the pits since? When did they last do a pit stop, David?
Let's have a quick look.
They're going to be due, aren't they?
Yeah, I think that one will get fixed, won't it? Because, like I said, there's an abundance of arc clips down there. Just to put that back down, because it's going to slow them down as well. It's basically acting as a windbreak as they go down the back straight, and as that picks itself up. Can't be doing them any favours, although they seem to be maintaining a reasonable pace compared to those around them as well. But they're a little bit behind in terms of on track and pace to those in front of them anyway, but they are managing to hold off the others. They are the leading club entry of A66 are.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
It's the 169 who's got the fuzzy helmet. We're about to see him, hopefully see him come down the back straight. That's the Euro Bandits. Oh, and we got one round here. Who is that? We'll get a number.
67 SKA Racing. That cart's going quite slowly, Tom. Has that got a problem with engine? We'll see. Is it running on one engine? He is. He's trying to pull start that at the bottom of the mountain section.
Oh, and there he goes.
Not
what a
you
good
want
job.
as Jake Richardson comes through, and you think he's got it going, has he, Tom? He
has.
must do, because he's got up there. You're not going to get up there with one engine, that's for sure. Up that mountain section, it's steeper than it looks on camera, that's for sure. Great effort then from the driver then of the 67 SKA Racing machine.
So it's the Euro Bandits who have got the fuzzy helmet on. We'll keep an eye out for it as they come round, possibly next time around down this straight. But it's an animal from the Muppet style fuzzy helmet.
So Liam Silkston, Ed Bars, Will Folks and Pete Lepan in that one. One of them out there with a fuzzy lid. See if I can spot the suit and figure out which one of them it is going. We normally see, we normally see like
seeing them any second now, in fact.
We normally see a honey monster as well going around something similar to that. Let's have a.
There it is.
Yeah,
there it is. It's a fluoro yellow helmet and a black and white suit. Who have we got, David?
I think it is Pete Lepan. He's got a black and white, so he's got a black and gold suit with gold helmet. So that's very similar. It's a fluoro yellow. So they were the colours he passed on to us. So that's what we think it could be him with the fluffy lid.
Great way to get some TV time.
Yeah. Were you here in the night when the Mad Racing entry was going around, basically with two massive, unbelievably bright green lights round his helmet? It was basically just glow. He just had a glow-in-the-dark helmet going round. It was that got him some screen time.
We were commentating on Boom, basically causing the fossil fuel. Fossil fuels to be. I think he went around with a Tesla battery attached to that car with the amount of lights that were on it. Lit up like a Christmas tree would be an understatement. It was like, well, Andrew Mather described it as a solar flare. It was that bright.
Yeah, it could actually be Liam Silkston in that. He's got a a white, black and red suit. Might just be a different colour helmet on that driver. Like I say, everybody coming down the back straight at the minute. Most of them with the clear visor on after running a lot of nighttime running.
Just to let you know as well, we are accepting memes as well. Please send your memes in to the DDMM _MM Twitter page. _Motorsport Media. Send them in. We will get them on screen if they are safe for showing. Send your memes in. We've had a few come in already.
Yeah.
Lucas Ellingham tucking down behind the NRG Global Power 430 kart, which is still around 40 seconds behind Race for Ruben.
Yeah, Alex Bellaby's on. He's quite right. It is Elmo.
Was it Elmo?
Yeah,
I thought it was an animal.
I've already started one massive argument in the comments earlier, so I'm not going to cause too much of a rift with another one.
What was the argument about?
We had quite a heated discussion regarding the which colour fruit pastel was the best.
Oh, yes, you did say.
Blue Shell then into pit lane. Looks like they're having some issue getting the right-hand engine started, are they? Nope. Just a quick tap on the shoulder for the driver. He is away out on circuit, although it looks like his rib protector is fairly loose. That's not going to protect much yet.
Leo Jackson asking who's the guy who's doing it by himself in terms of the race. Well, it was Ian Williams. I say was as in past tense. Ian Williams was attempting to do a Guinness World Record for the longest distance driven in a kart over 24 hours. Now, unfortunately, Ian has been taken ill. No fault of his own. He's not had an injury. He's just very unwell. He did go out. He set 623 laps. So he was actually almost at 2/3. Well, in fact, he was at 2/3 distance of what he would need to set the record. Yes, in fact, he was. Yeah. Is that right? No, I tell a lie. Sorry, he'd done about 200 laps. About 200 laps, so he was coming up on a third distance. He was going along very nicely, was taken ill and unfortunately has had to go to hospital. So unfortunately that record attempt will not be broken today, but there is always next year, and there's other 24-hour events as well around the country, and we'll see whether Ian can potentially break that or have another go at breaking that again. But yeah, no fault of his own, but has unfortunately been taken very unwell and has had to go to hospital. So that's your update on Ian's world record attempt. Of course, raising a lot of money for some very, very good causes. You can go to Ian Williams Kart Racing on Facebook. There is a link there to the Just Giving page. Please donate, because the man has put himself through hell and back again and has now ended up in hospital over the last week or so to try and get this world record. So definitely worth a couple of quid if you can donate it, or even more if you can. Other YouTube comments coming in. We've got what have we got? Scenario 77 placed 7th in class. They had a brake failure last night and they were leading. That's right. That is absolutely correct. And Darian Quinn saying, man, that's a crazy record attempt. Well, that's what everybody else thought as well. It is a crazy record attempt. And he really, really has suffered for it. So Ian Williams Kart Racing on Facebook, and you can find the link there to go to the Just Giving, and anything that you can donate will be very much appreciated for these very worthy causes. Prevention of young people's suicide, shelter for the homeless, and also the air ambulance service as well.
Tom, just having a quick look on the timing screen, but it looks like SMJC 959, 39 minutes into their stint, and they are in the pit lane. The final step on the Clubman podium could be in jeopardy for SMJC 959. Modernised Racing Gold are behind. They're on the same number of laps. They are due in the pits very shortly. They're 1:17 into their stint, so it's going to be important now. Once again, one of the SMJC karts coming into trouble around about 40 minutes into their stint, when they've got a kart behind them coming in strong, as we saw earlier with DWS when they got past the 595 about an hour ago now. Was it maybe a little bit shorter than that? And there is a change on screen there now from Modernised Racing Gold, moving up into third place, though we will expect to see them pit very shortly. Alex Mallard in that one, and there they are into the pit lane as well. So both karts, Modernised Gold and SMJC 959, could it be that SMJC, they're certainly not going to be in for tyres at 40 minutes, so that's for certainly sure. Could have a problem down there in pit lane.
Curtis Louis, get in touch again and tell us where you're based, because it doesn't really matter where you're based. You can always go for a record attempt. If you want to try it, you're more than welcome. I can assure you it's incredibly difficult. Incredibly difficult. As you see, the one driver who has attempted it this year is now in hospital. So you're welcome to have a go, by all means.
Yeah, MS McFly are in the pits from 12th place. They are 1 hour 19 in, and they've got support from Rachel Blackstock for one of their drivers for the team. Dan Tidwell as well, the current reigning Formula 160 champion. That is the Modernised Racing kart coming in. Looks like Alex Mallard will hand over the wheel to our current leader in the Senior Road Tax Championship here at Teesside, Daniel Kell, making his second appearance at a British 24-hour. He did it last year as part of Team 2-Stroke in the Highers. He was going to be doing it as part of the Simtek Super Pink entry in the Highers this year. They had to pull out, and he's managed to find himself a drive with Modernised.
How's his back now?
His back, I think he's fine. His dad's is not fantastic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, his dad's. His dad has a lot of back issues. He's racing. That part of the back.
Yes.
His dad does have a lot of back issues.
No, that wasn't what I was meaning.
After practice, yes, on Friday he was bruising up quite a lot, wasn't he? I think they've actually padded the top part of the seat on that Modernised Racing Gold kart, because he was only a couple of stints in starting to bruise up down his right side, wasn't he? He showed us that. So yeah, apologies, I know what you're talking about now, because he was starting to bruise up quite a lot. They did a little bit of work to that seat. I think they put some extra padding around the top of it, because he's quite a small driver, and obviously these karts, you can't move the seats. You can, some of them occasionally have adjustment on the pedals, but you know, you can't do a lot, and you certainly can't move the seat. So it's just a case of getting all your drivers as comfortable as possible and having a balance for all of our drivers. And Dan was having a bit of an issue on his back with a bit of pain. So, sorry, I'm just scrolling to see whether Adrenico have been in recently. No, they're 118 in, because I've just seen their bodywork flapping around still. Boo has been on again, asking any rain. Not recently, but we have had some. In the first 6 hours, we had a couple of substantial periods of rain. The circuit dried fairly quickly after the first one. The second one, not so much so after the prolonged period. It stayed saturated for around about 40 minutes after it ended. Since then, though, and around about 6 o'clock, touch wood, we've had dry running for the 12 hours following, and I don't think we're scheduled to have any more before the end of the race.
Your gap in the higher class for the overall win, still between the two different classes of higher elite and higher pro, Race for Ruben and NRG Global Power. Paul White, it's got to be said, he's pretty handy around here anyway. He's done probably more laps than most around here. But yeah, managing to not only hold off Lucas Ellingham in the NRG Global Power in second in highs overall, but has actually maintained the gap.
Yeah.
So it's 41.9 seconds, and it's rarely been below that, and it's very much not been above it either.
No, very evenly matched, the two drivers out there in the Race for Ruben and the NRG. Magusi's been on a game, just asking any way back for good chip racing. They're 3 laps off the lead in the rookie class of the hires, behind the Simtech Motorsport entry, the 420 machine on 807 laps. Good chip, who led comfortably for a prolonged period of time in the early part of the night until around about 3 in the morning, and now 3 laps down. Is there a way back? Of course there is, because it's not over till it's over, but unlikely in terms of on track, unless they've got a driver there who is around about a second a lap quicker than anybody else, that they can close up 3 laps and 2.5 laps maybe. But certainly there is time for things to go wrong out there on the circuit. Caroline Davis just asking who was the driver that lost their ankle weight. We saw that on the outside of the Wiggles. At the moment, absolutely no idea who it was who lost that ankle weight, but I'm sure that they might have to...
It has been moved, though. I've just checked. No, it hasn't. It's still there. I was looking at the wrong cut-through. That would be why. As you can see, there's 2 cut-throughs.
There is 2, yeah.
The one on the left-hand side is directly in front of our commentary box, so that's what I thought it was. But no, it is on the one to the right, in the middle. Well, it's all fairly steady away at the moment, isn't it? The closest gaps at the front is Team Tate behind MSTDW, 23 seconds. Red Graphics are only 3 seconds in front of MS Lucas for 6th overall.
Neither of which are too far behind Offline Motorsport, actually.
No, that's very true. So 5th place under threat now for Offline. But they're still running their
own strategy, because they're
so
they're
might
not
be
in
one pit stop less.
Yeah, they're not in an actual race really, are with Red Graphics and MS Lucas. They're in the race with TDW and DWS.
They've made 1 less stop than Q Racing and MSTDW already. 3 more than Red Graphics. It's showing as 16 for the MS Lucas, but at least one of their stops they pushed it the wrong way up the pit lane.
Yeah.
So they're really on 17, but not showing across because they didn't trip the pit lane line. But yes, so only 12 stops so far for Offline Motorsport, and expect them to potentially do 1 less than anybody else for the rest of the race as well. Just because of the way that they're managing the fuel, managing the tyres, pacing themselves, and going as long as they possibly can on the fuel.
Yeah.
So they could well manage to hold off Red Graphics and MS Lucas purely on strategy.
Just saw there, Connor Lucas getting down behind the steering wheel on this incredibly short straight, and it's only probably about 2 or 3 seconds from the outside of Rib Bend down to the foot of the reverse corkscrew section.
He's hustling along now, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. There's the 33 behind, that of Charlie Bingham coming through. So they're showing us 1 lap. It's almost 1 3/4 laps, actually, the gap between the race-leading Q Racing Car and MS Soco Select, who, just as I was finishing up on comms at 2 in the morning, picked up a black flag for an indiscretion, I believe, at hairpin 1. As Charlie Bingham takes full advantage using Rethink Racing's Adam Sears for part of the back straight for slipstream, and then ducks out at the bottom end of the back straight into South Bank. And Bingham, part of the team that were Red Racing last year, along with Adam Willis, driver that he's taken with him to the Q Racing kart. And as there is a pit stop then for the MS Soco Select 43 from 2nd place, although Q Racing are probably due one in 5 minutes or so, as well as our TDW.
I would just like to point out, I've only got a minute to go with my commentary for this British 24-hour. I say I've only got a minute to go. What I'm actually going to do is go and have a 5-minute lie down. 5 minute being probably about half an hour. And then I'm going to go and do some pit lane news and gossip gathering as to what's happening down there, and report any issues and things like that. So I will be back on the mic and off the mic as the race comes to a close. But it's been an absolute pleasure as Jack Dex goes out in the 43. So that's 2nd place overall. Change of driver, so Connor Lucas in and changed over to Jack Dex, and that was why Connor Lucas was pushing on. He was right at the end of his stint.
Yeah.
But yes, so that's it for me. So it's been an absolute pleasure being here, as always. I wouldn't be anywhere else this weekend. Really, really loved it. Hope you've enjoyed the commentary, people watching on YouTube. And yeah, I'll be back next year, I hope.
Tom Butterworth, thank you
very much for having me.
Yeah, it's Tom Butterworth. Thank you very much for joining us, Tom. Tom will be back in a fortnight's time here alongside myself in the commentary box for the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series, using the national circuit here for the 9-round IKR Championship here at the Teesside Autodrome circuit in Middlesbrough, where the D chicane is. We've cut round the part of the track that we've seen a couple of karts using earlier on in the last couple of hours to make their way back into the pit lane, where they've had some issues. They join back on at the Wiggles section to make a lap in these senior pro karts of around about 46 seconds. So the west part of the circuit that we call, which is now part where we're looking now down to Rib Bend and the reverse corkscrew, adding around about 30 seconds to the overall lap as the Cash Bandits number 36 entry makes their way into the pit lane. And having a driver change as well. Down the back straight they go into the Wiggles section. They see the 40, the kart that Tom Butterworth, big fan of the Stinger kit, the Mad Racing entry, part of the Kart Force outfit as a whole, the one owner and 2 higher entries, all affiliated to Kart Force, all running in number 40 in one shape or another, the 040, the 40 and the 140 in the 36 actually. We saw it a few minutes ago, the Cash Bandits entry. They're in the pits at 47 minutes. Not the first time they've had a very short stint recently. It's dropped them well away from a potential podium for the Rye House entry, as Max Prentice looks like he's had a bit of an off in the 959 SMJC. They're still on the podium. They are they've been in the pits recently. They were having some issues earlier on. They're now in quite an intense battle with modernised Racing Gold, with Raw not too far behind for the final step of the podium. SMJC had lost second place to X Racing about half an hour ago. And joining me back now in the commentary box, the first one of the duo that will take us through to the end of this 2021 British 24-hour, John Ratcliff. Welcome back.
Hello, sir. Thank you very much for having me back again. I think I'm what they call tired. I'm pretty shattered, mate, but we're back again, and as you say, only about 4 hours to go in this race, so these are the crunch times, aren't they? This is where all the elbows come out and we get ready for the end of the race, which hopefully should be as much of a blast as it was last year.
Yep. If you're at the sharp end, this is where the nerves start to creep in as you start to plan your way towards the checkered flag. 4 hours remaining. That if you're on the perfect now, such as MS Soco Select, who have just been in the pits, Q Racing as well, looks like both of them with MSTDW as well. If they're running 1 hour 20 stints now, 3 1 hour 20 stints is going to get you to the checkered flag. So it looks like they've managed to time it rather well without the need for a splash and dash at some point. Team Tate are sort of off kilter with half, so they might need a splash and dash and a short 40-minute blast at the end, unless they get that done early on, as we are 3 and 4 wide heading down towards the reverse corkscrew.
Yeah, they're not really going to have the ability to save any more fuel and actually get to the end, realistically, are they? They are going to have to deal with that splash and dash. But what has happened to Team Tate since I've left? I obviously haven't been able to watch it. I have been asleep. Why have they were 3 laps behind the leader when I left, and now they're 8 and in 4th.
They had a very, very long pit stop earlier, and then after that long pit stop, they did another lap with Connor Jupp on board, came back into pit lane again. They changed the driver then subsequently on that one, but I think he pretty much did a lap on one engine. So they were having, I think they had some issues starting it, then they had some issues as they went out as that engine died. So I know they haven't had an engine change, but they had an issue getting it started. Connor Jupp bringing that kart round with only half the power that he was used to, and yeah, that's the main part of the reason why they are now down. They are still 17 seconds behind MSTDW. They're still 3rd, so they're still on the podium in the elite class. I'm sure they would like to finish 3rd overall, though, on the track as well.
Definitely, definitely. But they're sort of trading times with MSTDW, aren't they, at the moment? Sort of both in the high 114s, with the 2 leaders of Q Racing and MS Soco Select in the high to mid 113s. So we're seeing their lap times trickle down to almost what they were at their fastest yesterday.
Just having a look at the comments. Mark Young's been on. Mark was one of the marshals here last year down at Rib Bend on holiday this time, but he's got up nice and early to watch the final few hours of the NRG Cycles British 24-hour race. His son races in Micromax, and I'm sure he'll be out here at Teesside in a couple of weeks' time for the next round of the Sprint Series. As mentioned, we are 4 hours away from the checkered flag from this 26th running of this 24-hour race here at this Teesside Autodrome circuit, as we follow Jake Brooker's number 42 machine round the reverse corkscrew. He had quite a large off earlier on in the race, just as the night started to set in. It was still light, but he came round the corner at the bottom and found a hire kart rejoining the circuit where he expected to be. Came in contact with the hire kart, briefly left the seat as well, so had some issues. That's why the right hand side of his suit on his shoulder there as he goes down is a bit dirty, because he was, I believe the kart for the best part of it was upside down. He managed to move it away from him, but he was straight back. Once they got it fixed, he was straight back out in the seat and went straight back out as team back marker. Looked like they've got a bit of a problem there. Howard Lucas, I think that's on the with the jeans on, he's chipping in, trying to get the 21 kart back out on track. They've been out for 57 minutes, so an unscheduled pit stop for the 21 of team backmarker, who I must say, remarkable that they've actually managed to get back to 27th place, given the tribulations that they've had throughout the race thus far, with that cracked chassis early on, having to change the frame and put all the major components on. They had the floor tray come off on the new kart about 4 or 5 hours afterwards because it wasn't set up for a 24-hour race. They hadn't put any Loctite on everything because it was the spare chassis. You know, normally they run bigger washers in case, you know, on the floor tray, because the floor tray has a tendency to vibrate itself through the bolt. So that wasn't set up, but they managed to get it sorted. And to be fair, when I was speaking to Jess Alexander, one of their drivers, she was saying that arguably it's driving better than the original race kart because it's just a little bit looser, because it's not, obviously they're not set up to last so much. You know, it's running looser, running quicker, and they're finding it much more to their liking. So maybe next year they'll just set it up for a sprint and see how it goes with the 24, because the last couple of years that team has been plagued with luck. Has been plagued with bad luck, really. Last year they had an engine drop out in the opening hour. This year in the opening couple of hours, issues with a cracked chassis. Miraculous, really, that they're anywhere near the top 30.
Yeah, they've done an incredible job to get it back to the top 30. I remember when I was last in the Commons booth during the middle of the night, that's what we were sort of toying with there. I think they were around 32nd, 33rd. We were saying, can they make it to the top 30? If they continue pushing, they may possibly be able to, and yeah, they have done, up into 27th. However, as you were saying, running a kart like that, despite it being faster, opens itself up to the possibility of more issues, which I think is what we're seeing now with them being in the pits for quite some time.
Yep, 58 minutes then into their stint. They've been in the pits. They've got a couple of lap cushion back to a couple of clubman entries, TMZ, GrabX and Rethink. So they've probably got, I think it's about a 13-lap gap before they drop outside of the top 30. I think now, whatever it is, it looked like a fairly minor issue. Seems that we're just trying to fix it in pit lane. It could well be that they were just putting a tyre wrap onto something. They're still showing us in the pits, although now they're not on our timing. They've come over the line, so it's going to 0.
4-minute lap though.
Yeah,
quite a while.
I think they've probably lost around about 2 minutes and 46 seconds in pit lane then from their normal lap time of about 1:17. Or what, you know, they're normally a bit quicker, but that's the sort of region they're running in. So certainly lost a bit of time. Don't think they've lost any places though, which is important to note. They had a bit of a gap back to TMZ. I think they were right on the back of Modernised Racing Magenta at the time, so who are now 3 laps in front. So there's still plenty of time for Team Backmarker, but they are now comfortably inside the top 30.
Yeah, there's still time for them to move forward. However, as you said previously, they have got a slight bit of a gap.
Yeah, just noticing there, so Q Racing have come out of the pit lane now at 1 hour and 30 minutes in, so they're quite comfortably now. They've managed to save the fuel enough that they can probably really push this one now. Do 1 hour 15s all the way to the end. The 1 hour 20 at the end will bring Q Racing over the line in 3 hours and 50 minutes time. But will it bring them over the line at the head of the pack? Will it bring a Haas chassis kart over the line for an outright victory for the first time at the British 24-hour race here in Middlesbrough? A race that, with the exception of last year, where Red Racing were pushed all the way to the end and a bit more by MS Soco Select, has been dominated by MS chassis karts for the last decade or so. This could be a momentous occasion here at the British 24-hour as MSTDW come into the pit lane as well. Yeah, and as I say, this could be almost a year to the day that Adam Nichols took over the running of Haas Racing UK from Charlie Bingham. Charlie in the seat of the Q Racing kart. They still run the Haas chassis. They're running themselves out of their own awning. But even so, this could be the first time we see a Haas chassis kart on top of the podium here at the 24-hour. Austin Mundy at the seat of that one now with 3 hours and 48 remaining and 2 pit stops, all being well, to bring that kart home.
So we've got the 45 in the pits.
Yeah,
that is MSTDW, like we mentioned previously. Obviously, yeah, another scheduled stop, but seems to be going okay. Just
a bit of chain lube on that one. Yeah. Jamie Tyler taking over the seat from Louis Diamond. And once again, running to schedule as well. They managed to go to 1 hour and 32, but they're now going to be able to run comfortable 1 hour 20s all the way to the end of this race.
it should be relatively simple now. But yeah, like you say, that'll be very, very interesting as we see a change for third position. Obviously, as MSTW have now just come out of the pit lane. Team Tate have been able to steal that third position back away from them. But obviously, Team Tate still owe us a pit stop within the next sort of 20-25 minutes or so.
Yeah, interesting to see whether they just do a short one in terms of fuel. They could well come into the pits now, couldn't they, knowing full well that all the other teams are there or thereabouts running on the 115 to 120 all the way to the end. So they could come in, do a short fuel stop and then get back in sync with everybody else, or is it a case that they stay out? There is the 113 carts, is it? Going around, it is. It's Mark Kimber. He's threading his needle through the higher kart traffic. Looks like he's got past 7 or 8 on the previous lap. He's going to do another one down into South Bank, and then he's going to have a clear run for a lap or so. Just going to Spa Motorsport have just asked the question in the comments. It's why do the Pro Kart chassis brake but the Highers don't? Well, generally, the owner kart chassis only generally brake when they come into contact with the higher karts. The higher karts are a little bit more robust. The frame themselves are fairly similar down the rear end, but at the front they've got a twin bar either side of the driver down to the front stub axle and the and the yoke for the stub axle. Whereas on the owner karts, they only have a single bar down the front. The big plastic wraparound on the higher karts as well. All of that adds around about 50 kilos to the overall weight. And when you take your 185 kilo Pro Kart with no wraparound on it, and you unfortunately pick yourself a battle or come into an unfortunate incident with a 235 kilo higher kart, there is generally only going to be one winner, and that is normally why the chassis break. That was the incident with the team back marker when they had their chassis issue. They came round Rib Bend and found a higher kart returning to the circuit. They had absolutely nowhere to go and came into contact with that higher kart. So that's why it happened. And generally, the owner karts don't fare too well in an argument with a higher.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, you don't want to be getting in an argument with a higher kart. But we've just seen that the leader of the higher class, in the higher elite class, Racer Ruben, is indeed in the pit lane. Been out for 1 hour 37, so definitely another scheduled stop, but that was a long stint. So big shout out to Racer Ruben there, coming into the pits, but they have got a lap over their next competitor in sort of the higher karts, but they're both 2 pro karts, and we actually have to go 2 laps back before we get back to the 169 of the Euro Bandits Motorsport, who I must say, I don't know even what you would call it, a helmet accessory on the Euro Bandits. It's unbelievable. Have you seen it?
Elmo. Yeah. We picked up on Elmo. Elmo's made an appearance. He's been out for about an hour now. Elmo,
wow.
40 minutes he's been out. So, as you say, race for Ruben, the leaders outright in our class. They had earlier on about a 40-second gap back to NRG Global Power. So NRG might go back to the head of the pack, although they have been in the pits in the last 16 minutes, so probably not as well. Sue Bolton has been on just saying, did the 198 have an issue overnight? That's where DW Racing, looks like TT Sport might have an issue in the number 34 machine. That kart's being pushed, and I imagine it will take a sharp left about now, and that's going down into the pit lane area.
As Race for Ruben are back out on track, by the way, mate.
The 198 did have an issue in the night. It wasn't a massive one from what I saw. They might have had other issues as well, but the one I saw, they had a puncture on that, so they had an issue with the 198. Got a yellow out.
Yeah, we got a kart spun after D chicane.
Yeah, that's the Core Blimey. The Core Blimey 2 entry with the blue Nauseo panel, the 213. Is off down there at the D chicane. So they managed to get back on. We haven't, and I'm going to touch wood again, we haven't seen an FCY since I have been in the combox, and we are now 2 hours and 15 in. But that's often the case. We don't particularly see that, after the night time, we don't see a lot of full course yellows. just because everybody's sort of found their level, everybody knows their lines now. All of the drivers have had a couple of stints out in the kart, so they know where they can find the grip, they know where they can pass safely, they know where they can let other karts through.
Yep.
Which evidently wasn't the case about 15 or 16 hours ago in this race, because obviously it was wet and we did have some issues with that.
Yeah, that causes a lot of the
where there was obviously a larger disparity between the pace of the front-running karts to those further down the field. Obviously it comes together a little bit more when it is dry, and obviously naturally you don't have karts sliding into each other and things like that. So see now quite comfortably having karts 4 or 5 wide as the race for Ruben entry gets the head down. We've had a driver change in that one. Paul White, who has put in a stellar stint, has handed over the reins of that one. Looks like it could be to Alan Lowe's. The black and orange suit and an orange, black and silver helmet. We'll confirm that when he comes through in about 20 seconds time, when he comes through start finish. So
have we mentioned that Kart Events Belgium are in the pits, but had only been out for about 33 minutes before they came in?
No, we hadn't.
Well,
you picked up on that. They were trying to close down BSR for the final step on the elite podium, whether they are 6 laps down.
Looking difficult from now, especially if they're having more issues.
Yeah, last year's champions, the two driver entry from last year, where last year they didn't have a choice to run 2 drivers. This year they'd elected to run 2 to start with. Siver Vasale, Kenneth Nessens running as a two driver entry, trying to defend their 2020 crown from last year, which was just phenomenal. They've not really had the kart. They've had a couple of issues this year. Last year, with the exception of one of the exhaust falling off and dangling off in the before night last year, that they ran pretty much faultless. They've not had the similar sort of look this year. The speed's still been there. You know, looking at their best lap, it's there or thereabouts. We've had three karts in terms of the best as the marshal's making his way down. Someone's been in the tyres. There's a yellow flag out then down at Rib. That tyre is not where you want to be. Marshall doing well, so David Mack down there at Marshall's post 1, clearing that tyre out of the way so that drivers coming around don't get an unwelcome surprise if they misjudge their apex on the way out of Rib Bend.
Yeah, you don't want to be clattering through a tyre, especially with owner karts. It's probably not going to do you too much good. But yeah, Marshall's quick to clear that bit of debris, so big shout out to them.
Yep, circuit's clear. We saw earlier on as well with the odd tyre on the outside on that white line, so either that's been cleared by a kart or by a marshal, but either way it's not there anymore. We've seen a couple of them actually on the outside there. There's not a huge amount of runoff there. It's probably the hardest place as well. If you go wide, there is no room for error on the exit of the reverse corkscrew on the mountain section, and out onto the Bob Pope straight you've got about a foot of grass before the barrier starts at that part of the circuit.
Yeah, I think Andrew and I saw that tyre get yeeted back into place during the middle of the night.
Steady bit of housekeeping. Was it by one of our hires by any chance?
Oh, almost certainly.
Yeah, the wraparound being put to good use in moving that tyre off the line.
If it's there, you may as well use it.
Of course. So let's have a quick look back at the top of the pile. Jack Dex now at the wheel of the 43 MS SoCo Select. Still around 1.5 laps behind the 33 of Q Racing. Austin Mundy in the seat there. We've still got Mark Kimber in the Team Tate 318 machine. Although they are, as we've mentioned, out of sync with the rest of the pack in terms of their pit stop strategy, as are Red Graphics and MS Lucas, unless they can put in some monster fuel saving and try and eke it out to around about 1.5 hours of stint. Red Racing or Red Graphics might not get there. MS Lucas might, if they can drag that one out to 1 hour 30. They've got Jake Brooker in that kart at the moment. They're 1 hour and 6 minutes in. So if they can go to 120, 125, they may be in a position to try and push this one out, but it may still not be enough. They may require a splash and dash as well when it gets towards the business end of this race.
Doing very nice. I've also just noticed Modernised Racing Papaya put in an absolute stint. How have they managed to get up that high? I don't think they were that high when I left.
Well, I think they got past DWS. They've had one or two issues. SMJC 595 have definitely had some issues. That's why they've dropped now behind DWS. They had, when I left comms at 2, they had a 5-lap gap, did SMJC. They've recently, in the last hour or so, dropped behind DWS. The other SMJC car has had some issues as well, albeit they are still in 3rd place. So SMJC could well be going away with the podium, albeit in the clubman class for their 959 entry. Max Prentice currently in the seat of that kart, one of our senior Rotax drivers. Behind him in the Modernised Racing Gold, another of our senior Rotax drivers, the current championship leader in our senior Rotax, Daniel Kell, is in the seat of the Modernised Racing Gold car, having taken that over from Alex Mallard half an hour ago. And they are within a lap and a half of the podium, and both of those teams are fairly similar on pit stop strategy as well at 30 minutes. So they're able to get to the end on doing 1 hour 20 stints as well.
Yeah, and you were saying that the SMJC 959 is in place to take that clubman 3rd position, but the sister kart, the 595 in the pro class, is only around just over 20 seconds off the DWS, so they still have a shout for that podium in the pro class as well.
Yep, they've been running well, SMJC. When they've been on track, they've been running well, but they have had some problems for the 595. There is the 595 machine going round on the back of the 113 Red Graphics. And we see TT Sport. We saw them about 10 minutes ago. Red Graphics pop into the pit lane at 118. So that's the scheduled pit stop for the 113 entry. They'll pit out of 6th place. They'll relinquish it as well to the following MS Lucas kart, who's only 6 seconds behind. However, they are due in the pits in around about 5 minutes as well. We'd expected, in all honesty, both Red Graphics and MS Lucas to catch up with the Offline Motorsport entry, and Offline have managed to hold on to 5th place. The Graphics and Lucas did close in, but they didn't close in at the rate that we'd expected them to, so Offline Motorsport will maintain 5th. They are offset on the pit stops again. They're pretty much in the region of managing to go all the way to the end now with only 2 more stops. So they should be able to get those. We see Jack Dex and Jake Brooker, the 43 and the 42 respectively. Down the back straight, looks like the 45's in there as well, behind the class-leading MSTDW kart, as Aaron Alexander takes over as the steering wheel attendant of the 113 machine.
Someone was wheeling the 2022 Haas car down the pit lane as well, I saw. Sure.
Okay, let's we'll keep an eye out on that one as well. So there on confirmation on the screen is that MS Lucas are going to come through in 6th place, albeit for only around about 10 minutes or so until their trip into the pits.
I've just realised my joke wouldn't land at all because there were Haas chassis in this kart race, so that's really confused you. I was talking about Formula 1 because someone was dragging a bin down the pit lane. So yeah, that was my apologies. I should have chosen a different team there, really, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
I've always wondered how that has happened, because obviously they're spelled differently, Haas in Formula 1 and this Haas in karting. I assume they're completely unrelated.
Yes, one Haas chassis are an Italian company. Whereas Haas in Formula 1 is Gene Haas of
very American,
of Haas CNC machinery. Obviously, they've got Stuart Haas, the NASCAR team as well.
Yeah.
Over there. So yeah, 2 completely different outfits.
Very separate entities. Okay.
Yeah. The 42 of Jake Brooker managing to stick with the 43 of Jack Dex.
Yeah, he's sticking on his bumper nicely, following him through the traffic, isn't he? Always had to pull out there at the D chicane.
Yeah, he's had to back out there, hasn't he? It looks like that could be the NRG Global Power entry, actually, in the higher class. They had to sandwich as they go in, as the team back marker go in there a little bit hot into into rib, although Murray Adams does manage to get that kart stopped on the apex. Looked like he was going in there at a couple of miles an hour quicker than both the MS karts as well, but did manage to get the kart stopped. We've seen that kart off actually down there in the gravel once or twice, so we could end up with a MS triple here, back marker, and then the 43, 42 all MS chassis machines going in a straight line as Murray Adams has a look over his shoulder and sees the karts behind him are coming, ducks out then round the down the inside of the higher entry into the South Bank corner.
Yeah, now they're sandwiching the 420 kart, who we saw giving us a little wave on the straight. He wasn't really, he was just stretching his hands, but that's the main point of fatigue, really, isn't it, around this track? Is your hands, your wrists just get so tired. Any opportunity you can get to stretch them, give them a little rest is much needed, especially when you're banging out long stints like 1 hour 20, 1 hour 30.
Yeah, good as well from the Steve 420. That's Simtech Motorsport. They are class leading in the rookie entry here at Teesside, having taken the lead from Good Chip in the middle of the night, who led. Oh, and issues there for Jake Brooker in the 42. Sideways, the higher car entry, not overly complimentary either about that.
That's a good way of putting it.
I'm sure, as with most incidents in motorsport, they will have differing opinions as to whose fault that was, but now the side pod of the 42 looking used at best as they go through the middle section. So Jake Brooker, it looks like it was Bonato in the 987 entry. He's had a quick look down at the side pod. It's doing a little Nemo again, isn't it? It's up in the air. Not the first time we've seen him. That number 42 entry is looking worse for wear, and has had some issues in this race. Don't think that one will get called in under a mechanical flag. The side pod's all right. I wonder when. Oh, he's coming in actually. The 42. Whether is he due in the pits? The 42 entry. He is. It's 1:13, so it's a timely coming into the pits. Let's see if we can pick that one up on the pit lane cam, if we can, because I expect that they'll be forcing that side pod back down.
Yeah, you would have thought so. You don't want to be running Nemo all race,
no,
really.
So there's the kart picking up some fuel with Jake Brooker getting some assistance, because they're allowed one helper from that kart. So in a few moments they have to go past that cone on the left before they can start the engines. So Jake Brooker helping out. They'll go past the engine. There we go, past the cone, and the engine is started. That's Mr. Folkus, Josh Folkus' dad, running that kart round the corner. Daniel Bugard's going to get in. The weight is off. Dan Bugard pushes the side pod down. Look at that. That's how you straighten a side pod out. The weight of two burly gentlemen pushing that one back down. And that car is back out. Daniel Bugard, the 2020 Isle of Man Senior Pro Kart Champion, joins the fray for what is likely to be his final stint here at the British 24. He's come out directly behind the 113 Red Graphics machine, which was the battle before MS Lucas came into the pits. I'm not sure whether there's going to be a lap difference between the two. Obviously 42 have had that issue in the middle of on their in lap. They've obviously then had to have the side pod put down, which granted only cost maybe 4 or 5 seconds. We'll see when they come round. This could be,
I think they're on the same lap, you know.
Yeah, this could be a good battle now, but in the seat for the 113 is Aaron Alexander, who at the last sprint round here at Teesside took his maiden final victory. He won the Junior Pro Kart Championship here 18 months ago, moved up to seniors, has acquitted himself very, very well. He's won a number of heats. The final victory was elusive to him until last month when he took the victory as Bugard threads the needle with the 42. Over the line they come, quite right, they're on the same lap. The gap, 1.7 seconds then, between the 113 Red Graphics and the 42 of MS Lucas for 6th and 7th.
How exciting, we finally got a battle on track on our hands, and you can see how I got this confused with Formula 1, because I'm pretty sure that's how they fixed the broken side pods in Formula 1 as well. Just get a couple of lads to stand on it and hope that it bends back into position. But, oh, we've got a spinner at the start of the back straight. I think that's the lads and dads, boys. I'll wait for them to come back into shot, but I do believe it is. having a little spinalla out of the back section of the circuit. We're getting back underway, and we focus our attention back to kart number 42, continuing to attempt to thread the needle through these higher karts and doing a very good job of it so far.
Yeah, quite right. Just having a quick look at the comments. Michael Burke's been on, and quite rightly says Jorn Haas is the man behind the Haas chassis kart, and he quite rightly points out that he is a legend of the sport. So if you're not familiar with Jorn Haas, don't get rid of us, but open up a new tab on your device. Just type the name in. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by that man's credentials in karting. 3.5 hours then remaining of this 2021 NRG Cycles British 24-hour. Thank you very much for joining us on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Do give us a like and a subscribe. We'll be very, very grateful for that. Do press the bell icon as well to be notified. We're only a few subscribers as well away from 18,000 on the Alpha Live channel. It's growing week on week with racing from all around the country. Circuit racing, we're at Silverstone tomorrow. Karting as well, we're at TKM at Kimbolton for the TKM Festival tomorrow. Mini bikes next week, motocross next week. The week after, we're back here at Teesside as well. I think we're at Wilton Mill for karting as well on the same weekend. So weekly motorsport for you on the Alpha Live channel across both 2 and 4 wheels, on tarmac and on the loose stuff as well. So please do give us a like, a subscribe. Get in touch with us as well via the comment section. It really does keep us going here in the commentary box. I've got about an hour and a half. I think you can tell now that my voice is starting to sound gravelly, but I'm going to try my best. We're going to go all the way through until 10 o'clock for my stint here at the British 24.
I think what you need is a fruit pastel, mate.
All the green ones have gone with. That debate has sailed. We're going to leave that one further in. Alan Dove's been on. Alan Dove knows his onions when it comes to karting, and he's helping us out with the Jorn Haas's credentials. 1984 world champion, 1993 world champion as well.
I thought you were going to say he knows his credentials in fruit pastels.
No, well, he may well know his credentials in fruit pastels, but he is an oracle of karting, and his forum and page as well, karting1.co.uk, which he's commenting as. Yes, Tishy Mac, that's where we go at. Subscribe to the Alpha Live channel. Thank you very much. Hope you're enjoying the race. I'm sure you are. It's a fantastic event, this British 24-hour race. Teams from all around the country, generally all around Europe. We've not been lucky enough due to current circumstances around the world to welcome quite as many teams from outside of the UK to this event. We've seen a number of, I think we were due around about, we were CRF Granada, we're going to join us from Spain. Pisa, we're going to join us as well, as long as Simtech Motors from Ireland. Simtech were coming over. They are still here in name, but not in exactly the same driver lineup we were expecting. Simtech Super Pink were coming over from Holland. They've not been able to make it over. Honolulu, the 2018 and 2019 champions, were due over. They've not been able to make it as well with Honolulu and Honolulu Junior. Hopefully they'll make it back next year, because they are some fantastic drivers in that one, with double champions here. Followed then by Kart Events Belgium. It will be the first year in about 4 that we're not going to have, unless something catastrophic happens, we're not going to have a Belgian victory in our higher kart class. They are a formidable outfit, the Belgians, all of them in the higher karts. They've not had the look that they were expecting. They've dropped down now into 46th place. As it stands, they're going to be off the podium for Sivert Vassale and Kenneth Nessens. They've made a fantastic effort just to get over here for this event. They sailed over during the week directly so that they didn't have to go through France for the quarantine restrictions for people coming through France. So they had a last-minute change of plan for how they were going to get here. They sailed over rather than drove, which I think is what they normally do, just to get to this event. And from what I can gather, certainly with Seabear, he was basically saying that even if Kenneth wasn't going to make it, he was just going to come anyway and get himself a drive when he arrived here such was his desire to once again race at the British 24-hour here at Teesside Autodrome. And we thank them as much as anything for making the effort, for getting over here, for racing in this fantastic event. You know, and that is as much of it as anything else, and credit to them guys for joining us.
Yeah, the love for the event is just huge, as I could tell from all the people supporting their teams out on the bank, even into the dead of the night. And we can tell people are enjoying it, and it's getting better and better and better, because we've had so many more entries this year than we had last year. So it's great to welcome more people and just to get people out racing and enjoying a 24-hour race. Is what an experience it is.
It's wonderful. The main increase has just been in the owner car entries, up from 23 last year to 42 this year, 43 maybe, I think.
It's huge
at the start. Credit to the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship. They've really grown this season as well, as TMZ are in. Looks like they could be having issues starting an engine for their kart. They're down at the moment in 28th place. It is a scheduled stop at 1:15. The driver getting back into that machine now for the number 4.
42 trying to thread the needle down the straight. We've got a spinner.
Reverse corkscrew.
Can't quite tell who it is. A 999 is that? I think it was.
Straight through crew then, having some issues at the bottom of the reverse corkscrew section.
And yeah, we saw the 42 just trying to...
It's 969, I believe.
969,
yeah.
Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, Primary Racing then having some issues at the bottom of the reverse corkscrew.
Yeah, we saw MS Lucas trying to thread their way through the traffic. About 4 seconds separates them and Red Graphics in 6th at the moment. So we'll see how that changes throughout the rest of this race. But they've still got plenty of time, and just a few seconds really isn't too much. But it looks currently like Red Graphics might just be pulling away a tad. But obviously that could just be to do with the traffic that they've got on that particular lap.
Yeah, the gap out and then to 5.2 seconds. It was 1.7 on the opening lap after both Aaron Alexander and Dan Begard took over the wheels of those karts respectively. Aaron making his debut in the owner class, having raced for Lockwell Hill in hires last year. Just having a quick look where they are at the moment. 49th overall, 5th in the higher pro class, albeit some 13 laps off the podium. They had some issues earlier on where the steering wheel pretty much came off.
It's never useful.
No, doesn't particularly help. 2 of the bolts that hold the steering wheel to the steering boss came off, so basically the steering wheel moved, but it moved on the bolt rather than moving the steering column.
Right.
Not very helpful. That was down near South Bank. Driver did manage to get it back, I believe.
Wow.
Albeit it may have required some quad assistance, but either way, yeah, they had some issues and had to have a change of steering boss on that one, cost them a couple of laps. I think they've had 1 or 2 other issues. They are in 5th in the class, but albeit 13 laps off a podium at the moment.
And I've just noticed that Team Tate have come into the pits from 3rd position, done an hour and 17 on that stint, so another one of the scheduled stops. But yeah, we're still trying to work out where they're going to do these last sort of 2 or 3 fuel stops.
Yeah, they're either going to need to go do a full 120 the next time out and then a splash and dash, or it's going to be a splash and dash then a full 120. Or they could, in fact, they could need 2 more 120s and a splash and dash,
yep.
But we'll I think that's about right with 320 remaining here of this race. The sun has come out, and it's come out rather brightly from behind the clouds.
It's hot.
Down towards the, it rises over South Bank, so behind where this camera is at the moment is where the sun comes up. It came up around about an hour and 20 ago, and it was really, really bright when I first came into the box 2 hours ago. It was just over in the over the trees. It came up really, really brightly. It's come out again now from behind the clouds, shining brightly through the side window of the commentary box here, but luckily with it being so high now we can actually see down the bottom end of the circuit. Earlier we could just see a ball of an orange glow over the bottom end of the circuit and we couldn't see anything. Just having a quick look.
Yeah, the big
thing we might I'm just going to keep an eye on the messages.
Super.
I think we may have a mechanical flag for somebody in a moment. I
Ooh, okay.
don't want to say what it's for
Let's
just
keep
yet.
an eye out for
But
that.
if it comes up, I know what it's for, and
Let's
I
have a
will
look.
let you know.
Let's
We'll,
have a look. But yeah, the big. Oh, we've got a spinner.
Carlos
131.
Fandango off at the bottom of the mountain section, the 131.
And he looks like he
Machine.
might have lost an engine.
Yeah,
he
I
has.
think
He's
so
gonna
as
have
well.
to
And he
rip
might
that up.
not get that up the hill. That's the problem when you've only got one engine. They're not going to have the power to get
Nope.
that car up the hill. He's shouting over to the marshal. Can he get over the track, or what's going to happen there?
Ooh.
Personally, I'd have gone to the other side, but I think he's trying to get as close as he can to that marshal. Marshal's telling him to stop. He's going to try and get the engine started, is he? Hopefully the lights are on. I think
Yeah,
he's
he's
going to
got
go,
it.
and that's good now that Carlos Fandango are going, because if not, we might have had a full course yellow to retrieve that cart stuck on the hill.
Yeah, very solid work from the marshals again. But yeah, the big yellow orb can be slightly blinding at times, but it is also a nice pick-me-up for the drivers, getting out of that night section with the sun streaming up through. Okay, it gives you a little bit more energy,
Yep.
a little bit more of the morning spirit to carry on, and you know you're in that kind of last stretch of the race, and it's finally time to push for it.
Yep, correct. Just going to answer this question by Matt Cook asking, do the owners and the hires have exactly the same engine? In terms of CC, yes, they all use a Honda GX200 engine, a pair of them. The difference being is that the hire carts run pretty much a standard unit, with the exception that the usual top tank is taken off and replaced by the central tank. The owner carts use the 200 engine, but they're using the RPM sealed GX200 engine from RPM. It's tuned up a little bit more, so they've probably got a couple of more horsepower, so that's why they generally go quicker down the straight. They're also, the cart as a whole, 50 kilos lighter. There's more setup work you can do, so they generally can corner quicker. They've got a better brake on them as well, so it's not just down to the engine. You know, if they were in a straight line, they're probably going to be 3 or 4 seconds a lap quicker. There's more to it than just the engine. There's a lot more setup. They've got different tyres on as well. The Dunlops are grippier than the Miters. There's a lot to it. The weight plays a massive difference when you're carrying an extra 50 kilos round. That's 7 or 8 stone. 7 stone, say, you're carrying round for you. Carrying round. So roughly, there's about a 30% extra power in the 200 in terms of horsepower, but there is more to it than just grunt.
Still just so many huge gaggles of carts out there. It's absolutely fantastic to watch. As we can see there, I believe that was the number 42 of MS Lucas still cutting their way through the traffic.
Yep, they're now almost 9 seconds behind Red Graphics. Red Graphics managing to open the gap up from MS Lucas in 6th and 7th respectively.
So they're both still a couple of laps off the podium for the elite class, and which happens to be the podium overall as well.
Yep, that's correct. Just looking at some other questions. Harriet's been on just saying, can they get an update on the Team 44? Yes, we can briefly. They are 5th in class, 12th overall. You can also have a quick check on the live timing at live.alphatiming/24HR. You'll be able to see all of the runners on there. You'll be able to track lap times as well. You can click next to them if you're looking at the on a laptop, and then you can add a colour next to them to watch your kart come round in relation to everybody else. See in the background there as the camera just zooms out, that's the camping area for all of our higher teams on the back of the West Circuit. So we now get to see most of the national circuit there from that zoom out. Alison Jeffries is on, just wishing Century Sim Racing, especially Pete, good luck for the final few hours. Gaming Nathan wants to know what's the link. I assume that's for the live timing. It's live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. That's live.alphatiming.co.uk/24HR. Race continues. I've got 1 hour 13 in the com box before I hand over for the final 2 hours of this epic event to Andrew Mather to take us through with John alongside me at the moment through to the checkered flag.
Well, if we know Andrew, it'll be more like an hour 45 maybe until he decides to turn up.
Certainly if he's been to sleep. Yeah, it's not the easiest to wake. We've established that from the last 2 years at the very least.
We still love him though.
We certainly do. Yeah, part of the duo last year with himself and Howard Mitchell, who isn't with us this weekend, who's normally here for the British 24, who took us through to the checkered flag for that epic race last year. The pair of them taking the final 2 hours in that battle between MS Soco Select and Red Racing. This year the battle is between a different hash chassis car. It's Q Racing. They've got a lap and a half lead at the moment with 3 hours and 11 minutes remaining from MS Soco Select, the number 43 machine. It is at the moment a 2-kart race with Team Tate have had some issues, all of the others as well behind having some issues, with the exception really of Q, who have been faultless. MS Soco Select have picked up a black flag in the middle of the night. That cost them probably about 40 seconds with a trip through pit lane for a drive-through penalty in the middle of the night for a I think they had an incident with another kart at hairpin number 1. So that's cost them a little bit of time, but it's certainly not enough that it's cost them the lead. They are 1.5 down on the current race leader.
It's still just about putting in that solid pace, isn't it? You say, still got so much time to go, still got over 3 hours. So one singular lap difference of about a minute and a half really doesn't do much. One problem with the car and that gap is going to be gone like that.
Yep, a couple of people asking, are there any women racing? There are. There's a couple, certainly seen some in both in the TMS hire and the TMS owner kart. So we've got a couple. Not as many as we've seen in previous years, to be granted. We've seen in the past, we've seen a number. In fact, we've seen a couple of all female. We've seen Motorsport Woman, which is a fantastic page to follow on Facebook. Also, they've got a website as well. They've entered a team in the past. Northampton Maidens entered a team in the past where they've spurred out of the EKL and the NKL series. We've seen Danielle Gardner in the DWS Racing entry at least 2 years ago. We saw her in that kart. She won the Clubman Championship here in the Sprint Series 2 years ago. Has taken a bit of a sabbatical every now and then, but she's been back racing this year in the Sprint Series, which in 2 weeks' time, if you tune into the Sprint Series here at Teesside, we have so many female drivers racing here. I'm going to name a few, and please, if you do race, don't get offended if I miss you out. But we have Catherine Potter, Lizzie Mentier, Gracie Mitchell, Bella Franklin, Caitlin Frame, Sophie Pawsey, to name a few. Then down in cadets, we've got Holly Allen racing in the cadets, Isabella Stansmore Wilson as well. So many female drivers here in the Sprint Series at Teesside, proving that once the visor is down, and generally in life as well, but certainly once the visor's down, it doesn't matter whether you're, it doesn't matter anything, you're just a driver. The helmet's on, the visor's down, we go racing. We currently have 2 females in our junior Rotax leading the way in Gracie Mitchell and Bella Franklin. Mini Max is led as well by 2 female drivers, Lizzie Mentier, Catherine Potter. They're doing very, very well. Catherine Potter, in fact, won the Cadet Championship here last year, so, plenty, female drivers, female talent. We've seen Jess Alexander out in the team back mark. We've not quite seen them as much as we'd have expected. They were running really, really well early doors. They qualified quite well. Kart's been going well. She's been going incredibly well in that kart when she was out in it earlier. But as I say, we've seen in the past far more female drivers racing here than we have this year. It's noticeable when I'm doing my rounds early in the couple of months prior to this, getting the notes that not as many female drivers as we have had in previous years here. at Teesside. We've got a yellow flag out of hairpin 1, and that's in quickly. I think there's quite an incident there between a couple of hires because we had quite a crunch outside the com-box window. The yellow flag's back in though, so everybody sorted and facing in the right direction now.
I heard a few shouts of "whoa" from some of the spectators.
Yeah, it must have been quite a heavy hit, but it did sound like a higher hit more than a.
They're a bit louder.
More than anything else,
The higher hits, aren't they? And also, I believe Cash Bandits are back in the pits again after a 50-minute stint. So I'm not sure if that's just an early one to do with fuel or whether they're having more problems.
Yeah, having some issues there. They've been doing that recently in the last couple of stops. They've only gone for 50 minutes, haven't they? So
okay,
could be a problem, could be strategy. Not quite sure, but their hopes of a podium have dwindled in the last couple of hours for the what was Rye House Bandits last year, Cash Bandits this year. Diego's been saying, what does the H mean for higher elite? Yeah, it's higher elite, so we've got the yellow, red and black background of the owners down the timing. The remaining colours, which are blue, pink, green and orange, are for higher elite pro clubmen and our rookies for the first time racers. Still leading the way in the hires race for Ruben. NRG Global Power in Pro, A66 looking to make it 2 on the bounce, albeit with a completely different lineup of drivers. All of the drivers from A66 moving up into their owner kart entry this year, with the exception of Chris Cutler, I believe, who was in hires last year as well. He won the Teesside NRG Sprint. We have a hire kart series here as well. Where the hire karts that we're using now, they use that as a sprint series, so they have a race. Chris Cutler won that championship last year. He's in the A66 kart. I think Paul Watson's in it at the moment, and they are going very, very well. They've got a 2-lap cushion back to ABC Racing in the 116 entry. Simtech Motorsport continue to lead. Good chip in the rookie class as well as that one. Quite rightly, Alison Davis says not long to go now. I think might be some relation there to Matt Davis, one of their drivers. 3 entries for Core Blimey Racing. One of them, just going to confirm, they were earlier on for a class podium, and they still are. The 113 Core Blimey Racing are in 3rd place in the pro class.
We've also got the leader of the clubman class have come into the pits as well. The modernised Racing Papaya, I believe that was, taking one of their scheduled stops.
Yep, quite right. They've got quite a cushion as well, back to X Racing. 8 laps now, modernised Racing Papaya.
Very impressive.
In the number 57 machine. The lineup of Asher Blythe, Piers Stockton, Andy Dawson, Sebastian Allegri, Brad Butcher and Ed Matthews taking that kart, all being well, to the top step of the clubman class podium here at Teesside.
You're really playing with fire there, mate, with the commentator's curse.
Yep, got to spice things up.
They're going to be telling you to shut up.
Very much so. I might just shut the com-box door so they can't complain. Alexander Bespoke Plumbing Services Limited has been on, so shameless plug there for his business, but he has asked a quick question. How much fuel do they use during the 24? Roughly, from a calculation, the tank holds around about 7 litres, and they come into the pits about 16 to 18 times, in the region of about 125 litres a cart for the 24-hour race. Alex Allegri has been on. I think that might be a relation to Seb. He's a great night for the 57, loving the footage. Yeah, I agree. The 57 modernised Racing Papaya entry has excelled through the night, and now they just have to get that kart home and really just nurse it now to the line. They've got such a gap that they don't need to make you know, desperate overtakes on higher karts into corners. They can afford to lose half a second here and half a second there. You know, granted, they don't want to ease off too much, because when you ease off, you ease up too much, and you know that's not what you want to do. So I'm sure they will continue to keep pushing, but they don't need to take any silly risks with that kart now with 3 hours remaining.
Yeah, they have been in the pits for a little bit of time, but still enough where it could just be a normal, slightly longer stop. So I'll wait and see if they come out on track. But SMJC 595 have overtaken them on track, but they're expected in the pits pretty soon as well, closing in an hour and a half on their current stint, and so have now DWS Racing gone past the Modernised Racing Proprietor 2. Quite a few people out on track we're expecting to come in relatively soon. We've seen MSBE in the Club and Class have now just come in. Raw have continued another lap, but are closing in on 1.5 hours on their current stint. And also the second place in the higher pro class of EDK 24T are also closing in on 1.5 hours on their stint. So a few karts in some pretty big positions looking to come in relatively soon. So I have to keep an eye out on all those battles out on track.
Nigel Gary Smith has been on saying, do any of the entries have onboard cameras? They don't. There is a reason for that, in that we don't particularly like to see karts with an onboard camera on, mainly for the 24-hour. Certainly they're allowed to use them, they can run them, but they have to be attached to the Nauseo panel. We do occasionally see, not here, but at some arrive and drive places maybe where they have a helmet-mounted GoPro. What I would say regarding that, probably not the safest option, because if you do have an issue where you require your helmet to do its job,
yeah,
you don't want the pressure point of that helmet-mounted GoPro going anywhere near the top of your helmet. So a lot of circuits actually ban the use of helmet-mounted GoPros, and quite rightly so. Obviously, putting them on the Nauseo panel, you do get a bit of a bounce. We certainly don't have any for use in karting as part of Alpha Live, but we do use them when we go car racing. So we're using them this weekend at Silverstone as part of the 750 Motor Club. We've got some in-car cameras there. And I think we're using them pretty much for the first time as for Alpha Live, using an in-car camera this weekend. Big boss man Luke Austin is trialling that one out at Silverstone as part of 750. So hopefully we'll be able to bring you a bit more onboard action, just not from karting. We have obviously seen the onboard lap from earlier on, which was taken last year in practice on a fairly empty track as well, from one of the modernised racing karts who showed us the lap round this Teesside International Circuit.
Is that his full title, Big Boss Man Luke Austin? Official on the papers.
I'm
that one.
sure he's been called worse. So I'm sure.
I think I've called him worse.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll take it.
Yeah, big shout out to Luke. Big shout out to Luke. But yeah, as I said earlier, we were expecting quite a few karts to come in, and they have indeed, like 3 teams on pretty long stints coming in now. And was that Daniel's comment that you were pointing out, saying how is the world record bloke getting on? Any news on his health? Just tuned back in. He has not been out on track for quite some time now. I do believe he is in stable condition. He's doing all right at home, tucked up in bed, I would hope, catching up on some Zeds and getting back into the swing of normal life, shall we say.
The plan was to go home, rest up, and if he continued to feel ill, was to go to the hospital on Sunday morning. We're obviously Sunday morning now, but we obviously wish Ian Williams all the very best. Unfortunately, his world record attempt didn't go quite to plan, but did still raise a fair chunk of money for his charities in doing the attempt. JLI 64's been on saying, where's Good Chip in relation to the rest of Hires? Well, they're in second place at the moment in the rookie class. They are 3 laps down on the race leader in that one, so unless there is an amazing turn of speed between the two, or an issue for the race-leading Simtech Motorsport entry, there on screen is actually what I mentioned earlier to what I thought might be called in for a mechanical. The 272 ML Racing, he's got something flapping off the back of his race suit. It's quite long as well, it's about a foot long. I thought that might be picked up by mechanical. I'm not sure if anybody else has noticed it, but certainly I have, and it's flapping around off the back of his car. I don't think it's long enough to get tethered in anything, but certainly if he's due in, they might want to get that looked at on that ML Racing 272 entry. Drivers make their way through. Looks like Scott Tate is back at the wheel of the number 318 Team Tate Motorsport entry.
You can see the kart colours matching the helmet and suit colours. Just looks epic, doesn't it?
Yep, so they are in 3rd place in the class. They've been having a bit of a chopping change, haven't they, throughout with MSTDW. The gap between those two karts as it stands is only 10 seconds on track. TDW leading in the leading the way in pro with a two-lap gap to Offline Motorsport, the 770 entry, who once again are playing the long strategy. They did it last year. They did it effectively last year. They were well down the order, actually. They were 4th for most of the night. They PGS Racing last year had some issues in the middle of the night that promoted Offline up. Then Team Keen picked up a black flag in the night for going too quickly under the virtual safety car last year. That promoted Offline back up into 2nd. This year they've pretty much run 2nd and I think they've led as well huge chunks of this race in the pro class. They're not really, last year they were noticeably slower than the rest of the pack doing a fuel save. This year they've been well on the pace of the rest of the pack, but have still managed to eke out more than anybody else on the fuel. Scott Tate there then in the 318. Down the back straight heading towards South Bank, sees the higher car, he'll duck out of the slipstream, so uses the number 26 TMS higher cart for a bit of a tow down the back straight before popping out of the slipstream of the higher cart.
But yeah, Josh Tate just putting in the steady laps, making sure nurses that kart nearer and nearer and nearer towards that final finish line. But as we said, only about 10 seconds back to the MSTDW kart in 4th, and they have been lapping slightly faster recently, but Mr. Tate putting in a 1:13.9 on that previous lap, which is very, very quick, especially for the current rest of the lap times out on track.
Yep, handy lap time then from Scott Tate, a very accomplished driver and race winner here in the Sprint Series, currently being hunted down by the 45 of MSTDW. Jamie Tyler, I believe, now on board, having taken over the reins from Louis Diamond round about 50 minutes ago in that machine.
Yeah, my apologies, Scott Tate. I don't know why I said Josh Tate. I know someone called Josh Tate, so it's definitely not him out there.
Uses a slipstream again of the 41 ETL entry, exceeding track limits that led overall in hires for large amounts of time earlier. They see Tate will duck, then they'll go down the inside of the 270 machine.
Picking those moves, making sure you lose the least amount of time possible.
Yeah. That's why we see a lot of them going all the way around the outside into that D-chicane section, because if you get stuck behind a hire through the D-chicane, it's very similar to the Wiggles. There's only one way through there. You can't go side by side through there. Certainly alongside a hire, they say he makes his way through past the Core Blimey 313 entry. Under the 3-hour mark then for this 2021 NRG Cycles British 24-hour live here from Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough.
Now that's a beautiful shot. Hello.
Cameramen spotting cameramen now at the minute. It's a strange nature show with that, isn't it?
The cameramen show. We'll just have a cameramen stream where we have other cameramen filming the cameramen. That'll get lots of views. As I was just thinking, we saw the Elmo suit come through shot there. Surely that's going to add a bit of drag with all that hair flapping about in the wind. Feel like maybe a couple of tenths lost there for the Elmo team.
Possibly, but in doing that, you also gain yourself airtime on Alpha Live. So
This is very true, and that's worth at least half a second.
Yeah, give or take. You've got to. You can't have it. You can't have everything.
Yeah.
You know, you sacrifice a tenth to maximise your airtime.
All I can think of.
Well worth it, in my opinion.
Yeah, very true. If it rains, though, he might have a bit of difficulty. That suit's probably going to like triple in weight.
Yeah.
But luckily, I think we're pretty clear until after the end of the race, aren't we, for rain? Last time I checked, anyway.
Matt Cook's just asking whether the fuel levels are electronically monitored and sort of like beam back like telemetry. No, we've got something far more complicated than that. The driver will often lift his foot off the brake pedal down the back straight and have a big sideways look down at how much fuel's in the tank and then radio that back into the pit lane. Having said that, they generally know they can run to around about 1 hour 20, unless it rains, when you can go a little bit further. In the night, you go a little bit further. As if it rains, you can go a lot further. One of the teams saying that they think they could go to 1 hour 50 if it rained continuously.
Wow.
In the owners, 2 hours for the hire cars. It hasn't done that for a long time. We're not expecting any rain now until the end of the race, hopefully. See Dan Begard's 42 going through. So yeah, it's just a case of having a quick look down the back straight, seeing how much fuel they've got in MS Soco Selector 1 hour 7 in. So I think they're going to start having a quick look soon. Jack Dex in that 43 machine comes up on the back of a couple of carts. I think he's going to dive down the inside. Is he? Nope, elects not to. Don't want to get chopped across there by, just going to use the TMS cart for a little bit of slipstream down the back straight before ducking out. Solid driving there by Dex to use that 26 machine for the slipstream.
Yeah, you don't want to make some silly move now with such little time to go and throw it all away. But I also wanted to bring up that SMJC 595 have just come out of the pit lane and have lost their third position in class to DWS Racing, who are about just under halfway through their current stint on fuel. So it could be very close between these two when it all equalises at the end. But we've got
TMZ,
someone off the track.
TMZ, I've got a problem, and the problem is that front left on that cart, the wheel on the right for us, but the front left for the driver.
It's not pointing in the right direction.
No, definitely not. Track rod gone there. That cart is stationary out on circuit. There's a clipping point you can see where on the circuit, so it's down towards the south bank, hairpin 3 and 4. He's on the outside of hairpin 4. That's one of the clipping points for the drifting.
Indeed.
That they do here at Teesside Autodrome. There's a drift school here, PH Drift, where you can come and learn to drift here at Teesside Autodrome.
The quad bike is out.
The quad is out. And
we've got full course yellow.
The Battenberg, full course yellow for the first time in around about 3.5 hours.
It's been ages.
We've got a full course yellow here.
I've missed it. I've been getting Battenberg withdrawals, mate, so I'm glad that's back out.
Yep. So full course yellow out for the TMZ entry being retrieved back into the paddock. Should be fairly quick actually, because
shouldn't be too difficult.
No, it's only about 200 metres or so from the outside of this corner.
And that is our 21st full course yellow of the race.
So still an opportunity, maybe we could get to 25. And to be honest with you, given that we had 16 in the opening, well, we got.
Constant.
I think it was 16 in the first 12 hours. It really has eased up.
It really
quite
has.
a lot. TMZ come in the driver's head. That's got disappointment written all over. You can just tell by the way he's got his head dipped down at the front at TMZ. Then in 28 overall, they had a 2-lap cushion back to the 88 of GrabX. And unless they can get that cart
we've gone green again
fairly
out on track,
quickly. Yep.
Back out green again. Yeah, the driver, as you say, hanging his head in possible shame. Whether he caused that incident or not, or whether it simply broke on its own, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, he wasn't quite doing any dramatics like we saw drivers earlier. We had one driver on the back of the quad bike earlier who was waving to the crowd, blowing kisses out to all his fans. It was great to see.
Yeah, obviously not too much disappointment there. Kelly Eustace has been on saying still amazing pace from Laser Tools racing driver Cody Eustace in the Modernised Racing Azure team. They are in 23rd. He is lapping very, very well in that kart. They are 1 hour and 4 into the stint for Modernised Azure. If you're watching the live timing, it will show on his last lap he did a 1:27, but that was behind under a full course yellow for at least half a lap, as we did manage to get it in fairly quickly. But shouldn't have cost drivers too much. But obviously he's going to have at least 2 laps now where he needs to come in. Quite rightly, John's just pointing out MS SoCo Select come in 1 hour 11 in, so it's slightly early for them, but they should still have enough of a cushion to do 2 125s and get them all the way to the end now.
Yeah, they got a bit unlucky with how short that full course yellow was. They could have possibly used that to their advantage, but maybe just placed on the wrong part of the track when it happened. Not able to make use of it, but dived into the pit lane now.
Yeah, so they're going to have gained, a couple of seconds maybe from that, but not as much as they were hoping for, I'd imagine. Another team that came in under the full course yellow offline at 1 hour and 33, taking advantage of the FCY. They've dropped down to stick behind red graphics, but they are obviously offset on the pit stops. It's not for class either. Red graphics then up into the top 5.
They've been pushing really well. Got past MS Lucas and now ahead of offline as well.
Yep, Aaron Alexander at the wheel then of the 113, pushing very well. Doing a 1:15.1 on the last lap offline, obviously showing us a 2:07, but that's because they have been in the pits to put some fuel in.
Yeah, currently, Red Graphics, one of the fastest on track. I don't think quite the fastest. This Modernised Racing Azure down in 23rd, lapping just about in the 114s, but everyone's sort of on the pace in the low to high 115s, really.
Yep. Just having a quick look, because someone's drawn my attention to it. It's that Good Chip and Straight Through Crew, 888 and 999, are nose to tail on circuit. There has been they've chopped and changed and taken over. I know they want to race, but if either of them got radios, they're both on a class podium. Ideally, lads and ladies, don't take each other out there on circuit. I know you're going to get your heads down and race. I know you're nose to tail. You're both on a class podium. You don't need to race each other. But if you work together, you'll just lap nicely and you're comfortable with a gap, those in front and those behind, to cement your places respectively on your class podiums. Having said that, we do like the entertainment, so if they want to go all out and race, then we'll focus on that for a short while.
Yeah, I was going to say, for your sake, don't race. For our sake, absolutely go for it.
Yeah,
absolutely go for it. We're well up for it. But yeah, as you say, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So realistically, if they want to keep that podium, they should chill out a bit, and as you say, possibly even work together, because that could assist both of them in their race moving forward. Who are we waiting on coming in the pits relatively soon? We got the SMJC 959 closing in on 1.5 hours on their last stint, and then a couple of the front runners, Q Racing on 1 hour and 3, and MSTDW in 4th on 1 hour and 1. So they should all be coming in relatively soon, with 2 hours and 45 minutes left to go in this race. That would be, if they did pit within sort of the next 10 minutes, I think that would work quite perfectly for pushing again for 2 more stints to end the race.
Yeah, MS SoCo Select then lost around about 54 seconds in the pits on the previous lap. That includes the pit affected first sector, which I think they've probably actually gained on track around about 20 seconds of MS SoCo Select. So we are expecting Q Racing in the pits in around about 10 minutes time. So we'll see when MS SoCo Select, they're currently showing it 2 laps down. We think that's more likely to be just over 1. They were probably about 1.5 before, so they may come out in 10 or so minutes time when Q come in, roughly at the same bit of tarmac, albeit with 1 clear lap between them from Q Racing and MS SoCo Select, as SMJC hit at 1 hour 25 out of 3rd place. They've got a gap back to Modernised Racing Gold as long as they don't have any problems in the pits. We've seen them have some issues earlier on, so it's not been uncommon for both of the SMJC cars, but hopefully that's a routine stop. They are in the window for them coming into the pits, so hopefully we'll see them straight back out and maintaining their 3rd place in class.
Shout out to Modernised Racing Gold as well, with the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 12.319. surprisingly.
Not genuine.
Oh, it's not genuine.
No, they had an issue and missed the chicane, head 3 and 4 and brought it in slowly.
Right,
so it's
that
not
makes
a
a bit more
genuine fastest lap. That still remains with the Team Tate entry on lap 53.
Gotcha, okay.
With a 1:12.595.
I was simply going to say it was interesting because of how most of the other drivers near the top have their fastest laps on sort of lap 9, lap 53, lap 7, lap 16, whereas that one was 764. So I thought, how have they managed to get that pace at that time? But okay, that makes a bit more sense. They cheated, is what you're saying, to get that get that time.
Absolutely, I'm not saying that at all, and I will not be labelled with such a sentence. They brought their kart home in the safest possible manner.
They did. They did the right thing.
Having had a technical issue, which meant that they didn't have to go round hairpin 3 and 4, which would have been a huge issue. For them at that time. So they came down the side of the barrier and straight into the pit lane. So it's not a genuine fastest lap for Modernised Racing Gold on lap 7.64. Just having a quick look at the gap with MSTDW. Looks like they could be closing ever so slightly on Team Tate, but Team Tate have got a reasonable gap ahead of them. They're not really going to close in on Q or MS SoCo Select unless they both have a problem. They are 9 laps down off the leader, 7 laps down off SoCo Select, but they do have a lap and a half in front of Red Graphics. There is your outright race leader. It's Austin Mundy in the number 33 machine.
And MS Lucas have just overtaken Offline Motorsport on circuit for 6th position there.
Yep, Offline have recently been in the pits, came under that full course yellow. So Offline have dropped from 5th down into 7th recently. But will look now to go to the end at 1:20. Not sure Red Graphics and a big off there. Core blimey, 313 nearly came out the cart
nearly
there, didn't
took
he?
Off there, my
sideways
goodness.
Through. Yeah, like I was saying, Offline they're going to be able to get to the end here with one more stop. Red Graphics and MS Lucas are going to need 2 stops, 1 full stint and a splash and dash for both of those. This might still play into the hands of Offline with that with 1 less pit stop. If they can stay in touching distance of Graphics and MS Lucas, they may well get a 5th overall, but they are well on their way to 2nd place in the pro class.
Yeah, I was going to say they're just fighting over that on-track position now, really, because they've got an 8 lap now, says about 7.5 lap buffer between themselves and 7th, and DWS Racing in 8th position, or respectively 2nd and 3rd in class. So it seems like, it's not commentators curse them, but it seems like Offline will have secured that 2nd place in the pro class unless something absolutely crazy happens. But as we said previously, only about 2 hours 40 to go. This is about the time of just keeping it nailed, looking after the car, and as you were saying earlier, this is where the nerves start to set in, trying to bring it home for your team. But yeah, just keep your head in the game, keep pushing for those lap times, those consistent lap times to keep yourself in the position that you want to be in. As we've got a yellow flag down at Rib Bend.
Yep, I think that might actually be, we might have an issue down at the mountain section actually being covered, but if the marshal down there is busy and can't wave the flag, they'll wave one at Rib and warn the drivers that there is an issue down there at the mountain section. Some thumbs up between the 22 of Mulsanne Racing and the 350 of Get Tired.
Just asking if he was okay, so possibly that was maybe the incident.
Yeah.
For that yellow
they could
flag.
have coming together, those two, but good.
Yeah.
Good to see a nice sporting thumbs up from the 2 of them down the back straight.
Good to see from the boys, good to see.
Tracy Wright has been on, just saying big shout out to Ashley Connor driving for Red Lodge Wasps in kart 270. Carol Blythe has been on, she'll be wishing obviously Asher Blythe all the very best in the Modernised Racing Papaya, but also wishing Alex and Alex Mallard as well, all the very best, and he's in the 6 Modernised Racing Gold. They're still within touching distance of the podium in the Clubman class. A lap down on SMJC 959. Both of those karts in the pits recently, so Modernised Gold are going to need a couple of monster stints to make up the 1 hour and the 1 minute and 20 second gap or so to SMJC 595. They need to get back on the same lap to start with before they can then close in on the trying to eke the gap closer towards the end of this race. Lennon French there now, the driver in the green at the wheel of the the 21 kart, the team back marker. He should have been racing for modernised in Clubman, but he's acquitted himself very, very well in Junior Pro Kart, particularly at Teesside this season. He's tested for team back marker as well, and when they had a driver drop out at very short notice, Lennon French, the driver from Dundee, 15 years old, has stepped up into the elite class, the highest class of the BPEX series, and has acquitted himself very, very well. The kart has been well off the pace in terms of where it is on track. It's 27th. That's not because it's been slow. When it's been out there circulating, it's been very, very quick. The problem is when you spend 40 minutes in doing the chassis change, 10 minutes putting a brand new floor tray on it because it's come loose on the spare kart, you know, you just can't win in them sort of circumstances. That's why they are 60 laps down almost now on the leader. But when it has been circulating, it's been circulating very quickly. And Lennon French, their driver in the green, the team back marker kart with the rainbow stickers on it.
Yeah, they've been having a difficult time, like you say, but that's super impressive. A 15-year-old jumping into the elite class.
Yeah, he's
fair play to him.
Done really well. We've got Aaron Alexander as well, who's been in the red graphics kart at the moment. He's 15 or 16-year-old, the young driver from Kings Lynn, former junior pro kart champion at Teesside here in 2019 in the elite class as well. He usually runs up there in the BPEX series. He shares the seat normally with Kieran Lambert, who's racing in the higher class for the kart that you've just seen come through in there with the orange Nauseo panel with Lockwell Hill. Looks like that could be Sam Barrett now in the seat for the Lockwell Hill higher kart outfit, as some of the hires sort themselves out through there. Looks like Sporting Force going slower than expected from the kart behind through, but they all managed to sort themselves out. We're going to go 2 or 3 wide with a mix of hires and owners down the back straight. That's TT Sport going to the inside. We are getting a bit of a drag race down the back straight. The 2 owner karts taking full advantage of each other's slipstream to slide past the hires down the back straight into South Bank.
It's just been so frenetic throughout this whole race, hasn't it? I thought it might let up at some points, but we just got so many karts out on track that they're just always seemingly together in huge packs, just moving in and out of each other, all about, shake it all about, going for it. So it's great to watch for us, seeing them pick their way through the traffic, and luckily no huge crashes as of yet. And that's the MS Lucas kart into the pits, offline retake their 6th position. And that was after a 52-minute stint from MS Lucas, so
yeah,
maybe a little bit shorter than we would have expected.
Puts them back onto the 1 hour 20 stints though, to go towards the end of the race. So this might be where they're doing their splash and dash. May have had an issue, but yeah, certainly puts them back in the window now for doing 2 1 hour 20s. Only 1 more pit stop required if they run trouble-free towards the end of this race.
It looks like they have done a little splash and dash. They're already back out.
Yep, they only got 1 minute 30 on the previous lap, so normally we expect that to be an extra 30 seconds, so 145, 150 before a pit affected first sector and the rest all the way through. So it looks like they have splashed and dashed their kart. So they've dropped back now behind Offline Motorsport, which we expected. We'll see whether red graphics mirror that from MS Lucas, or whether they wait until their final stop to do their splash and dash, because they do need at least now 1 full tank of fuel and a splash and dash. It's just in what order they do it. Do they splash and then go full, or do they go full then do a splash and mix it up and go opposite to MS Lucas, or will they mirror that strategy that Lucas have implemented a few moments ago?
Yeah, this is where the finalising of the race, the strategy all comes into play. But I also got to point out, Cash Bandits are in the pits again after only about half an hour on that last stint, so possibly running into even more problems themselves.
One of the drivers from last year, and W Series driver Sarah Moore Racing has been on. She was in the Top with Motorsport entry last year when they raced in the owner class. They've got an owner entry this year, a higher entry. She's missing the race this year. She's Willing Q Racing on, who are leading. I believe, from what Tom was telling me, she's at Silverstone this weekend as part of her obligations, doing some driver coaching. Obviously, we know Alpha are there doing for 750 Motor Club. I believe she's at Silverstone doing some driver coaching, which is why Sarah Moore isn't with us this year. She shared the drive with her sister Gemma Moore last year. Marmaduke Hall, Aubrey Hall, who I think is in the seat this year, the only driver that's going to remain in that kart this year as well. I think their brother was in it as well, Edward Moore, in that seat last year. All 5 of them running as Top Lift Motorsport last year in the owner class. We, of course, to be fair, Tom and I were watching the round at Austria, which clashed with the Teesside Sprint here from the W Series. We were sat early morning when that race was on, in between doing some interviews during the qualifying session, watching the W Series race from Austria. Wish Sarah Moore all the very best throughout the season and in her quest to take the W Series crown. And she's up there in the championship standings, believe, although don't quote me on this, she's 3rd in the standings. I'm sure she might be on in a few moments to let me know exactly, but I believe she's 3rd in the standings in the W Series after the round last weekend at the Hungaro Ring.
It's been a really, really interesting championship this year, the W Series. It's really hotted up. It's been great to watch. So, yeah, best of luck to Sarah Moore for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I like what they do, actually, with that in terms of where I think it's the top 8.
We've got a driver spinning at hairpin 1, sorry.
Yeah, Alessia, I believe, are off the 61. Yeah, you know, in terms of the where the top 8 are sort of guaranteed to stay for the following year, the rest have to then go through a qualifying process to I do like as well seeing that the sort of drivers stepping in, they like doing a guest round, you know, similar to do at MotoGP. So we saw Abby Pulling race at Silverstone earlier in the year. Obviously, I've followed her career through from karting. She's got a good karting background. She's done a bit of Ginetta. She's done Formula 4 as well over here in the UK, stepping into the W Series at Silverstone. I know she's one of the official reserve drivers, and I saw she tested at Anglesey as part of the W Series earlier in the year. So great to see the drivers getting an opportunity in race conditions to join that series and prove their credentials against some of the more established drivers within the W Series.
Yeah, I was at Silverstone for the Formula 1, and it was great to see the W Series out on track, and there were some pretty solid races. And yeah, as you say, with lots more lady drivers coming through. We said earlier, sad to see not quite as many as we may hope at this current event, but just generally across motorsport, the amount of women involved is getting just higher and higher and higher, which is fantastic to see. And there's some serious talent coming through now in the likes of Abby Pulling, Sarah Moore, Jamie Chadwick, lots of ladies.
Test driver for Williams, isn't she? Jamie
She's
Chadwick,
indeed,
so she's on their driver development programme.
Sarah
has just confirmed there that she's dropped down into 4th following the Hungaro Ring, so not the strongest of rounds for her, but she'll be coming back fighting in the second half of the season, and we do wish her all the very best. Van for Wajaj has been on, but I know that's Danny Palacio from speaking earlier on, so he's going to shout out Alessia. They've gone from last, and I know they were last because they were changing an axle in the opening 5 minutes after that massive incident on the opening lap down at Rib Bend where we had 11 karts facing the wrong way. We have just seen them have a quick off, but we know they've come back up now into 47th place. Great for them. What I will say about Alessia, if they don't have bad luck, they won't have any luck at all here at the 24 Hour. I can't remember the last time they came and didn't have bad luck for Alessia. Might be time for a name change on that one.
Possibly.
Just to sort of just see if that can change the look for Alessia.
Sorry, we have 3 owner karts facing the wrong way there out of hairpin 3. Which time was one going slightly slowly on the way back to our direction. He is coming into the pits. That's the number 34. No, he's not. He's going to carry on. Maybe just taking a little bit of a while to get that kart back up to speed after the spin there. But yeah, I like that Danny referred to himself as Danny the mannequin in the live chat as well.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't think he had a choice. We had the mannequin in here, didn't we? Have you seen the picture with me and Tom? It's in between us. They brought it down. Obviously, Danny's unfortunately dealing with COVID at the minute, having to isolate, obviously, with all his support team. I'm sure he'll be back here next year. It's been, he'll be pleased as well. Formula 160 have come into the pits for what is an unscheduled stop, which is unfortunate for them, but it moves Alessia up into 46th place, so they make up another place as well. They're only, as well, 17 seconds behind a higher entry in front ABC Racing, who are second in the higher club class. They're going to move up in a few moments into 45th place then for Alessia. I'm sure they will, because obviously lapping at around about 6 seconds a lap quicker than ABC, so they'll be there in a few moments. People are asking how straight through crew are doing. They're in 5th in their class, 57th overall. We are at the bottom of the hour, John. We'll do the owners this time because we did rattle through the hires earlier on.
The leaders are in the pits, by the way, mate.
They
just
are.
to
In
point
fact,
out.
we'll do hires then. You can do hires.
Oh my goodness, okay.
I have a short comfort break, so I've been on for 3.5 now.
No problem at all, mate. Oh, let's have a look then. Who have we got? It's still a race for Ruben, leading the hires in the higher elite class, doing a fantastic, a valiant effort out there, are they, in racing for a very lovely course, a fantastic cause. They've done about 1 hour and 16 on this stint, though, so they are probably going to be looking to be coming in relatively soon, and then having 2 slightly shorter shifts, only by about sort of 5-10 minutes to finish out their race. But yeah, they are leading the higher class in 33rd overall, and then in 2nd and 3rd of the sort of hires. But 1st and 2nd in the pro class are NRG Global Power in 34th and EDK 24T in 35th. So very good from them. 2 pros leading out some other people in the elite class. So interesting to see there. Interesting to see. Then we've got 2nd in the elite class is Euro Bandits Motorsport, with Core Blimey Racing rounding out the top 3 of the pro class in 38th position overall. That's the 113 of Core Blimey Racing. Their leading kart of the 3. Then we've got BSR, who are also in the elite, so that's rounding out the elite podium in 39th place, and then we'll just run it through from there. So we've got Century Sim Racing in the pro class in 40th, then in the higher club, the leading of that class, the A662, in place 41, P41 for A662, leading the club class. Then we got 42nd, Adrenico Racing, followed by Fried Egg Racing 2 in 43rd. They're leading their compatriots, Fried Egg Racing, the first car, the number 33, and they're slightly further down on the list, but we'll get to them very soon. Then we've got 2nd place in the club class, it's ABC Racing. They're currently sat in 45th. Then we've got another one in the elite class. We've got Kart Events Belgium. They're having a very tough time down in 47th. And then we end up finding Fried Egg Racing 1 from the elite class in 49th. Followed by SKA Racing in 50th, who are in the pro class, and Lockwell Hill also in the pro class in 51st. Then we got our 3rd position, rounding out the podium in the club class, our Hopeless Disastra in 52nd place. Then we have Renowned Vankels in 54th in the pro class, and big shout out to Grizzly Racing in 55th in the number 19 car in the club class as well. I did, in fact, I do believe, I have indeed missed out. I assume that was from one of our owner carts, but no, it's not. I've completely missed the number 420 cart. How could I do that? Simtech Motorsport leading the rookie class out there in 53rd, ahead of Renowned Vankels and Grizzly Racing, and then followed 2nd position in that rookie class is Good Chip Racing, the 888 car, in 56th position. They're about 2 laps off that leader in the rookie, so looking like Simtech have it in the bag at the moment, but as we've said many times already, 2.5 hours of this race to go, so don't count them out just yet. Then we got Straight Through Crew in 57th, Norfolk and Chance in 58th, Newmarket Hornets in 59th, who round out the podium for that rookie class, followed by VM Max Racing in 60th, Sonaro 77 in 61st, Mulsanne Racing in 62nd, then followed by She's Manx Boys in 63rd, then Reckless Racing in 64th, Eat Sleep Race Repeat, followed by Race Lodge Wasps in 66th, then Core Blimey Racing 213, the second of those carts, in 67th, then Team Bonato in 68th, LC Racing in 69th, whee! Then Kart Force 1 in 70th, followed by Boneheads, Receding Racing, and Core Blimey Racing 313, the third of those 3 carts, in 73rd, who's currently in the pits as we look at the timing screen. Then Carlos Fandango in 74th, followed by MTB in 75th, and the Cheshire Chodes in 76th. Then one of our favourite cars through the night period, Boom, are in 77th. That's had a few issues. They look absolutely dashing with their LEDs on the front. I'm sure they're still looking dashing in the daytime as well. Then we see one of the higher elite carts slightly further down in 78th. That's Team ETL. They ran into a lot of problems early in this race, but still soldiering on down there in 78th. Followed by Blue Shell Racing, then Bro Carters rounding out the top 80. Then we've got Ishin Ryu Jujitsu in 81st and Kart Force 2 in 82nd. Then the Dukes of Stafford and TMS Hire, followed by the Dads and Lads, but they are one of the owner karts sat down there in 85th, having a bit of a frustrating race. And to finalise out your order, we've got 86th is Sporting Force 1, followed behind them with Sporting Force 2 in 87th, and then rounding out your grid of everyone that is currently out on track is Getting Tired in 88th, but we do also have from your elite higher class Teesside Tigers in 89th, but they've been in the pits for quite some time and are about 50 laps off the next kart of Getting Tired. So yeah, not enjoying themselves, are they, the Teesside Tigers? But there you go, that runs through our higher kart running order with about 2 hours and 22 minutes to go in this race.
Oh, I've caused a stir. I've caused a stir by suggesting that Alessia rename their team because of bad luck. Although it has been softened by some emojis at the end of that, so the team it looks like it's actually named after Danny Palacio's daughter. But yeah, as it stands, and I will reiterate the point, Alessia not have had the greatest luck, and I can't remember the last time they had a trouble-free 24-hour. And I know it's tough, obviously, down in Clubman, because a lot of the Clubman, like at the moment, probably with the exception actually of Modernised Racing Papaya, who I know they've had 1 or 2 small issues, but nothing that's meant that they've had a prolonged period in the pits. X-Racing, I know they were leading, doing up there. They had some problems. 959, we know they've had some problems with an unscheduled stop. Modernised Gold were leading the class. They're now almost 9 laps down, so they've had some problems as well. This is the thing with Clubman, you really have to factor in the fact that you're generally going to have 1 or 2 issues throughout the night, as that Kart Force has stopped on the outside of Rib Bend.
It's in a slightly precarious position.
Luckily, it's not in a position where it's like on the natural apex, it's well offline.
Oh,
can he get going? Is he just looking for a clear thing, or is that kart stopped? And I believe we could be in a position where we might need that one recovering from down at Rib Bend.
Is he reaching for the board?
And it will be a prolonged
He is
full-course
reaching
yellow
for the
as well.
board. Oh, someone spun in synchronised spinning to join him.
Yellow flag's out, so that's not brilliant driving.
Nah.
But I'm not sure we're going to be able to see the Sporting Force 222 there. Arms going up from a number of drivers. I think the yellow flag will be out there, and we are under a full-course yellow condition again. The Battenberg is out on the digital flag. The boards are out round the circuit. There we go. Being forced in, and we will have the recovery quad will be coming out for that car, and it is in a position where it's down at Rib Bend, but then obviously the quad. Now, interesting, I imagine it will go. It's come at a fair rate of knots to pick that one up. It's going to go into the gravel, I think. You put it there as the Nigel Moore and Rowan, the attendants, and now they're going to need. I think that driver's going to get out actually. See if he can get out of that kart and jump on. So one of the 2 amputees racing for Kart Force is in that kart as it stands, and they'll lift it up because it weighs 152 kilos dry, 235 with the driver on. So looks like the driver will get back in that kart in a few moments, and we'll get that kart back into the pit lane.
God, well, Welsh flags all over that race suit as well. Very, very dashing for the Kart Force Wales suit. But yeah, doing a valiant effort, and there the marshals are going to take him back to the pit lane. It looks like they're going to turn him round and actually go the opposite way up the circuit. So actually, we could see them getting back to the pit lane a little bit quicker than we thought.
Yeah, you could well be right there on this occasion. Still full course yellow. Down there on the father-daughter team down on Marshall's post 1 with David Mack and Alicia Mack down there. So Alicia on the flag as David was helping lift the car up onto the thing. They've done a sterling job throughout this 24-hour race down at what is generally the busiest point. We are green again here then at Teesside. Full course yellow, shorter than expected once again. Sterling work by the marshals actually to get that kart clear. I thought they might have to take that all the way round and then back through across the national circuit. But yeah, really quick and efficient there from from David Mackey was on the post. Nigel Moore-Rowan as well down there, who was helping lift the cart up. Great work once again from the team of marshals here at Teesside to get the circuit clear and to get us racing. We have had a lot of full course yellows. Obviously, that takes us up to 22 now, but
yeah.
with the exception, obviously, the one earlier where we needed some medical assistance, they've all been dealt with fairly quickly.
Very, very quickly, and yeah, the marshals, as you say, doing a fantastic effort, and other people doing a fantastic effort. MSTDW were able to make use of that full course yellow, came into the pits, and did it all. The stop seemed to go well, and they got back out on track just as we went green again, so very useful.
1 hour and 28 minutes then for TDW. They've got a comfortable lead in their own class now from Offline Motorsport, but still making use of the cable tie on the front of the 43 as NC Racing are beached on the inside on the grass.
Marshall asking people to try and not hit the apex while he is standing there.
Yeah, the cart's going to need to be pushed back. It's going to be pushed back far enough that the turning circle on that cart isn't going to beach it on the grass again. It's going to push it out there, and there he's going to be able to go. Thumbs up to the Marshall. Thank you very much. The
visor down.
667 NC Racing entry is back going again. I think that could be Christian Bellaby or Daniel Timms at the wheel of that. One of those two drivers. I think it could actually be Daniel Timms. He's got a black and orange helmet with a black and orange suit. So we'll put 2 and 2 together, and even if it's not him, we'll say it is anyway.
That sounds good to me, mate. Sounds good to me. We've got someone else in the pits as well, the X Racing team. Second in the clubman class currently after almost an hour and 10 in the cart have come in, so seems like another scheduled stop there, but they're sort of in a no man's land a little bit in their class. They've got 2 laps to the cart behind them and 6 laps to the cart ahead of them, so just kind of having their own race there and just keeping it going, as they are actually passed for position on track by Nexus Sport, who are in the elite class, but still holding on to their second position in the clubman class.
Yes, they've run to 1 hour and 10.
Is that rain I'm seeing?
I think it could be.
Oh.
This is going to be a massive turn up for the Bucks here with 2 hours and 15 minutes remaining. There is rain down at Rib Bend, where the rain always comes first here at Teesside. The weather forecast was that this was going to hold off until beyond midday, and now with 2 hours and 15 minutes remaining of the 2021 NRG Cycles British 24-hour race, things have turned up a notch here. The drivers are still going into Rib almost at pretty much full racing speed. We'll keep an eye out on what the times are doing. They are dropping slightly because Q came over last time at 1:18, so that's 5 seconds off the pace, so we expect them just to be a little bit slower down through Rib and the mountain section, back up to full pace by the time they get up in front of us on the commentary box on the national circuit, because at the moment it's still dry up here.
And now 5th position red graphics have come into the pit lane. We can see them there leaving, so that stop's gone all well. Some cheeky fist bumps all around, but getting back on track, and they've been doing decent pace. Their last lap was a 1:14.1, doing very nicely there in 4th position in their class and 5th position overall.
Aaron Alexander then vacates that 1:13. We'll see now who we can see in that kart when it comes through next time round. For us in the com box, we'll keep an eye out from the window as to who's taken over the 1:13 machine. There's a couple of karts argue over tarmac going through the chicane section in the front of us. There we go. The drone's been on charge overnight, and it's back up in the sky, giving us some views here of Teesside Autodrome. Maybe we could fly it about a mile that way and see how heavy the rain is coming down towards Rib Bend.
I'm not sure the man who owns the expensive drone will want to do that particularly.
Probably not, but if you don't ask, you don't get.
Very true, very true.
I can't remember where it was. I know that one team, it could have been Jordan in '98 at the Belgian Grand Prix, or in that sort of region where they sent somebody, they had somebody about 3 miles away from the track at Spa on the phone telling them when it started raining, so they could then factor in that they were going in. So we've got another cart off down at Rib. That's a higher cart. That could be.
Oh, there's 2.
2, and there's an owner
cart and another higher cart. Rain starting to catch people out, it seems.
Yeah, let's have a quick look. Oh, TBM are off. Lennon French down there in the 21. He's trying to push that cart. He's beached The
very
Marshal, obviously,
difficult.
there's only one of him down there. The 213 Core Blimey Racing entry as well. Lads and Dads, I think, are the one on the left that are off. Lennon French dragging that cart, the 15-year-old. He's a slender lad. He's dragging the cart in. It's beached on the gravel at the moment. It looks like he's the furthest away from the Marshal as well. Looks like he's going to push it over. Obviously, he doesn't need to rush too much. He's got a 5-lap gap back to Grabex, so doesn't need to drag that cart too much and damage it, but he's back onto circuit. Spinner down there as well at the bottom of the mountain section. Yellow flag out, and we're still seeing spinners. The yellow
spinning.
flag is out. This is terrible in terms of some of the driving standards. All hire carts, obviously, with the exception of Lennon, who've gone off first. And normally the furthest one off. He's had a bit of help sometimes, especially with how far around the corner he was. But the yellow flag's out, and it looks like some of our drivers not quite heeding the warning down there at Rib. Yellow flag's back in, which is fine, but it's obviously quite slippy down that end of the circuit. The lap times are down, certainly by 4 or 5 seconds for some of our carts. We are still trying to keep an eye out as well on our 113 entry to find out who is in that one. Whilst I'm looking out the window, we have got an update. I'm going to leave it to John while I go hunting for the 113.
Yeah, Ian Seth does a lovely little update on the live chat saying, "Good morning, everyone. Just to let everyone know that I'm feeling okay. A little under the weather, but otherwise fine. I'm gutted I couldn't continue. Home and resting and heading for a check-up later. Thanks so much for all of your support. Everyone was so helpful, and I really appreciate everything that people did for me." And everyone replying in the chat saying, "Great to hear, take it easy, you did a very good job." And yeah, again, big shout out to Ian on the absolute stint he put in. Frustrating that he wasn't able to make it to the end and complete the Guinness World Record, but he still put in a valiant effort, and we wish him all the best for getting better for himself physically, and also for making as much money for charity as possible. So big shout out to Ian there. And the Just Giving page is also still open, so I believe the link for that is in the description of the live stream. So if you're able to give even anything at all, I'm sure Ian would hugely appreciate it, as they're going to some fantastic causes.
Yeah, very much so. Just had an update actually from co-commentator Andrew Mather down here. It's raining across the full extent of the Teesside International Circuit here in Middlesbrough. He'd given it a on the rating. He'd given it a 2 to a steady 3 out of 5 on the rain here. Then for across the circuit, the lap times once again going up to into the regions of the 130s.
You can see how steady they're taking it through the wiggles, especially.
Very much so. Ed Hack, the driver now in that 113 machine, up in 5th place, running sandwiched between MSTDW and Offline Motorsport in the pro class. There he is, threading his way through with Scott Tate, sliding their way through the mountain section as well. Tate elects to take a different line through there. There's a gap between them on circuit of around about 3 laps anyway, but Hack has made his way through past Scott Tate as they go down the back straight. Good awareness there from the 66, I believe, in the higher class. That's the class leading A66-2, just points to one side, allows the quicker carts to come through. Just check their progress. They are still leading in higher club. 2 laps, the gap back to ABC, and then Hopeless Disaster on the podium in that one. On that class, Race for Ruben continue to lead the elite class. They are in the pits at the minute, having run to 133. Euro Bandits Motorsport and BSR will complete the podium if things stay as they are. In Pro, NRG Global Power, English Death Karting 24-hour team, and Core Blimey Racing 113 will be on that one. Simtech Motorsport, Good Chip Racing, and WM Max Racing at the moment as it stands, although Newmarket Hornets are on the same lap as WM Max, so they'll be keeping the pressure on towards midday here. 2 hours and 9 minutes remaining of this race, 9 minutes remaining then of my time on commentary for the 2021 running of this 24-hour race. The rain still coming down then. Slightly earlier than anticipated, it's thrown a spanner in the works. MS SoCo Select are closing the gap, at least on the last lap anyway. They are still showing us 1 lap down, which is thing. We're down to a 2 on the rain rating, so it is easing up in terms of actual its intensity, but the track is still wet nonetheless.
I've heard Andrew Mathers updated his LinkedIn profile to commentator and weatherman now, so definitely need to raise that, man.
Well, got to open up all of the media opportunities available to you, haven't you?
stopped. The rain has stopped from our weatherman. So yeah, just a quick little shower there. A few spin-alers, particularly down at Rib Bend. But yeah, it's all easing back up, and we should see the lap times begin to go down again as it gets a bit drier.
Yeah, this is where drivers earn their credentials, isn't it? In the wet dry. As the circuit dries out, it's the driver that finds the grip first and can push, can often make up 5, 6, 7 seconds with a bit of confidence, as we saw Ed Hack sliding his way round the South Bank corner. Got a bit crossed up in the middle of that, but I think that was he was just trying to get some grip by turning the steering wheel left and right, just to try and scrub some speed off. There he is going down into Rib with Scott Tate right on his rear bumper. The two Hash chassis carts then working together through the mountain section as the circuit will continue drying almost immediately. Times are dropping by around about 8 seconds a lap, down to 1:21 for the 45 at MSTDW.
It was a good little spice up there. God just saying, have this guys, have this at Teesside. This will be quite fun. So yeah, well, most people being able to keep it on the track, keep it going, and yeah, keep on their merry way. But we've got from third position in the Pro Class, DWS Racing are into the pits. They did about 1 minute 11, 1 minute 12 on their last stint, so definitely a planned one for them. But SMJC 595 were only about 20 seconds back, so we'll have to watch where DWS come out the pits here and whether they're able to hold on to the third place in class.
Yep, times are definitely coming down. First driver to get back under the 120s is the 44 of MS McFly. Looks like it's Dan Tidwell in the seat of that one with the white helmet with the Union Jack stripe down at the current Formula 160 champion for the modified 160 class.
We got carts going into the 117s now, and MS Lucas with a 115 finding the grip out there.
Yeah, drying, isn't it, now out there? Very, very quickly. The rain easing off almost as soon as it had started, really, in terms of didn't saturate the circuit, did it, like it did yesterday morning, where it rained and then took around about an hour to dry, even though it had stopped raining. It's dried, it's come down, it's dried really, really quickly, and almost down now to within a second, really, of outright race pace in the dry.
Yeah, and SMJC 595 have now nicked that third position in Pro Class from DWS, but they are on slightly different pit strategies, so we're going to have to wait and see how that all kind of figures itself out by the end of the race. As we say, still about 2 hours to go, so all still to play for.
Graham Campbell's just saying he's off to bed. He's seen about, he reckons he's seen around 850 laps since been watching since 2 a.m. Wishing all the very best to the 121. That's the Ishin Ryu Jiu-Jitsu. Just as thanks to the amazing comms. It's his first time watching the race. Well, we'll hopefully welcome you back next year to this this fantastic event. Thank you very much for joining us. Just a quick note as well, and it's going to happen just before I finish on comms in about 5 minutes, but Q Racing are on 999 laps. There they are, Adam Willis at the wheel of the 33 kart, one of the two drivers in that kart, along with Charlie Bingham, that shared the victory last year with MS SoCo Select. They've moved over and running under their BPEC race name of Q Racing, under their BPEC number of 33 rather than 13. They've drafted in their usual driver from BPEC, Austin Mundy, who missed out doing the 24-hour race last year here at Teesside. They've also drafted in the Anglo-Belgian driver, Sam Spinale, who's done some sterling stints in that one. He was going to be in the Bradley Shepherd Racing higher entry until about a month and a half ago. I think he did a race day at Wilton as part of the BPEC series. Really stood out there in his entry, and he was drafted in as well to the Q Racing kart, and he could be the one of a quartet of drivers taking the checkered flag in around about 2 hours' time. Over the line that kart goes for 1,000 laps here at the 2021 British 24-hour race. MS SoCo Select are behind them on track by around about a lap and a half. On the previous lap, they closed the gap by 1.3 seconds in the drying conditions. Looks like they could be up again this time round when they come through. Looks like they've gone over the line. They are up ever so slightly, but it's still a lap and a half between Q Racing and MS SoCo Select. MS SoCo Select really now, they need some full course yellows, and they need to be full course yellows in their favour. If, at the very least, both karts keep going without any issue at all, they need to be able to close the gap to the Q Racing entry with a little over 2 hours remaining. So last year, the race leader did 1,150 laps when they took the checkered flag, although it was a solely dry race last year. We don't expect to get that far. We may, and I say that tentatively, we may scrape to 1,100 this year. We are certainly down on distance. We're down on the overall number of laps, but then again, we have spent a prolonged period of time earlier on in the race under that lengthy full course yellow. We had heavy rain at times during the opening couple of laps. Just having a quick look at some of the things. Oh yes, Andrew's quite rightly pointed out as well that 918 laps in, Race for Ruben have just set the fastest lap for a higher kart out there at Teesside. A 1:20.274. That's their personal best. I think we've had some quicker laps actually from NRG Global Power, EDKT. Euro Bandits as well have gone sub 1:20, but that's their personal best time. As we've got a spin at the bottom of the hill. That's one of the modernised ones. I think that's the Azure entry. That's Andy Ambrose in the seat of the modernised Racing Azure, number 24.
There you go, despite having a 1 or 2 lap lead over their next rivals in the higher class, Race for Ruben still absolutely going for it and putting in some incredible pace, their fastest laps of the race. So, go on, boys.
Yeah, so just having a quick look then, we saw Connor Botting and maybe the Core Blimey Racing entry. I think he's in the 1:13 now, going down the back straight. I think he may at the time have accidentally overtaken someone in the yellow because he was waving him back through down the back straight. So good awareness there for the driver of the 1:13 to allow that to happen, to wave that kart back through. And it was clear that he'd done so. The 58 looks like it's had better days on the front end. That's the DWS entry, but I'm fairly sure they're not coming to the pits. They're still in a battle with SMJC 595 over the final step of the podium in the Pro class. That one swung back and forth. Both of them have been on the provisional podium as it stands. DWS have just been in the pits 4 minutes ago, so they are slightly off, but we've got SMJC, modernised Papaya and DWS all on the same lap out there at the moment, albeit Papaya sandwiched in the middle of those in a different class, comfortably in the lead of the Clubmans as it stands.
Yeah, I was going to say Papaya's now sandwiching them, and we've got Papaya out with, it was only a few seconds back to DWS, as they've now dropped behind MSJSR in the 111 car, moving up to 10th position. Yeah, and that is 6th in our elite class, isn't it?
Yeah, so they had some issues earlier on. They had a double track rod failure, but not at the same time. They had one go, then the other one went a couple of weeks later. Sorry, a couple of
weeks.
A couple of.
How long have they been out there?
A couple of minutes later, there we see Sam Barrett taking the number 20 Lockwell Hill machine through. Gap then at the front. It's coming down ever so slightly, lap on lap. I think MS SoCo Select are arguably a little bit quicker at the moment than Q Racing. They do have obviously their quickest driver out, the SoCo Select, in Connor Lucas. He's done numerous stints at the wheel of that kart this weekend, sharing it of course with Andrew Delahunty, Paul Wilkins, Jack Dex, Dan Crosley as well, who we saw in the night. Dex was in the seat before Connor Lucas took over. We have 2 hours remaining then of this 2021 NRG Cycles British 24-hour race. It does bring an end to my time on commentary here at this wonderful event. I am going to have a wander down into the paddock. I'm going to gauge people's atmosphere. I'm probably going to go and stand somewhere near the Haas and the Q Racing awnings, because they are 2 hours away from this being the first outright victory for a Haas chassis kart at the British 24-hour race. I imagine the nerves are going to start rising if not now, in around about an hour, in about 40 minutes time when the final pit stop is done. That does unfortunately bring an end to my time on comms. Please join me though in 2 weeks' time for our sprint series here at Teesside Autodrome for rounds 5 and 6 of that series on the Saturday and Sunday on the 21st and 22nd of August. It's now time to hand over for the final commentary stint of this race to Andrew Mather.
Yeah, we will be joined by Andrew very shortly as we have a little headphone pit stop, I guess you would call it. But yeah, big shout out to Dave, putting in a huge stint again on the comms, having to cover earlier 15 minutes for Andrew, who managed to slightly oversteep his start, but that's okay. Always get lots of energy, no matter the time, from David, whether that be energy from talking about his passions, being motorsport and fruit pastels, we've learned over the last sort of 24 hours. But yeah, we look on to the final 2 hours of this race. I can't quite believe it. We've made it this far. We are still alive and working just about, and seems to be so are most of the karts as well. So we've still got a great battle hotting up near the front of the field and also down across the classes as well. I do believe the closest on track are still the 3 I mentioned earlier. We've got 9th, 10th and 11th place, all pretty close. Modernised Racing Papaya, all those 3 are actually in different classes. We've got Modernised Racing Papaya in 9th position. They are in the Clubman class, the leader of the Clubman class there. Only 5 seconds behind is the MSJSR 111 car in the elite class even, and then only about 3 seconds behind is DWS Racing, who are in the Pro class. So that's a nice little battle, possibly hotting up on track, which we actually are, I believe, seeing out of the window. That is the 111 car that we are focusing on the cameras of MSJSR in the elite class. They managed to make their way past DWS Racing, and now they are hunting down Modernised Racing Papaya. You can tell it's been 24 hours, mate. I'm getting very, very easy words. Very wrong.
You good?
I'm feeling okay, yeah, a little bit ropey, but feeling good. And I'm not honestly sure what I'm going to do this afternoon, because I don't really want to go to sleep too early and then be up at about 4 AM.
No.
But I also would quite like to go to sleep. So we'll see what happens.
You've got to let the body do what it wants to do. Morning, everybody. How are the nerves? How are the frayed ends of any tensions and feelings?
Starting to build up a little bit, I think. All starting to build up.
So far.
You're here for the most exciting bit, though, sir?
I am indeed. It's been something that we've been commenting on throughout the course of the race, and I think the increased number is a factor in this. The weather's obviously been a factor in this. That short range shower will have brought all the fears of earlier in the race.
Especially seeing so many other people spinning at multiple different corners.
It still feels like a quite attritional race.
Definitely.
And because of that, nothing's certain in any of our classes. You know, you look at the top, 1.5 laps is the gap. In Pro, it's 2 laps. In Clubman, a little bit wider, but still 6 laps as Team Tapes have come in for what looks like a scheduled pit stop.
Indeed.
Interestingly, though, I think that means they're going to have to splash and dash towards the end, but maybe they're just playing it safe now. They are 6 laps away from second place, and they've got a lapse advantage over MSTDW. But, you know, we've seen teams lose 7 or 8 laps pretty easily with a mechanical issue. So if you're Modernised Racing Papaya, this job isn't done yet of getting the Clubman podium. And then it's the same in Elite. You've still got Race for Ruben about a lap ahead of NRG Global Power, 51 seconds back to EDKT. Eurobandit's still in there, 36 seconds behind. It's still very much all to play for.
Yeah, it definitely is. Definitely is. As Anu just said, race is hotting up all across the field. So we'll make sure to keep you all updated as to what is going on, who's taking pit stops when, who's making moves on who. But yeah, all hotting up now as we continue to focus on the 111 car of MSJSR. Hunting down.
Big collision.
Into
the
the
wall goes the 41.
Oh, he's taken out the marshal almost.
That was, I couldn't quite work out which.
Who
it was an owner kart, but this is coming onto the D chicane. Everyone's okay. That was an owner kart getting a little bit too forceful, if you ask me.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a forceful crash, and we've exploded the tyre barrier. Full course yellow, is it?
Not quite yet.
But yeah, now we've got a tyre in the middle of the track, luckily relatively offline, especially if the drivers are seeing the yellow flag and keeping well away from the incident. They shouldn't have any problem with that tyre. Has all the 31
Ooh, yeah,
coming around a little bit too quickly there.
That may be an overtake on the yellow penalty. The 41 is going to get going again, but there's damage to the Nassau panel. Everyone's okay.
Yeah, we're all
Safety
good.
equipment's done its job, but that was a bit of a shock for the marshal down there. He just sat there minding his own business on a Sunday morning, and then wham. I was on the lookout for red graphics because Matt Cook's asked the question of who's out in their cart at the moment.
Yeah, the marshal having a bit of a rude awakening this morning, but he's all smiles and putting the barrier back together, so I think it's all good.
You're watching live coverage of the 2021 British 24 Hour. John Ratcliffe and Andrew Mather on commentary duties with you to the end of the race now.
Saving the best till last.
Absolutely. See the renowned Vankels coming through. The 198 looks to be coming into pit lane. Offline Motorsport go by, but still running very well. So anyone pitting now is probably not going to be able to make it all the way on fuel. So there'll be splashes and dashes involved later on in the race.
I do want to give another shout out to Grizzly Racing as well, down in 55th position. Doing a stellar job. They are still about 2 laps off the 3rd position in their class, which is Hopeless Disaster. However, they're lapping about 2.5 seconds a lap faster. So with an hour and 51 left, you still can't count them out, especially if there aren't any issues to any of the karts ahead. But yeah, all they've got to do is just keep their head in the game. This goes for any kart out there on track. Keeping your head in the game, picking those passes correctly, because there's no point trying to gain an extra few tenths, half a second, with a bit of a dive up the inside, but then ending up messing it up and losing 30 seconds to even minutes, having to go into the pits, get things changed, get things fixed. So it's all about just picking those moves correctly in an endurance setting.
Candy Floss asks, has the night shift eaten all the Haribo's and other various sugary items? No, it's still a little bit here.
I didn't know we called David the night shift.
See, well, 3 of us live in the northern part of the country, and I think the word dentist bills started coming into our heads during the middle of the night, so we refrained. We were good boys, and we stopped ourselves.
Good boys, I'm proud. Speaking of which, I'm going to have one.
Hello to Fred French, 15-year-old Lennon French doing very well out there for Team Backmarker, and a big thanks to Jess Alexander for taking Lennon under her wing. There's a little bit of confusion in the pits earlier on. I think they had tensioner not tensioning anymore, but they were able to fix it and get Lennon back out there, so that's why there was an unscheduled pit stop for them some 20 minutes or so ago. There's the 43. I do believe it's Carl Lucas back in with that helmet design that surprised us earlier on in the race. 1:14.1 last time around for MS Soco Select. And they'll keep pushing all the way to the end. They want to keep this title of being British 24-hour champions for another year. You've got a mammoth task here of 1.5 laps to close down on Q Racing. Grabix Racing, if we haven't mentioned already, are in the pits. 28th place for them at the moment. And unfortunately, I think that is an unscheduled pit stop because they were lasting 27 minutes ago.
Yeah, it does seem a little bit too soon. And haven't actually mentioned on my Instagram, we have another little cheeky update. If you haven't seen already, at Moto Meerkat on Instagram, I'm doing a little voting system, seeing who has the best name at today's 24-hour race. We've finished the quarterfinals now, gone into the semis, but I can give you the results for the quarterfinal. We had Hopeless Disaster beating out Cash Bandits 60% to 40%. Then we had Dads and Lads Racing beating out Renowned Vankels by 51% to 49%. Only one vote separating them there, so Dads and Lads moved on to the semis. Then Getting Tired beat out Team Backmarkers 59% to 41%. And then the final team going through to the semi-final are the Cheshire Chodes beating out Why So Serious. So make sure you go over to my Instagram @MotoMeerkat and make sure to vote for your favourite team. Only 4 teams left in the semis, and in about 50 minutes I'm going to update it to the final before we go into the final hour of today's race. So very exciting.
Very exciting indeed. Into the pits comes Team Raw. 1 hour and 11. So, ooh, now is that scheduled? Because that's fuel management. It's not particularly good because it's too early to try and get all the way to the end, I'd say. And they should have a little bit more fuel in the tank. Alan Dove correctly points out that number 43's Nassau panel is loose. Question is it getting looser? Doesn't seem to be affecting Connor Lucas though at the moment.
So we have a commemorative medal.
We had a message from Kat. What was it? I couldn't
Message
hear.
from Kat, yeah. We have been told that there is a commemorative style medal for the
Yes.
race for everyone involved.
Yep.
So, as everyone seems to kind of dash off near the end of the race, she was letting us know that if you would like to go to race control within the next hour and 45
Yeah.
minutes to
Your
collect
racing's
one
done.
for yourself,
Yeah.
then be sure to go down there and grab one because why not? Free medal,
Shiny stuff. Everyone
shiny
likes
things, and a great thing to remember. Such a momentous race.
Yep. 1 hour and 46 minutes and 50 seconds to go. What's our closest battle out there on track? Well, Modernised Racing Papaya and DWS Racing are in the mix, trying to hold in the top 10. 3.4 seconds between them, and if they can get together and work together, they could possibly close down MSJSR as well, because they're only a further 6 seconds up the road. Casey Borhan asks, do you know how long fuel lasts in the owner carts? Well, overnight they were doing generally on average around 1 hour 25 to 1 hour 30. If you really lifted and coasted, you might be able to stretch it out to this kind of 1 hour 40s region, but I don't think anyone's going to risk that this year. And saying that, the number 43 is having a little look down into around the fuel tank. What was going on there for Connor Lucas? Is that a problem for the number 43, or did just sort of thumbs up to the team to say, yep, we're fine on fuel? They'll really want to get through the next 20 minutes to get their last pit stop in. See Tom Kempink there in the Bradley Shepherd Racing number 15. Coming through the dogleg now. They're having a good race. They're in 3rd place in Elite.
Got Alessia in the pits as well, down in 48th. Only 30 minutes on their last stint, so not sure. That's another problem for the team. We had, I believe it was the brother of who it is named after. So the mother was slightly frustrated, as David had said, they're having so much bad luck. You need to change the name of the team. And apparently the mother was like, that's named after my daughter. We're not changing the name of the team. And David was very, very embarrassed. But yeah, sadly, looks like they might be having even more problems there going into the pits again. So frustrating for them not having the best 24 hours, are they?
No, it's been a tough one for them. I'm sure they'll be back for another go in future years.
Of course, definitely.
That has been one of the really good things about this race, is just how many owner carts that we've had. The biggest owner field, definitely in recent years,
It's
whilst we've been
huge.
doing the live streams of this event. Who's this coming into the pit lane with their arm in the air? It's the 717. So into the pits comes, where are they in the order?
There they are.
Thank you very much. It's the Bro Carters in 80th place. That's on schedule, 1 hour 24 since they last visited pit lane for some fuel. They may need a little bit of a splash and dash towards the end of the race.
And we do have to give a shout out to one of our favourite entries out there, the number 420 Simtech Motorsport, still leading the rookie class.
Yeah.
Doing a fantastic job out there, but only a lap now between them and Good Chip Racing.
Yep.
So could all hot up between them, depending on what happens out there on track. Just as we say that, the Newmarket Hornets and VM Max Racing move up a position each as NC Racing come into the pit lane. So that moves each of them up a position, but still staying in second and third in the rookie class respectively. Sorry, third and fourth, my apologies.
Number 45 there, making a few moves in the group of owners, currently going out of hairpin number 2. And they've had an up and down race so far, but have persevered through to take the lead here in pro. Just need to keep, oh, but that's contact with the 22, and that is, well, they've taken 2 carts out there. It's the 58
Points
involved as well, DWS Racing. Now, will there be any jurisdiction about that? Because it seems, again, the DDMM commentary curse, whenever I say a team is persevering and doing all right and doing a good job, they have some form of incident at hairpin 3. We saw that with 303 Racing earlier in the race.
Oh no, and now I've got a DDMM top on,
Yeah.
so I'm going to start throwing these out now, aren't I?
The power has been bestowed upon you.
Great. Perfect. And yeah, I wanted to say as well, more shout-outs coming in for Team Batmarker, the 21 squad, having a difficult race there, one of our elite drivers. But Vicky Carr shouting out on the stream saying, "Mum is watching, son." So go on, young Mr. Carr out there in the number 21 Team Batmarker kart in 27th position.
Well, the 121 is going round. We saw them messaging out for drivers earlier on to keep their kart running, Ishin,
Yes.
Cryo, Jiu-Jitsu, and of course, I should not be surprised at all. It confused me for a second. It's like, wait a minute, why is that helmet that I recognise all of a sudden in a hire kart? It's Costa. Costa has stepped up to the challenge.
What a legend.
And is piloting the 121 round. And being the Greek god of speed, he's going pretty quickly. 120.917 last time around.
That is Costa. Much quicker than any of the other karts around him on circuit. As we've got the leader of our clubman class in the pits after a 1 hour and 19-minute stint. So definitely a planned stop for them there, but still doing a fantastic job there, leading the class by quite some way.
Leaders in clubman are in. We've not mentioned that already. They will need.
That's what I just said, mate.
Sorry.
That's all good, bro. That's all good. I've done it about 3 or 4 times already, so that's fine. I did the same with David. I was half asleep and I went, "Oh, and this thing's just happened." He just looked at me. I've just been speaking about it for 2 minutes. What are you on about? It's all right. We're all a bit tired. We're all trying to make our way through this last 1 hour and 40 minutes of an incredible race. I can't believe 22 hours and 20 minutes have gone by.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Up the hill goes the 420, so Simtek still leading here in the rookies. And there's been some really good rookie efforts, I think, this year. So these are all first-timers in this event in terms of the drivers. Good Chip Racing, second place. WM Max Racing have done exactly what you want to do in an endurance race. There's not been much drama for them. They've just kept the kart running, and they're at the moment being rewarded with 3rd place in their class. There's a yellow flag out, John.
Yeah, there was a hire kart just rejoining from the D chicane, just on the exit of the right-hander there, whipping it back round from facing the wrong direction and rejoining the race safely.
Support coming in for Grizzly Racing.
I was just about to point them out as well, because the team ahead of them, Hopeless Disaster, are now back out of the pits, actually, just as I say that, jumping up to lap 910. But I don't think there's going to be too much of a gap between them now. However, we'd probably be expecting a pit stop from Grizzly Racing in about 20 to 30 minutes or so.
Having said that, though, will they be able to make, I'm talking about Hopeless Disaster here, will they be able to make it on fuel?
That's going to be a push.
39.
1 hour and 40.
It's possible, but you need to do a little bit of lifting and coasting, I imagine. Grizzly Racing to have to do a stop.
Yes, definitely.
Because they're 50 minutes into a stint. They're a good way through their tank, but at least it won't be a particularly long fuel stop because they'll probably need an hour. Probably need an hour of fuel to get them to the end.
Yes. Yeah. But yeah, I was chatting with them before I came to the comms box. They're putting in a stellar effort, and I think they were planning on having another driver in anyway, just having a bit of a splash and dash. But Alessia still in the pits as well, having more and more difficulties and slowly slipping back down the order, sad to see.
Oh, it's Joe Patterson who wants to give Adam Nichols a big round of applause. Deserves this so much. UK importer for past 1 hour and 40 to go. You can do it, and hopefully supply me a reliable kart my attempt on doing the 24-hour on his own next year. As we say, still a good way of this race to go, and those of you who were here 12 months ago will not need reminding of what happened 12 months ago. It was decided there was a lead change on the last lap of the race.
If you didn't see it, obviously we've got that highlight video on the Alpha Live channel. If you just click through to the channel page, obviously open it in a new tab. You want to keep this race running in the background. But yeah, you can check that out after today's race, because that, even if you just watch the final 15 minutes or so, was just incredible.
A couple of changes of position to tell you about. Blimey Racing have gone up to 37th place overall. They've got past TT Sports, who are currently in pit lane. Mad Racing have got past Fried Egg Racing, so that's a owner kart and clubman getting past a higher elite, and they keep plugging away. Can the number 40 get back into the top 40 by the end of the race? It's possible. It's possible that they could do that. It'd be good to see after all of their efforts. Into the pits comes Good Chip Racing. Second place in rookie, 1 hour 16 since they last came in.
Simtech have been out for 1 hour 22, so we're expecting them in pretty soon as well.
Yep.
They're getting some love in the live chat. Then 4:20, rising to the challenge, going hard. They are indeed, and there we go. They have, no, sorry, I'm lying. I'm looking at Good Chip still. They're still, Simtech are still out on track, but as I say, we're expecting them pretty soon with a stint like that.
If Simtech Motorsport can do another, 6 or 7 minutes, their penultimate stint will be
Much
longer
easier
than the time remaining in the rest of this race, indicating that they should be able to do it on one stop.
Yeah, they've got to try and eat that out, and it looks like it's what they are doing, because Good Chip's last lap was a 1:21, Simtech's was a 1:27. So possibly some quite heavy lifting coasting going on there.
Yep. Alex Dogman, who's cheering on NRGGP. 34th place at the moment, but crucially second in the higher categories as a whole and leading in pro. The highs have been brilliant this year again for me. It's been attritional, it's been very up and down, but every time I've looked at their standings, there's been battles going on, it's been close, and it still is close. Just one lap separating NRG Global Power and EDK 2040. And the fact it's some different names at the top of this order as well.
I've just seen that 855 of EDK 2040 are coming into the pits. For a 1 hour 22 stint.
Probably need a splash and dash.
Well, they're probably just going to try and have one quite long stint, would you say, until the end now. They're going to have to do some serious lifting and coasting. But yeah, they're still on the same lap as the kart behind them in the hires, but they weren't in the same class. They were in the class above the elites.
Alan Dove getting the calculator out at karting1.co.uk. Q Racing losing about 7/10 on average per lap at the moment. He's looking for things to happen towards the end of the race. Oh, don't worry, Alan, don't worry. I'm sure there is some drama left in this race. It's just a question of where it's going to be.
There's a lot of different areas out on track that could throw up some interesting battles toward the end.
Yep.
Keep watching those pit stops rolling in, as I think MS Lucas have passed offline on track for 6th position.
Yep.
But both of them expected to be coming into the pits relatively soon.
Yeah, it doesn't affect offline motorsports.
Still second in the class.
Still second in class. Look at this, the number of pit stops, and we saw offline do this last year, and it served them very well. And it looks like it's going to do the same here in 2021. They've made 13 pit stops. relative to everybody else, I think the only... Well, Q Racing have done 15, MSTW have done 15, MS Soco Select have done 17, Team Tate 18, MS Lucas 18. I think the only team that's done 14 that we can see is MS.BE. So another great effort from Offline Motorsport, not just out there on circuit, but organisationally in the awning as well, to be able to support that strategy and make it work. Thank you to Shane, who's just let us know that for SimTech Motorsport, Tim Knox is getting in.
I do love a hashtag 420 update. Thank you for that, Shane.
This team of Tim Knox, Jack Cubbett, Steve Cook and Reese Dix is doing quite nicely and are 1 hour and 33 minutes away from getting to not just the end of the race but a class victory as well in rookie. Later Borough last is Ian Williams still going. Unfortunately Ian had to retire in the middle of the night. Was taken ill. He's okay. He was in the chat earlier. Thanking everybody for all of their support, all the donations. Keep them coming in on the Just Giving page. I'll pop another link for it in the chat for those who weren't with us earlier in the race. If there is anything that you can donate, that would be absolutely fantastic if you could do so. We won't go into the details, but yeah, he had to stop. He had to stop. He was going to do some serious damage if he carried on. So
He's going to have a bit of a Mark Webber moment, I think, out on track.
Probably worse. But yeah.
We wouldn't want to hear that over the radio.
No. 1 hour and 32 to go then. The race just simmering away as NRG Global Power have come into the pits. Ooh, now what's going on here? Because this looks early to me. 1 hour.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Since they were last in, and it's promoted Euro Bandits up to second place. Oh dear, is there a problem here for NRG Global Power? Because they were 1 lap off of race for Ruben. They've come back out, 3 minutes 23.
Long stop.
Okay, not too bad. They're back running again now.
Still 30 seconds longer than the EDK stop was. So maybe just trouble getting an engine restarted or something like that.
Maybe so. But that is very good news for the Euro Bandits now. It's given them a chance of second amongst all of the hires.
And it's great for EDK as well. They're only 9.7 seconds off the class win now.
And they've got good pace as well. 120.8 last time around for EDK 24T.
Great pace. The fastest pace of any of our hire drivers, I do believe, as I'm quickly scanning down. Yeah, I think so.
Not many of the hires at this stage of the race in the 1 minute 20s. We're going to go 4, nearly 5 wide. That's Mad Racing just pulling their way through some of the traffic. And in fact, I think there was an overtaking position in there because Mad Racing trying to get past the 66 for 41st position. Still filing through. There's the 318 Team Tate in 3rd place.
Core Blimey Racing, the 113, were also in the pits as well. They've done an hour 44 stint, mate. That is huge.
It is possible. It is possible to do that.
Fair play. It's a massive one, but yeah, they've made it work.
And the thing with the splash and dashes as well is why it's probably worth trying to eke out the fuel to reduce your number of stops is it's not really a splash and dash. It's not like a one where you used to see in Formula 1 or in, say, the World Endurance Championship. Because you've got to go through that process. You've got to go onto the weighbridge, you've then got to get your fuel, you've then got to walk the kart round to the hot restart area, and then make the walking pace run out of pit lane.
And then hope that your engine start first time.
And hope that your engine start first time, and that your tired driver doesn't trip over the cart. There's lots of things that can go wrong in just a splash and dash pit stop. So yeah, I think there'll be a couple of teams trying to make that break to just get through the rest of this race if they're stopping now on the tanks that they're receiving. Mad Racing confirmed as past A66-2, and I think they are going to get back into the top 40 because TT Sport are still in pit lane. Shout out from Claire Hunt to Lockwell Hill, who are in the top 50. 50th place for them. 12 seconds behind Swindon Karting Arena Racing. They're trying to close them down.
Also, Euro
big stop to go
Bandits
for them.
are in the pits as well.
Yep, Euro Bandits in 1 hour 20 since they last came in, so I think it's doable to get to the end of the race now on 1 hour and 28. So where will they come out in relation to NRG Global Power? They'll probably get overtaken because there'll be a lot of fuel going into the 169. Paul Blimey Racing, I think, have just had their potentially last pit stop in the 113. Third place for them in Pro at the moment. In fact, we are at bottom of the hour, so let's do a rundown of...
Oh, I did the higher carts
You
last
did the
time.
highest last time, so we'll do the elites this time. Leading the race, 1,029 laps completed by the number 33 of Q Racing. In second place, the number 43 of MS Soco Select, trying to hold on to their title. Retake it outright after it was shared last year. They're 1 lap back at the moment. Team Tate 8 laps off the overall leader in third place. Well, overall and in elite. MSTDW 9 laps off the lead, 4th overall but crucially leading in pro. 5th place, Red Graphics 10 laps off the overall lead. 6th place, MS Lucas 11 laps off the overall lead. Joined on that same lap by Offline Motorsport in 7th overall, 2nd in pro. 19 laps off the overall lead in 8th place is SMJC number 55, number 595. They are 3rd in pro. MSJSR 32 seconds further back in 9th place. Wrapping out the top 10 at the moment, 20 laps off the overall leaders, is the number 58 of DWS Racing. 11th place overall, 21 laps off the overall lead, but crucially leading in Clubman is the number 57 of Modernised Racing Papaya. Into 12th place now, virtue of some pit stop activity, is the number 17 of Nexus Sports. They are 26 laps off the overall lead. As I say, they have received that position because MS McFly are in for what is surely, their final pit stop. 1 hour 26 on that last tank for them. 1 hour 26 of this race to go. 14th place, and in 2nd place in Clubman is the number 10 of X Racing. They have a 1 lap gap over SMJC 959. They are 3rd in Clubman and in 15th place overall. Modernised Racing Gold are trying to pull their way back onto the podium in Clubman. They've just gone past the 1,000 lap mark. They're in 16th place overall. 52 seconds is the deficit to SMJC 959. 17th place overall, 31 laps off the overall lead, about to complete their 1,000th lap of the race, is the number 69 of Raw. 2 carts in the pits at the moment, 18th place 443 MS.BE and 19th place number 81 Team Take 2 on a really rough race. Some really good pace, but not the reliability to keep them in the top 10. 20th place at the moment, the number 36 of the Cash Bandits, the team based down at Rye House in Hoddesdon, were the early leaders in Clubman. At the moment, they are 38 laps off the overall lead. 1 lap clear of last year's Clubman champion, 303 Racing. 22nd place, the 240 of Modernised Racing Azure. They are 47 laps off the overall lead, and in a close battle, leading by over 10 seconds over A66, so 23rd at the moment for the number 66 cart. 24th, the 198 of DW Racing, 51 laps off the overall lead. They've just come out from a pit stop, should be good to the end on fuel. 25th, the number 26 of Topwood Motorsport in Clubman, 52 laps down. 26th, the number 31 of Modernised Racing Magenta, 53 laps down. You just tripped over your cable.
Yeah, I stood on it again.
In the pits at the moment in 27th place, Team Backmarker, the 970. They had an unscheduled stop 56 minutes ago, so they should be having their final pit stop right now. 28th place, the number 88 of Grabex Racing. 29th, Rethink Racing. 30th and 8.9 seconds ahead of the next cart down the road is On Point Racing. So great stuff from On Point Racing to get themselves back into the top 30 in the number 18. And as we say, 8.9 seconds ahead of TMZ Racing, the number 4. On Point Racing do owe us a... In fact, no, I think both of those karts owe us a stop. So they're kind of equal on strategy now to the end of the race. It'll all be depending on how much fuel needs to go in to get them there. 31st, the number 4 of TMZ Racing, as we mentioned. In the pits at the moment in 32nd, the 104 of Rethink Racing 2. Those are all the karts currently ahead of the higher field, so that's why I'll start skipping positions now, because we'll do them in an hour's time. 40th place at the moment. They are back in the top 40, the number 40 of Mad Racing, 101 laps off the overall lead. The 426 of Formula 160 are in the pits at the moment at 44th place, 104 laps down. 47th, the 334 of TT Sport, 106 laps down. Then we run down to 61st position for the 61. Alessia back running out there again, 117 laps off the overall lead. 55 seconds ahead of the number 916 from Ratcliff Racing in 62nd place. And then we run a little bit further down to find Dads and Lads Racing in 83rd, 158 laps off the overall lead. And then getting into karts that currently aren't circulating, in 89th and 272 of ML Racing, 289 laps from the overall lead. In 91st and 37 of YSO Series, 512 laps down and retired pretty much, as are CKK and the Guinness World Record attempt. That is your last rundown that we will give for the owner classes. We will give the highest last one in about 50 minutes time.
I was going to say, I assume if it's the final run through of the day, that we would just be kind and go through the entire field. Or is that too... That's too, no, that's too much. That's just too much. Sorry, yeah, I shouldn't put out crazy ideas like that. My apologies. Yeah, still lots of battles going on track. I did see a couple spins at hairpin 1 and hairpin 2. People getting it a little bit wrong. But yeah, as we've been saying, far less yellow flags out on track at the moment. And although we are at 22 full course yellows for the entire race, I think in the last sort of 4 or 5 hours, we've only really had 2, maybe 3. So definitely the driver's getting more settled in.
Well, it went to 20 when I was last on the air, so that was,
well, there you go.
That was quite a while
I've written
ago.
in 2 since being on.
Yeah.
So
MS Soko Select are in. This will be their final pit stop. They've done 1 hour and 24 on this last tank, and there's 1 hour and 21 of the race to go. Now, this will be incredibly important to see where they shake out. Their field stop will be longer than Q Racing's, because Q Racing are probably going to do another 20 minutes. There is Adam Willis. He's been in this position before, and they're just taking care of the karts at the moment. They don't need to push absolutely flat out, so that's why they're being caught a little bit, but not at a rate that I think will be worrying them at the moment. And MS Soko Select will need to make sure that this pit stop is a clean one. We'll see who they're putting into the karts for the final stint.
oh, and there's a little spinner outside the window, the number 18. That hairpin 1. He's taken a little pirouette into the grass, but he's managed to rejoin. Frustrated with himself, slaps the steering wheel. Just got to keep his head in the game. It's just one mistake. Only lost a couple of seconds. Just don't let it affect the rest of your lap or the next few laps, because that'll just lose you even more time, mate. Head back in the game, straight forward, focusing on that finish line.
Yeah, On Point Racing have had a real journey across the course of the last 24 hours. Hello to Claire, who's cheering on Ben Horner, who's getting into the 999 straight through crew for the final stint. Bring it home. How are the 999 doing? They're in 56th position. What a place to be. 56 is my favourite number.
Well, there we are.
Yeah.
And that's son of Christian Horner, is it, Ben Horner? Oh, I don't think so. I'm going to say no.
One leader passes another. There goes the Q Racing owner leader past the higher leader in Race for Ruben. And what a story this would be if Race for Ruben can see this home. 50 minutes is their current stint time. They're still probably at least half an hour away from making their final stop.
You can see Alex Jackson's back awake in the chat. Hashtag Fruit Pastels. He was there for that entire debacle. Let's not get back into it, Alex, please. We've only just gone over it. As SMJC595 in the pits. Not sure if you already mentioned that already.
Yep.
Yeah, they're in after a 1 hour 32 minutes stint.
No.
Oh, well, there you go. After 1.5 hours, they're back in, and they're going to jump in for final stint, probably about 1 minute 18 by the time they get out,
Yep.
so they can push quite nicely actually on that final stint. Just going to be looking likely for a number of the drivers around them as well. Offline Motorsport due a pit stop, so are MS Lucas as well, and so are our leaders, Q Racing. They've done about 1 hour and 8 minutes, so they're really going to be a splash and dash to race to the finish line.
Driver change for MS SoCo Select. The last leg is going to go to Dan Crossley. No Dave Robinson here this year for MS SoCo Select, so normally, I think if my memory serves me correctly, Dan's done the penultimate leg, and then Dave does the anchor as a double stint, but it's Dan Crossley who's been entrusted with getting the 43 home this year. 2 minutes and 32 was the final pit stop for, well, the lap time with a pit stop for MS SoCo Select. So what can Q Racing do? Can they beat that and gain a little bit more time back? Because they have been losing 6 to 8 tenths a lap, really, on average.
We've got
over
the
MS SoCo Select
21
so far.
with an engine that's gone.
Oh dear, yeah,
Just
that is
dived into the
21
pit
going
lane,
in.
yeah, team back marker with an engine gone.
And Jess Alexander, it's tough luck for them. Again, they've had a really, really torrid race. A lot of mechanical issues. They are in 27th place at the moment. I don't think they've come into pit lane.
And the number 66 car of A66, I don't know who is out there, but they've got a fantastic helmet. It's just an American flag. The entire helmet is an American flag. I love that. I'm patriotic. Unless they're not American, then that would be slightly odd. But good helmet nonetheless. Good helmet nonetheless.
It will be Ross Jordan.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic helmet, sir. Pick him out from a mile off.
Team that won Hire Clubman last year. And at the moment, so making it 2 in a row. There is Dan Crossley. What's Dan Crossley doing there? Looking over his shoulder. Nice forward, Dan. You've got a cart to chase down.
Sound like his dad. Telling him off. Nice forward.
Jess Alexander seems to be back up to speed now in the number 21. There she is. 27th place still for team back marker. 8 laps is the gap that they need to overhaul. It's going to be tough unless Kart starts having issues ahead of them. Quite a few teams in for their final pit stops. SMJC 959 being one of them. Cash Bandits are in for their final pit stop. Modernised Racing Azure are in for their final pit stop. Good pit stop actually for Cash Bandits there. 2 minutes and 12 seconds. They're only in the pit lane and stationary for around probably 45 seconds there. Holding in that top 20 would be nice for the 36. Still waiting on MS SoCo. Right, whoa, why are MS SoCo Select showing is back in pit lane?
Ooh.
What has happened here is the 43 in trouble. I don't know if we can get a shot down
We can
in
get a pit lane cam.
to see if there's activity for the number 43, but they have shown as having crossed the timing beam in pit lane, and they were only in 3 minutes ago. Yep, confirmed in the chat, the 43 are back in. This could be the end of their reign at the top of the British 24-hour. Q Racing still out front, still yet to complete their final pit stop. Well, MS SoCo Select have thrown everything at them across the course of this race. But I'm getting the feeling, John, that the lady isn't singing, but she's definitely warming up her vocal cords.
Yeah, she really is. Really sad to see them have to dive into the pits there. We'll try and find out what the particular issue is for MS SoCo Select, but sad to see them possibly out of the running. I mean, we've still got over an hour to go, so you never know. Something could happen to the Q Racing cart, but as you say, it does seem like she is warming up her vocal.
It's a chain. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, so not too much of a difficult change then. They should be out relatively quickly.
Well, that is gutting. That is gutting to have that kind of failure at this stage of the race. Now, thankfully, it shouldn't be too long a fix. Stick a new one on, get it back out again. But I think that has put pay to the chances of them getting the victory here this year. And Q Racing will know now they just need to stroke it home. There's Jess Alexander coming back out the pits and team back markers. They've got some ailments as well. That was 8 minutes stint for the number 21. Making good Bradley Philpotts. In fact, they're going for a... Yeah, no, he's confirming that it's a chain. That there's activity going on down there for the guys.
Is that the Super Select cart? Wasn't quite sure, couldn't quite pick it out. See if they come out of the pit lane now.
Looks like an owner cart. May have been 3. No, I don't think it was 334. It was the
66, I think. Changing driver.
Same graphics on the carts. There's the 987 still pounding round. We spoke earlier about how the 987 and Team Bernardo, if they didn't have bad luck, they had no luck at all. Rob Chalmers from the team tells me he's broken his nose in a pit stop.
How'd you do that in the pit stop?
I don't know how. In fact, I'm going to read and see if he told me how he's done that.
That is...
But he's had to do a stint with that. So
oh my goodness.
Helmet on. Cable ties on the weight snapped as I was pulling them off and up and off the cart, and I punched myself in the face.
Oh my goodness, that's so unlucky.
What are you doing, Rob? What are you doing?
So unlucky. But we just saw Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat getting a contact warning down in 64th place. They need to watch out for that. Any more of those and they could be seeing a black flag. And you never want one of those, but you certainly don't want one moving into the final hour of the race. That could scupper all of your plans. As we've got Q Racing in the pits as well.
Final pit stop for them. Everything looking very calm and under control.
They know what they're doing. Don't have to rush anything. Make sure it's all done smoothly. As that was the 43 exiting the pit just ahead of them. So MS Soko Select back out on track now as well after they fixed their chain issue.
Charlie Bingham into the end as he did last year.
But Q Racing now with, I think, 5 laps over them.
David says we got the Rob Chalmers incident on camera when it happened.
Oh.
That must have been whilst I was away.
Yeah, try and find that.
Ayrton asks, any other Americans watching this? Let us know, Let us know in the chat where you're watching from.
Whereabouts in America are you watching from, Ayrton?
Canada?
We had lots of, when we were asking earlier, we had so many from Australia. So many from Australia. So that was good to see, but I guess that was kind of the time zone of when I was in the stint, but maybe some more Americans trickling in now. But yeah, people from all across the globe enjoying this fantastic race here at Teesside Autodrome.
Morning to Jan Kemping, Tom's dad, cheering on BSR. I've lost my mouse just to remind myself which overall position BSR are in now. They're in 38th place, still 3rd in elite. That's what they'll be caring about in terms of class positions. Have they made their final pit stop yet? Yes, they have. They made it 10 minutes ago. We've got a South Wales watching in the chat.
Hey! Shout out. Actually, South Wales includes Swansea as well, so maybe you need to narrow that down a little bit before I say Wales.
Is that a Cardiff Bay or Swansea or elsewhere in South Wales?
Anywhere but Swansea is totally fine.
Give a shout out to Llandau.
Big shout out to Llandau. We were supposed to be going there for the finals of the UKC, but with the Welsh laws in place, we had to change it to Butmore at the last minute, so I was sad I didn't get a final race around that lovely track.
I don't blame them, to be honest.
Yeah.
Rowdy lots.
It would have been an interesting one to have the finals out with camping as well,
Yes.
considering there really isn't anywhere to camp.
Oh no, you can. Birmingham did that one year.
Okay.
They nearly froze. Like the
Even
track
in the height of summer.
performance the following day was, oh no, this was like in February, early March.
Oh my God!
This was a proper
you don't want to be
round.
you don't want to be outside.
A bit of frost and snow on the ground.
Oh goodness! Yeah, I've definitely seen some old footage in the TKMs at Llandau in like just slush. Looked awful.
Thank you very much, guys. We've got plenty of people messaging who where they are watching from. Alex is watching from France. Ollie Parr is watching from the M6. Chrissy Miller watching from South Africa. Ivo from the Netherlands. Grant Miller's watching from Malaysia. So It's a beautiful part of the world.
Lots of Aussies.
Michael Burke said, yeah, lots of Aussies in here. Wiltshire from Tishy Mac. Darlington just down the road from Simon Ferguson.
Ooh.
7:49 p.m. at the moment in Bathurst, Australia. They know how to put on an endurance race.
Yeah.
Mount Panorama.
Oh, okay, we'll let him off. Carmarthen. That's
Carmarthen.
completely fine. It's completely fine. A lovely little part of South Wales, so I'm glad you're enjoying it there and tuning in for this fantastic day of racing. We've also got Charles from Milton Keynes as well.
Big up the MK.
Big up the MK. But yeah, people from all over the world enjoying today's race with just over an hour to go. So we see 26 taking a lot of that curve on exit there. But are there any particularly close battles out on track? I can see that DWS Racing in 9th only has 0.8 of a second
if
to
we can find the
SMJC
number
behind.
10 and the 44, they are coming through according to the tracker through the reverse corkscrew now. X-Racing and MS McFly, half a second between them at the last count. There's the 10, where's the 44?
That looks like it could
there
be
they
them.
are, right, well picked
Nose
up.
to
The
tail.
number 10 ahead of the 44. This is a battle for position. Let's stick with this because MS McFly are pushing hard. It's not for class position because
Oh, he's gone up the inside.
Great move from MS McFly, and that is 13th place overall.
Very decisive from MS McFly there. Taking that opportunity.
X-Racing fighting for second place in Clubman. MS McFly currently 5th in Pro, but they'll like that.
Yeah, I think X-Racing will know not to fight that too heavily. Obviously, on-track position does matter, but you are looking to keep that class position too. You don't want to throw it away with some silly move to someone in a completely different class.
More places of the world that people are watching from. We've got Redcar, we've got Costa del Aycliffe, we've got Surrey, we've got From the Track.
Sorry,
by
From the
Catherine
Track.
Potter.
Hey, hello, Catherine.
Kilmarnock, hello, Andrew. Good to hear from you, mate. The Isle of Man, of course, we've got
great.
an Isle of Man team running around out there. Cambridge, Mansfield.
I'm watching on my sofa. Doesn't say where, just on the sofa.
It is RAF Cryptic, so he's not going to give away his
Oh,
highly
he's
secret
not going to give away
location.
location. You never know who could be listed.
Military secrets and all of that. And one last one for now. Sarah Jane Roberts is watching from Yorkshire.
Yorkshire.
Not specific as to which bit of Yorkshire, but that's okay, because it's all great. Producer Adam agrees with me.
He's loving it. Shout out to Brad as well in the chat. This coverage is nuts, by the way. Absolutely incredible. Glad you're enjoying it, enjoying the Alpha Live coverage. Make sure if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Live channel. There's lots more motorsport content coming up very soon. Alpha Live covers so much of all different kinds of racing. There's going to be something that you'll enjoy practically week in, week out on this channel. So definitely make sure you click that big red button.
Yeah, it's weird. Next weekend, there's no stream that's involving me or him because, of course, it's the big day.
Oh my goodness!
And I think the following weekend as well, because obviously Howard's busy, and I'm doing Le Mans things. But we will have the next rounds of the Sprint Series here at Teesside, and we'll have Wilton Mill Kart Club down in Daventry as well in 2 weekends' time.
Epic.
Our regular things to be involved with as a team, as a wider commentary team here for British 24 Hour. 65 minutes to go though in this edition of the British 24 Hour.
There's still a very close battle between the 595 and the 58 for 9th and 10th position, and that is a battle for 3rd in class.
Change for SMJC. They've got ahead of DWS Racing. DWS Racing do owe us a pit stop, but it's now looking pretty good for the 595 because they've got ahead on track. They don't need DWS to come in for their pit stop to give them 3rd place in class, that being Pro.
Yes, very good point. Very good point. So they should be on there for the podium, our SMJC, and their sister team, SMJC 959, are also still in 3rd place in the Clubman class and they've got about a 40-second gap back down to Modernised Racing Gold, who are 4th in their class. So seemingly got it in the bag for now. But again, as I've said about 1,000 times, there's still an hour to go. So there's still
An hour to go.
so much that could happen.
303 Racing in for their final pit stop of the race. It's not quite going to be another victory for them in Clubman. But they're still looking at a top 10 at least in Clubman class. I'm sure they'll be back next year as well for another crack at this race. Number 10 has not given up this place overall. MS McFly not getting away from the number 10. Almost into the final hour now. The cart's still streaming through the shop there onto the Bob Pope straight. How's our number 40 doing? We said they were back into the top 40 earlier. Still there in 40th place. A couple laps up the road are Century Sim Racing ahead of them. NRG in Mechanics Bay. We said that they were having a problem earlier. So new sprocket going on, carbons needed, cleaning on one engine too. So where are NRG Global Power? They're still holding in second place in Pro. But in fact, no, they are back in. They are back in now. So this is a bit of drama late on for NRG Global Power. They only visited the pits 28 minutes ago, and now they're back in again. So Core Blimey Racing could be about to take second place here in Pro for the hires.
Yeah, NRG had the class win in their back pocket for quite some time, but it's just slipping away.
They've got 4 laps over Century Sim Racing if they want to keep a spot on the podium. Team Backmark, unfortunately, are back in the pits again. I really worry. I don't think that 21 is, well, if it does make the end at the end of the race, it's not going to be at full pace. NRG are back out. NRG are back out on the road. Right, they've held second place in Pro for the hires. Where are Core Blimey Racing in relation to them? I think they're just coming on to the back straight now. No, they're not. They are going through Rib Bend. No, I'm talking complete cobblers. Let me just... no, right. So NRG Power are going through Rib Bend. Core Blimey Racing are going through into hairpin 1 now. So it's about 2/3 of a lap that Core Blimey Racing have got to hunt NRG Global Power back down. And if that's a wounded cart out there, that is possible.
You'll have to just keep an eye on their lap times, see if they particularly drop off at all. But as you say, they have got a nice little gap. But yeah, we'll keep watching that one. Almost scared you as much as earlier when Darren shouted in your ear.
Oh yes, I'm very loud. He's keeping me on my toes. Into the pits, our Team Raw. That is not to schedule. 45 minutes ago they were in. Maybe they're just giving a fresh driver the run to the line in the last hour. They're not under any real threat from those behind, because they've got 3 laps over MS.BE. Similarly, they've got to close down 2 laps to get up to Modernised Racing Gold. Holding 5th place in Clubman at the moment. Where else have we got any changes for position or team to the pits? Mulsanne Racing are in for hopefully their final pit stop. TT Sport are yet to re-emerge. And 3, 2, 1, we are into the final hour of the race. 1 hour to go here at Teesside Autodrome for the 2021 British 24 Hour. Q Racing continue to lead by some 4 laps now after the dramas for MS Soco Select in the last 20 minutes. Hello to Rachel Blackstock. Shout out to Ross in the Formula 160 kart and the whole Formula 160 team. They've just gained a position overall, 41st now for Formula 160. They've got past the higher kart of Adrenico Racing.
RAF Cryptic's not doing a very good job of staying cryptic in the chat. He's just giving away his name. I'm going to find out his home address next.
So counting down the minutes here, what is our closest battle in terms of a class win?
We are in the final hour of the race now, sir. Only minutes to go. Granted, 58 minutes, but still minutes. As red graphics have come into the pit lane. Another scheduled stop.
Yep, this will be their last one. Currently running in 5th place overall, 4th place in elites due to MSTDW being ahead of them. Similarly, just looking quite comfortable now, trying to bring this one to the end.
Yeah, they've got a decent little gap back to MS Lucas in 6th, haven't they? So
yeah,
keeping it tidy.
3 laps is the advantage for MS TDW over the next pro entry, which is Offline Motorsport. Into the pits, Carmex Racing, if you've not mentioned that already, this will be their final pit stop for the team in 2nd place in Clubman. Looks like Ed Hack is double stinting the 113 until the end of the race, so Ed Hack going for the checkered flag. There's number 58 on your screen, DWS Racing, holding in 10th place at the moment, 3.5 seconds behind SMJC in the almost Gulf-style colours there. SMJC are pulling away. DWS Racing owes 1 pit stop between now and the end of the race. If you're wondering about their front wing, it's been looking like that for a while. That's a bit of a Mitchell special as well. He did that once to one of JB's cars.
Of course he did.
At Bayford Meadows. I still, to this day, don't know how he did it. He managed to mount someone, or someone mounted him.
Blimey.
Yes. Did a 360 in the air. Pops the front bumper out, you know, the stalks, the plastic stalks,
yeah.
the inserts, and then it kind of boinged back into place, but outside of the chassis frame, so it was stuck. It wasn't going anywhere. But yeah, so there's pictures of us with a Club 100 court with a bit of a hey you guys front wing, and yeah, we went around like that for 2 hours.
Nice.
And we didn't even get told off.
Special car.
Special snap cars. The unicorn cars.
Oh.
Contact warning for the SMJC 595. Into the pits of MSJSR for their final pit stop of the race. 1 hour 14. Hello to Mark Alexander, who's watching from Russia, following the 113, supporting the Alexander family.
And I think I'm going to call it there on my semi-final of
what's
the best team name. We've got 81 of Hopeless Disaster and the number 350 of Getting Tired going into the final. So make sure you go over to the Moto Meerkat Instagram and vote for your favourite out of those two. Who's going to tie it all up at the end? We've only got an hour or 55 minutes left to decide.
David Sullivan may have finished his on-air services for today, but is reliably informing us of the drivers who are going out for the final stint. It's Harry Nottage who's gone in for X Racing. Gap between them and the cars on your screen at the moment, fighting over 2nd place in club and class, is best part of 2 laps. X Racing have just completed lap 1028. Here come SMJC. They're on lap 1027, but just going into hairpin 1 now. It's about a lap and a half. I think Tom's offended Butters.
Oh no.
I'm giving David praise for giving us the information. He keeps beating you, Butters. You need to get the exclusive in before him. Because he's just asked, what am I, chopped liver? No, you're wonderful.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Wonderful man. 54 minutes to go. MSTDW into the pits for their final pit stop. And shouldn't be the longest pit stops as well, because we now very much are at the stage of this this last hour where teams will short fill a little bit, or just take the fuel to be sure of getting to the end, but not be worried about consumption or running out between now and the checkered flag. Oh, just saw an overtake there. Looks like Straight Through Crew have gained a position. Yes, they have, over Grizzly Racing. So 54th place now for Straight Through Crew. Grizzly Racing are in the pits. Robert Howard asks who's driving for BSR at the moment. I'll try and get visual on them for you, Robert, and confirm for you who is in the cart. I'm pretty sure it's not Brad because he's been busy in the chat. Where is the number 19 out there on circuits? There we go. No, that's the other car. That's Grizzly Racing I'm looking for. 15 is the one that I'm looking for. Correcting myself there. Tom Kemping. Oh, a spin down at Rib Bend. Who's that who's gone off? It's a hire cart with a red suit and a black helmet with a skull on the back of their head. Going back out into circuit now. Whoa,
Just
a little
about
bit
makes
closer
it
to
on
the 40s.
okay.
One of the kart force entries.
66 wasn't too happy with that re-entry. But they managed to make it through just about okay, as we've got Team Tate in the pit lane from 3rd position. I believe that's a scheduled stop. Let's scroll up. It is indeed. They've done an hour in that kart, so they're going to have a cheeky splash, and then 52 minutes to finish off the race for them.
Uh, 45 have got their driver double stinting, so MSTDW. We'll try and confirm by helmet colour, see that is in a minute. To answer the question on BSR, I think it is Bradley Shepherd, so team owner, team captain, taking it to the end.
Understandable. Wants to bring it home for the team.
45, let's try and get who's taking that kart to the end of the team. Jamie Tyler, Louis Diamond, Brandon Williams, Dean Hale and Sam Fowler. There's the 111 on the screens. Where is the number 45? Oh, I've just missed it. Just getting over the line now. Keep your comments of support coming in.
This is where they need all the support they can get. The final hour of the race, keeping their attention and focus on track for these final few laps. They keep the tensions down, and yeah, just focusing on this final section of the race. I think that the closest people on track are still 8th, 9th and 10th position, with MSJSR in the elite owner class in at 8th, followed by SMJC595, who is 1.7 seconds back from him in 9th position, and then DWS Racing in 10th, who are a further 7.8 seconds from them. So they're kind of the closest three out on track. However, DWS Racing do still owe us a pit stop. They're 1 hour 15 into that stint. They're definitely going to have to do another stop there for some fuel and go back out again, which will drop them slightly further off that pack. However, I think they've still got a lap in hand to modernise Racing Papaya behind them, so should probably still keep their 10th position on circuit.
Rain has returned, according to Tom Butterworth. Is this going to be another one of these short little showers here at the circuit? Looks like
yes,
it's coming.
we can see it on this
once
camera.
again, it comes from Rib Bend first. In fact, periods of rain for the remainder of the race is the forecast.
Ooh, okay. Oh, we've already got a spinner down at Rid Bend.
Now we
right
saw
on
quite
the
a few
apex.
karts off early. That's a very brave
There
Marshall.
were a
where he
lot.
is.
Yeah. There were a lot off earlier, and a lot of synchronized spinning going on as well. As soon as one person drops it, they all drop it.
It's a
All the rest
difficult
of them
place
making it
for
through.
the driver who's
I
spun
believe
to
he is
recover.
beached, so he can't really
Yeah.
do too much. Like the
Marshall
marshal
try
to
and
come
get
over,
across.
but the marshal has to run over the live circuit, so Needs to do that at the right time, and he has done. That's definitely an overtaking under
Yeah.
yellows. That was.
There's also a tyre. Where's that come from? On the
It's a
left-hand
kart
side.
tyre, isn't it?
Yes. That's not
Seem a
one that's
little
come
bit
from a
odd.
barrier. Where has that come from? Have we
Yeah.
got a three-wheeled wagon? Full course yellow. Full
Ah.
course yellow is out. Now, what does this do for anybody looking for fuel at the very precise moment? I reckon you
It
might
was
see
still,
DWS
yep,
Racing.
they've
and
dived
do,
straight
spot
in.
on. Spot on there
Fair
from
play to them,
DWS
fair play.
Racing. Into the pits they come. Adrenico Racing are due a pit stop. They could get one in and done at this moment. Newmarket Hornets, they've called that well. Very, very well. That might be the difference between being on the podium in rookie and not being on the podium. It's the 213 that's in trouble. Corblimey Racing. They've got going again now. And I imagine the full course yellow will be removed in a few moments' time.
Unless.
There we go, back to
yes,
green.
they are back to green.
In
That's
the
the
pits.
58 coming out. That's
Yeah.
DWS Racing. They've made good use of that.
They did indeed. That might give them a bit of a chance late on in this battle with SMJC 595 for the final spot on the pro podium. No rain up here at the top end of the circuit, and we do often see this at Teesside. It just seems to skirt through Rib Bend and over the mountain.
Mountain?
The mountain?
Is that what we're calling it?
Yeah.
It's pretty large, to be fair.
It's a big boy.
That's a DOB expedition right there.
Rain in the pit lane, according to David Sullivan. So, definitely some precipitation. There's the 88 of Grabex Racing
88.
doing their final driver change and fuel stop. So getting out of the kart there. One of their drivers, the team of Martian Greschleck, Philip.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Who's this from?
Thank
It's
you,
from
sir.
yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
Foxy Red Photography has just bought us some very nice
What a
Cabin
legend.
Heroes muffins.
What a
I
legend.
think we saved those. They're for the end of the race.
Yes, I agree.
Sullivan and
But also
Butterworth
put them
will
out
be-
of reach of me because I don't think I'm going to be able to not.
Gonna put them down there. Gonna put
But
them
yeah,
down.
big shout out to Foxy Red. He's been out for ages. Look at the rain down at Rib Bend
Yeah,
now.
It's getting,
That's
this
getting
is
quite
the
heavy.
thing. There's no
Outside our
rain
window, nothing.
Nothing, absolutely nothing up here at start finish, but it is teeming down at Rib Bend.
Ooh.
Very heavy rain. I think this
sideways.
is now. This is proper Teesside rain. Some
Oh,
of
I'm
this
rubbing my hands
persistent
with glee.
stuff
Oh, it's
that we had
definitely raining
earlier,
outside our
and
window
now. It's hit us.
Yeah.
And now it's hit us. It's working its way up the circuit. Lap times are going to
Ooh,
drop
this is
big
now
time.
exciting.
MSJSR have had a slow lap. They've been overtaken by SMJC for 8th place overall. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the drama that's hitting the final hour of this
we love to
race.
see it. We do love to see it. But yeah, to finish off my shout out to Foxy Red. It's been out there for ages, especially in the darkness, in the rain like this, doing stellar work and always getting fantastic little picks. So big shout out to him. As we've seen someone go off, that is at hairpin 3. That's the 26, I believe, with the
Yeah.
bent-in rear end. It is indeed. Take a little excursion onto the grass, but I feel like we might be seeing that quite a lot more as the rain continues to go down.
And it's that fine margin, isn't it? Because now in these conditions, you want to get off the racing line. That's where all the rubber is, and that will be incredibly slippery at the moment. So especially through those hairpins, we'll see some drivers taking the long line round the outside. Someone's got a rear cowling loose on their hire cart. TMZ Racing are in for their final pit stop in 30th place at the moment, the number 4. 45 minutes of the race to go.
We've had a spin at hairpin 1, we've had a spin at hairpin 3.
Adrenico Racing are in, but it looks like it's a bit of a slow start because they've lost positions to both Friday Racing number 2 and A66-2. So 42nd and 43rd respectively for those teams now. Adrenico down to 44, 3 wide through hairpin number 4 there. So everyone's searching for grip as there's a lack of grip there for one driver running wide in the yellow and blue helmet. Somebody's off at hairpin number 3. This is getting back to how it was earlier in the race for you, John.
It is indeed, and I love to see it. This is brilliant. But it is a bit odd because all we can see from our vantage point is blue skies, but also rain.
Yes.
A little bit odd.
Welcome to Middlesbrough.
Welcome to the north. Oh, we've got another spinner at hairpin 1. That's the 272, I believe it is.
You're on my cable now.
Oh, sorry. Let me move you, sir. My
Double
apologies.
footed on the
Sorry.
on the cable. Rain level 4 now in the paddock, according to David Sullivan. In the
4?
pits, it comes.
Blimey.
Ooh, now what's
been-
happened here? Modernised Racing Gold are in the pits, but that is not scheduled because they were in
No.
37 minutes ago. Yellow flag down at Rib
Yeah,
Bend.
what's that for? Might be for coming up into the corkscrew. No, he's put the flag away.
Yeah.
So whatever it was has been dealt with. Oh, we got another spin at hairpin 1. And the hire carts are making a little
Car
collision
Force 2.
together. Which is always frustrating, because as soon as you get tangled...
Engine change for Modernised Racing Gold as somebody's
Ooh.
lost it on the reverse corkscrew up the hill. That's an awful place to try and get the car
try and
going
get it
again.
going. Yeah, as I was just
Gravity-
going to say, the hire carts, the acceleration is not the best. So when you make it coming together or lose it there where there's a hill coming up, you're going to lose a lot
Yeah.
of time just trying to get it back going again.
I think
Has
he
he lost
may
an
have
engine?
Possibly lost an engine.
Yeah.
Mr. Newton and his gravity is not helping that driver. Another spinner in
Another
hairpin 1.
spin in a quite
slight-
precarious position.
Yeah. I'd used a little bit of runoff too. No, my goodness me, that was a bit of a close
This gracious.
re-entry.
He's done it though. He's got back underway and he hasn't collected anyone. So fair play to him.
That was the sim racer re-entry where you approach it, you just go, no, don't do it.
Just watching, waiting for the impact.
Correction, it wasn't an engine change, it was just a tyre, so a puncture for Modernised Gold. So I wonder if they've just run off the circuit and pulled the tyre off the rim there. There's the 222 in the pits, one of the Sporting Force entries in 86th position. Away they go for their final. Something very strange has been happening with their transponders. on both
Yeah, I was
of
going to
those
say, it doesn't
cars.
say they're in the pits, but we can definitely see that they are. And their
Yeah,
last
it
stint
also
was
says
12
that
hours.
The Sporting Force 2 did the whole race on one
23 hours and
one
17
tank of
minutes.
fuel.
That's impressive.
Rain is easing now down in the paddock as the 959, I think that is. I've got a black box fitted according to the sticker on the back there. That's very good. A little bit of consternation going on there in the pits for those guys.
We've got Ratcliff. Oh my goodness, this is my long lost brother out there. Except he has an E at the end, which is just incorrect.
Modernised Racing Papaya are in as well. Why are they in? Because maybe they're just taking a good slot. Ah, no, that's quite clever. If they're doing what I think they're doing, that's really clever. They needed to do a stop.
the Papaya.
Away they go. Seb Algieri is going to be taking the kart to the end of the race. They thought, ooh, it's raining. The lap times are slower. Net's lost for a pit stop and the green flag is therefore less as the track will now start to dry.
Very
That's
smart.
very clever from Modernised Racing Papaya.
But yeah,
Just
the
gives
rain
them
has
a little bit more confidence.
completely stopped now, at least from our vantage point over here. Not sure about down at Rib Bend, but all of the umbrellas are going in.
I think I just saw that Lucas Ellingham is in the 430 for NRG Global Power, who are still holding on to second place in Pro. They had a bit of a scare earlier in this last hour, but they're doing okay now. 99 owner carts is going down into the abyss, according to Tom Butterworth,
And
which
there's
would be CKK. Curiosity killed the cart. Sorry, that was the one that had the black box fitted.
Oh yes.
So they're currently in 92nd place. There's the 17.
Re-emerging,
Going
that's
back out
Nexus
from
4.
circuit. They've had a.
Oh, did they go left? I think they may have gone left into the paddock there. Yeah, they did in fact go into the paddock. Nexus Sport there, so frustrating for them. So near the end, have to go into the paddock. And I was going to reply to RIF Cryptic in the live chat, who calls it synchronized, a word I'm not allowed to say. I was told off for saying that word, RIF Cryptic, so none of that in the live chat, thank you. As we've got a yellow flag at hairpin 2, but I can't see anyone. There's also a yellow flag down at hairpin 3, so maybe there's someone off on the entrance there, just out of our eye line.
Hello to Neil Gary Smith. Great coverage from Alpha Live. Thank you very much, Nigel. Enjoyed your informed chat. What a shame that the BBC don't cover the Le Mans 24-hour sports car race. I'm going to say yes and no, because yes, it would be very nice to have endurance racing getting a bit more mainstream coverage, but the coverage that there is of the Le Mans 24 hours, and I'm thinking group of people originating from not too far from here, the Radio Show Limited crew, Joe Bradley, John Hindhoff and Nick Damon, who I know some of them are working elsewhere in the country today, do a fantastic job that's free of charge for the public to follow that race. So shout out to them.
Yeah,
So we're in their part of the world. X Racing have got past Nexus Sports for 13th place. This is as a result of Nexus Sports pit stops. I think you're right, John. I don't think they have come back out and they've gone down into the paddock for repairs.
And I did just see the 61 car of Alessia going past, pumping his fist in the air and getting lots of cheers from a big crowd just beside us, beside the comms box, or tied at the comms box. So big shout out.
Throttle cable repairs on the number 17. Thank you, Butters. So a short fix back out there.
Gone back out again.
Should hold 15th place ahead of SMJC.
Yeah, they're now on the same lap, but it seems that Nexus are still ahead.
More of the Alexanders tuning in. Hello to Wendy. Wants to say hello to Red Graphics. Nan and Grandad to Aaron. Watching from Kings Lynn. A hotbed of British motorsport talent, Kings Lynn.
It really is.
As what's happening there? Why is the 17 being pushed along by another car? Does the 17 have a technical problem again? Is having some help from another team?
1-1-1 it
What
was.
are we seeing there? Seb Algieri in your shop there, 57, modernised racing papaya. 11th place for them at the moment. They won't care about being outside the top 10 though, because they are leading their class. Let's keep an eye out for the 17. So they were slightly, yeah, they're going back in. They're going back in. More trouble for Nexus Sport.
Oh, is
What
he?
has happened
No, he
there?
hasn't made it to the pits.
The cart is completely seized up. He's trying to get the engines refired. Has he just pulled it off circuit through a safe space to try and...
Yeah, I'm not sure if it seized there or if he just slammed on the brakes and got it sideways and stopped. I couldn't really tell.
But I think it's going back.
Yeah.
No, that's going back in the garage. I don't think you're going to be allowed to repair the cart there. That's going to have to go down into the abyss for the second time in 10 minutes. This is all going wrong for Nexus Sport. They'll go onto the weighbridge. Driver gets in to do the weight check. This is what all the drivers have to do every time they come into the pits. They won't go for fuel, obviously, because they don't need any. We're in a point 36 minutes away. The gate is offered to them.
Through the gate.
What is happening here with
gonna have to
Nexus
go round.
Sports? And they seem
coming out
okay
the
now, and
pits.
they're going back out. So I think what it was there, the driver tried to pulled off, tried to do the rework in what he deemed a safe area of the circuit, which is not allowed. You've got to go and do it in the pit lane. And that's why the marshal said, "Sorry, chap, you've got to go back through the pits, otherwise it's a penalty." 36 minutes to go. Now the question is, Nexus Sport, have they now been overtaken by SMG 959 for 14th overall? I think they have.
Yeah, I think we can assume that, and there we go.
we
With
go.
the update, they have indeed taken 14th place as SMJC 959, still in third in the Clubman class.
Driver checking the exhaust again to see have they got full power, have they got both motors running.
Sorry, someone getting taken out a hairpin one of the owner drivers in the green helmet. I'm not sure which cart that is. The 24.
It's 240.
24 got helped round, shall we say, there through hairpin one. But I think it was all on side pod, so he should be okay.
Who's this coming? Is that 17 again? Yeah, 17 is not working as it should.
Back into the pits he goes.
Nexus Sports, the third time in 4 laps, are going to go into pit lane.
With only half an hour to go, that is gutting.
And this is the thing we were saying about a splash and dash. It's not really a dash, as somebody else is going down into the pits there as well. Who was that?
Couldn't quite pick out who that was.
May have been Team ETL. I think Team ETL are back in trouble. And in 80th place, 7 minutes since they last came in for a pit stop, and they're in again. So Team ETL's torrid 2021 British 24-hour goes from bad to worse, unfortunately. Hello, Denise Thomas. Keep going, ABC Racing. First 24-hour race and running second in class.
Go on, ABC
Absolutely
Racing.
brilliant. That's the 116 in the higher club category, denoted by the green number boards on your timing tower. What's their gap like over to? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. 962 laps completed by ABC Racing at the moment, which means they've got 6 laps over the next kart in their category, which is Hopeless Disaster.
Yeah, I was going to say, frustrating as well for Grizzly Racing. They were chasing down Hopeless Disaster.
There is rain at the riverside.
Oh.
There is rain at the riverside down at the football ground.
Okay.
That could be coming our way.
Could be coming our way. But yeah, Grizzly Racing having a difficult time. They were in fourth in class, chasing down the 3rd position, and they now dropped down to 6th in class, it seems. So I'm not sure what's happened there. They've dropped a few laps, but seeing they are on the same lap as the 2 karts ahead of them in their class, so possibly could push back up as they are lapping slightly faster. So we'll keep an eye out on them.
Formula 160 in the pits, 41st position at the moment for them. I think we are starting to see a couple of karts having some issues in the last hour. It's the worst time to have a failure, especially a mechanical one in these 24-hour races. I always say you'd rather have the drama early in the race and try and have a bit of a comeback as opposed to the other way round and spoil the race. So hopefully Formula 160 can get their owner kart back out on circuit. Hello to Reece Lloyd, he's cheering the Blue Shell boys. The Blue Shells, they are currently 77, 928 laps completed. Oh dear, there's
an owner kart gone off. That was, I think, 2nd lap in a row, or maybe they had, it was, oh, whoa, I did not see the number there.
It was a 3-digit,
yeah.
272.
I think it might have been the 916, to be honest, mate.
Oh, okay.
I think it might have been, but don't quote me on that. I'll wait for them to come back through. But yeah, I've seen them go off at hairpin 1 a couple of laps in a row now. So need to try and pick that breaking point next time. We'll,
so I think, I'm just looking through, is there any team out there owing us a pit stop? I don't think there is.
It was indeed at the 916 that was having a little bit of a pirouette down there. But also
possibly EDK24T. They've done 60 minutes since their last pit stop, and they've got 31 minutes to go.
They really need to lift and coast to not have to come into the pits there.
Or take advantage of the fact that they have a clean lap, a clear lap over Euro Bandits.
Yeah, that's true.
I would do the latter.
Yeah.
Not
yeah, they've got 2
run
laps to race for Ruben.
Yeah.
They're realistically unlikely to gain anything from
Hang on, sorry, let me correct myself. It's not a lap, it's 32 seconds. Right, this could be where the big story is in the last half hour then. The battle for 2nd place in hires between EDK24T and Euro Bandits. Different subclasses within hires, of course, but for EDK24T, they will want to beat. To say that you've not just won your class, but you've beaten all but one of the elites, that is quite an achievement.
Very impressive.
They're going to want to hold on to this. As the number 19 going through shot, the Grizzly Racing crew, fighting with the 667. This is for position. This is a proper race. Ooh. This is for 55th. Between Grizzly Racing in the green.
Yeah, Grizzly Racing the number 19.
For the NC Racing guys. Well picked up on the cameras. Thank you, everybody. So can Grizzly Racing hold off Norfolk Racing here? 30 minutes ago, somebody was off there. John, I don't know if you can check what the number is on the card just before hairpin 1 there.
Yeah, that is number 26.
Thank you very much.
Come out of the wiggles and got it slightly wrong. There's also a kart stopped on the other side of the circuit. Looks like they are maybe getting underway. No, I think they might have a dead engine. Yeah, just come to a stop there, waiting for the marshal. The person who'd spun it has rejoined. Now the marshal's going to go attend to this other stranded cart. We'll see if they can get it underway.
A couple of the faster owners coming through here. This is difficult times for Grizzly Racing here, and they're dealing with it really well.
Oh my goodness, a big tank slapper from the owner cart there.
Is it 303?
I think so, yeah.
I'm just trying to work out who our driver is. It may be Barry Lakes, I think, in Grizzly Racing.
We've got an owner driver that's just dived into the pits as well, and was throwing their steering about as they came in.
Maybe Rethink Racing. Yes. They've just come in.
Yeah, could possibly have been Rethink Racing. maybe having issues with their steering there. But yeah, the driver now out of their kart over by hairpin 2. So if he can't get that going again, we might see another full course yellow for the quad bike to come out and rescue him.
There's SMJC. Ooh, now why are they in? That is not scheduled for the 595. They were only in 48 minutes ago. What is happening here? This is the key. This is a key runner, third place in Pro. Let's keep an eye on this.
Only 36 seconds when they came in.
We'll try and get it confirmed from Butters and David. I think there is trouble for SMJC.
There's a full course yellow out as well, sir. Full course yellow.
Brakes have gone on the SMJC kart and is potentially going to cost them a podium in Pro. Full course yellow is out for the 24th time in this race.
Here comes the quad bike.
And this is for the kart stranded. Did we identify the number of
No,
this one?
I've still not seen the number. It's blue and orange Bigfoot. But we'll have to wait for him to come around on the quad bike to let everyone know.
Spot if anyone's falling down the order unexpectedly, because of course full course yellow now, no overtaking should be occurring. Can the drone get into a position where we can see the number for this one? Kart's being loaded onto the flatbed.
Driver hopping in.
Oh, snap to put, according to David down in the pits for SMJC.
Oh, 350.
350. Which I have a feeling is a significant number. Why can't I find 350? Oh, my brain at the end of this race. Control and F. Where is the 350 in our order?
There he is, getting tired,
getting tired.
in 88th
That's
position
why they're significant,
currently.
because they're in your named final, aren't
Exactly, they are in the final of the best name here this weekend. It doesn't matter where you finish on track. It matters if you've got the best name. But yeah, I think the quad bike has now grabbed that kart. It's on the back of its little low loader, crosses the circuit nice and safely to take this driver back to the pit lane. As rain has just started,
really
hugely.
Heavy rain.
I just saw that start. That was incredible.
This is the rain
Oh
that
my
Butters
goodness.
was mentioning as hitting the football ground, some 10 minutes ago, and it's hit
Well,
here as well.
it's quite lucky that they're still under full course yellow, if I'm honest, with these suddenly changing conditions. But we've gone green. We've gone green, so let's see how they can work this out. First lap around, you can see if we look to our left, look at the sky. It is very dark and dreary.
This is the heaviest rain of the race so
Look
far.
at that camera angle there. It is, I think, what they technically call rather moist out there, Andrew. Oh my goodness. All right, let's watch the hairpins from now on.
040. Mad Racing are in 40th place. This is actually a scheduled pit stop. They've done a really good last stint, 1 hour and 26. Bit of fuel in to get them to the finish. You can see they've not topped it all the way up to
the number 42 has just punted off the number 223.
That's MS Lucas. There is
So
the 223.
Is there a possibility, you're not going to say anything, possibly of a penalty there? I mean, he literally just went too deep on the brakes, in the wet, nowhere he could go, straight into him.
595 is back out on circuit. We have standing water for the first time down at the bottom end of the circuit.
Goodness.
So it really has come down. And we often see, the bottom end of the circuit, but also watch out for the D chicane now, because
everyone's being
there's a
very
bit of a
sensible,
gully.
to be fair.
In previous editions of this race and the BUKC race as well, when you get rain this heavy, just there where the cars are going through, that will start to form a large puddle as the 313 carries on with its cowling hanging in the air there. That's not moving. They'll be absolutely fine with that.
I think what they like to call it is a semi-permanent water feature. Oh, my, look at the spray down the back straight!
This is getting to 2018 levels of rain
for
in the last 25 minutes.
25 minutes of the race. This is epic. But yeah, as I said, everyone being relatively cautious.
You've not seen Teesside do this before, have you, John?
No, I haven't. Well, I mean,
been lucky.
When I was here in the BUKC 24-hour, it started throwing it down like this during the night period, and luckily just stopped before my stint going out. So I had to deal with the darkness and the wet turning to dry line. But yeah, this was just very sudden. I've never seen it like this.
This is why we love this race. Look at the standing water level down as they go into the reverse corkscrew.
Oh, yeah.
This is back to survival mode, like the first hour of the race now. It was for different reasons back then.
The mic's gone a little bit Sounds like we're underwater on the back straight.
See Dan Crossley cutting his way through the pack there.
Oh, look at that now.
4 laps behind the leaders Q Racing, but 4 laps ahead of Team Tate. And remember, folks, no wet tyres in this race. Everyone's doing this on slicks.
I do have to commend all the drivers, though.
Dove sums it up very well. That's rain.
That's
That's proper rain.
That is rain. But yeah, I do have to commend the drivers.
Yeah.
There have not been many spins, just as I say that. Out of hairpin 3, someone does manage to spin it, but they've been very, very careful. I mean, being in the last 25 minutes, I think they're thinking, I just want to keep this on the circuit now. I don't need to push. Let's just keep it on the track. Because if you do have a big spin, you go off into the barriers, something maybe breaks then, that could ruin your race completely. So you just want to keep it on the black stuff.
Fried Egg Racing have just gained a position, 41st position over Formula 160. Who else is gaining positions? The Red Lodge Wasps have just taken 63rd away from Mulsanne Racing. And everyone just trying to peer through. And this is the problem as well. You see Jess Alexander there in the number 21. A lot of them have got tinted visors on.
Oh, yeah. I
Which you
hadn't
don't
thought about
want in these conditions. You want a clear visor. As Felipe Massa made famous to a resident of this part of the world. Come on, I want the white visor, but nobody's going to get them if they're out there on circuit. Who is that off? Where is that? That looks to be hairpin 1.
3, isn't it? Yeah, it's hairpin 3. Oh, sorry, hairpin 4 even, should I say.
It's one of the owners, sorry, one of the hires, and they have
It
lost
is.
the engine as well.
He looks like he's relatively got it going again, I think. Might be pulling around on one engine, though.
Grizzly Racing have just
Yeah,
lost
he
a
is.
position to the Norfolk team, so Norfolk
Oh,
have got
no.
through. That battle that was
Norfolk
going on for
chance.
55th, Norfolk have got through.
There we go.
Did we catch the number?
It was the 81 that had stopped
so
there,
it's
but he's
Astra.
he's
Oh,
got
that's
his,
a bit of a scare.
Oh yeah, he's got his engine back going though, and he's back underway.
That's 3rd place in club. They're going to hold on to it. They've got a good gap over to the straight through crew. That just shows you how treacherous these conditions are.
And there's the 999 behind them in class. So only about 15-20 seconds, but I'm not sure if there was a lap between them as
There
well.
are some laps between them.
Okay. So yeah, not too much of a scare because they have got that nice buffer that they managed to create for themselves.
Sorry, John. The D chicane is starting to fill up. That puddle is starting to grow, and it will grow quickly.
Full
and it
on
completely
river.
changes the shape of the corner because it's. I'm going to mention Howard again here. Howard had a bath after a restart once, and I think maybe the second BUKC 24 hour,
Nice.
where I was stood in the back office near to where basically where the fuel bays are
Right.
now, or
Yeah.
actually a little bit in from the fuel bays. The bow wave that he caused was so big that I saw it over the top of the barrier. So this was he launched water as Freddie Gallagher's in from D chicane all the way to Paddock Bend.
That's impressive.
This is Offline Motorsport in for their final pit
There's an
stop.
owner car going slowly, and I thought I picked out as the 040, but I can't seem to pick anyone out on the...
That'll be
the
Mad
list.
Racing.
Okay. Yeah, okay, they were going slowly. I'm not sure if they've had engine issues possibly, but they're just trickling around long right-hander.
Just trying to make sure what's happening here with Freddie Gallagher, that everything's okay. Hopefully this is the last pit stop for Offline Motorsports, the last of 15 stops that they've made. They've got a good gap over to DWS Racing of some 9 laps. So they don't need to be overly quick here. They just need a nice clean stop, make sure the kart's okay and get Freddie back out
He
there.
nearly fell over the barrier there. Got to get out of the way of his compatriot. As we've got a couple of karts round at hairpin 4. That's the owner kart, I think, still going slowly of the number 40, trying to get it back to the pits.
There's a higher kart that's
Yeah,
fairly slow
lost
as well.
an
That's
engine.
lost an engine. This
That
is
number
something else
8,
that
is
can
it?
happen in these conditions.
Yeah,
The
number
engines get
8.
flooded and, to use the technical term, conk out.
Oh, yeah,
That's
that
Jenny
was-
Harrison.
That was the number 8 of Boom, our
Yeah.
favourite.
You know what they need?
Some lights on the front.
Get the lights
Get the
on.
lights back on the
solar-
front.
Get the solar flares back on the front of the 8. They'll see through all the water and the gloom now. As I say, hello to Jenny Harrison, who's cheering on LC Racing. Where are they in the order? They are 70th at the moment, having completed 947 laps. Tom Loxer, I think, is in for them at the moment. Tracy Wright cheering on the Red Lodge Wasps, who are 63rd. We're still running well in rookie.
Yeah, just saw the 555 going into the pits as well. There's the number 40. Going to get the kart sorted, and there is number 555
So the renowned
pulling in.
Vankels, or the clean version, the Mazda 787B Appreciation Society. Where are renowned at the moment? They've been running pretty well throughout the whole race. They were in 51st place, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th in Pro for the hires.
111 making a daring move around the outside of the dogleg there. My goodness, nearly got squeezed out onto the grass, but he's made it through okay. And here we see number 42 coming through, number 77 as well, getting it proper sideways. It's so sketchy now through dogleg and D-chicane. I mean, the entire track, let's be honest, the entire track is unbelievably sketchy. You can see the rain pouring at the entrance there to hairpin 1. You can see it in the puddle. It's huge. But as I said earlier, being so treacherous and having such little time to go, it's just about keeping on the track at this point. Not fighting for any kind of positions, just staying alive and staying on the circuit.
You're watching live coverage of the final moments of the 2021 British 24-hour. Boom are in trouble again. They're coming into pit lane. Well, I think that's actually no, that's the first time they've been trying to get that engine going again, so they've been crawling around on one engine. Changed for 16th place. Team Raw are back ahead of Modernised Racing Gold, who I don't think we've seen out for quite a while. We saw them in the pits, they're still there, and they're now starting to drop positions and away from the podium spots in Clubman. So it's looking like Modernised Racing, Papaya, X Racing and SMJC will be your three taking the trophies there.
So we've got the 916 going slowly into the pits.
Yeah, that is the Ratcliff Racing team. 272 are in as well. There's a lot of tired drivers out there.
There really are.
Full credit to 272, ML Racing.
69's waving some drivers through.
Yeah, I think they've had enough. They had some damage on the front end of the kart. That's Team Raw. So they've just gained 16th place. They may be losing it in a moment if they've got trouble and they're having to come into the pits. 17 minutes to go.
Looks like they've recovered it okay. Yeah, they seem to be okay now, the number 69. Yeah, but really impressive here. The drivers being very careful, especially down into places like hairpin 1 coming out of the wiggles. It's scary enough in the dry, let alone in the wet. As number 6 gets it proper sideways out of the final section there. The wiggles going into hairpin 1, manages to keep it all together and size through the traffic.
More late activity in pit lane. We've still got our guys down there in the shape of David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth feeding back to us any information they're coming across in the latter stages of this race. TTM2 are in for their final pit stop of the race. Looks like Modernised Racing Azure are in as well for scheduled pit stops to get them a little bit of fuel to the end of this endurance. Leader comes over start-finish to complete lap 1082. And Q Racing will be nervous right now because yes, they have a 4-lap lead, but it is still not done yet.
Oh, there's a yellow flag as a car has spun it in the wiggles. So he's at the third apex of the wiggles. He's going to try and rejoin now. That's car number 61.
Yeah, well picked up by the guys. Carolyn and Davies asked, would the race end if the weather got any worse? If it got worse to the extent that there would needed to be a red flag, and we have seen that before, then yes, if time then expired, the race would be over. But I don't think we're going to get to that extent because the clouds are starting to separate over the circuit. There's a little bit of blue sky peering through.
Definitely not raining as hard as it was.
It's going to be wet all the way to the end now. As away goes the 240 of Modernised Racing Azure.
Oh, we've got someone coming off. They've just missed the barrier there. That was kart 17, managing to just about hold it together and rejoin the track at the chicane. That was very close to the barrier.
Nexus Sport in 15th place.
That was, yeah, Code Brown, I think, as you call it.
Yep.
You don't want to go wide and put it in the barrier with 15 minutes to go. That would have been a head in hands moment. But he's managed to save it and he's carried on. As 69, the raw carts coming into the pit lane.
Yeah, I thought they were having problems. So they've had another technical issue, and here in the last 15 minutes it may cost them some positions, because Modernised Racing Gold are back out on circuit and only a lap or so behind. We've gone well past.
I was
the
just
last-
about to
yes.
say.
Let's do a very, very quick rundown of the positions in higher. Race for Ruben still leading in all of the higher classes, 994 laps completed. They've got 2 laps over EDK 24T. Euro Bandits a further 1 minute and 10 seconds behind. That's EDK in first in Pro, Euro Bandits second in Elite. NRG Global Power had a scare about 45 minutes ago. They are still there in second in Pro, 36th overall. Core Blimey Racing are looking at a podium in Pro of the highest as well, a further position behind. BSR are completing the Elite podium in 38th. Century Sim Racing, a very good result in 39th, 4th place in Pro at the moment. Then you find Fried Egg Racing, and unfortunately they've taken that position as a result of Mad Racing having more issues, or unfortunately for Mad Racing that is, but good for Fried Egg Racing, they're back in the top 40. A66 are on for a win in Clubman on 977 laps. Adrenico Racing are next up on the same
Sorry
lap.
to interrupt. There's a cart stopped going into
Oh, it's
hairpin 3.
303. It's 303 Racing.
Engines cut off. He went straight through the barriers and stopped there, trying to go into a safe place. But like you were saying, is there anywhere on the circuit that is a safe place to do that? We'll see what the stewards say. But he's back in the cart, looking like he's going to get underway again. So sorry, back to you,
That's
sir.
good news. Carrying on with the order. So where were we? Adrenico Racing in 43rd overall. Kart Events Belgium 45th. 46th for ABC Racing on their debut, looking at second place in Clubman for the 2021 edition of the British 24 Hour. 47th for the 33rd Fried Egg Racing 1. Lockwell Hill 48th. SKA Racing from Swindon are 49th. Simtech Racing still leading in Rookie by a lap ahead of Good Chip Racing in 51st, second in Rookie. Hopeless Disastra. I mean, that shows you how good those rookie performances have been, that they're ahead of a podium runner in Club. Hopeless Disastra holding on to that position on the podium in 52nd. The renowned Vankels in 53rd. Norfolk Racing in 54th. Straight Through Crew and Grizzly Racing take us down to 56th.
Sorry, that was Race for Ruben trying to restart their engine as they're going down the back
Is
straight.
this late drama for the leader in higher? Race for Ruben coming through the wiggles and into hairpin 1 now.
Looks
Keep
like
an eye on
he
them.
Might have got it. Nope, he's still reaching back for his engine. I'll keep an eye.
WM Max Racing 57th. Newmarket Hornets 58th. That's a 27-second gap battle for third place in Rookie. Scenario 77, 60th. Each lead race repeats. Then the Red Lodge Wasps. Then Mulsanne Racing take us down to 63rd. Team Benato have walked their way back into 65th. She's Manx Boys in 66th. Core Blimey Racing 213 next in 67th. Proceeding Racing Boneheads. LC Racing takes us to 70th. Carlos Fandango, Core Blimey Racing 313, Cheshire Kart Force 1 and Boom takes us to 75th. MTB, Blue Shell Racing, Bro Carters, Team EKL and Ishin Ryo Jiu-Jitsu are in the top 80. A couple of owners take us down to Kart Force 2 in 83rd as someone is off down at Rib Bench. Dukes of Stafford, TMS Hire, the 2 Sporting Force entries and Getting Tired takes us to 89th. Teesside Tigers, who did have one driver go to hospital for some precautionary checks and has been returned to the circuit, and that's good news for them, are in 89th, and then the rookie racers are retirement in 93rd. What is happening, John, with...
I believe they
Race
got their
for
engine
Ruben?
restarted, because I have not seen any higher carts decide to come into the pits. Oh, there's a spinner on the exit of hairpin 3, yellow flag, and I've seen quite a 272 coming into the pits again. I've seen quite a number of carts trying to get engines restarted.
Look
The
at
number 64 going slowly.
Look at this for a bit of sportsmanship. The 222, the Sporting Force 1 team, looks to have broken down. They're being pushed back to the pits by the number 1 from Teesside Tigers.
It's very kind of them.
It has stopped raining, according to Tom Butterworth down in the pit lane.
Indeed. 272 in the pits.
Thumbs down from ML Racing. Less than 10 minutes to go then here at Teesside. Q Racing on their way to their first overall victory. The first overall victory outright for a Haas chassis as well. It's the 22 that has come to a stop there in the midfield.
Oh, there's a car off at the entrance of hairpin 2, getting pushed back onto the circuit by the marshal. Looks like he's just going to be able to get underway by himself. Yes, he is. That's the kart 22, I believe it is.
Yeah. It is Mulsanne Racing, who are somewhere in the 60s, yeah, the 63rd at the moment.
Yeah, they're back underway by themselves. Slowly pulling away. But possibly just the engine's not quite picking up yet.
Modernised Racing Gold have got a position back. They've retaken 15th place ahead of Nexus Sports.
We've got 303 coming in the pits, mate.
Yep, 303 coming into the pits in 21st position. I think this may just be for a little check over. They've got 7 laps over the next kart behind, so a bit of time to make sure that kart gets to the checkered flag. We had a question from Alan Dove about checkered flags and whether a team needs to see the checkered flag to be declared the winner. The answer is yes. Yes, they do. So same as at Le Mans 24 Hours. It doesn't matter how many laps that you've done, if you're not running at the end of the race, don't count.
Yeah, fair enough. The 22 has just come in the pits as well. That was Mulsanne Racing who had that issue previously. And there is a car going around without a Bigfoot on as well. So not sure of the rules on that one.
There's your leader. Q Racing. Lap time is currently, what they're doing, just coming over the line, 1:37.9.
Oh, and the person that doesn't have a Bigfoot has spun it at the exit of hairpin 3.
5
Back
laps,
underway.
I reckon. 5 laps is what Q Racing need to do.
How exciting.
Race for Ruben have got more issues. Just trying trying to get the engine restarted. What is the gap
lots
for
of
Race for
difficulty.
Ruben? It's still 2 laps. It's still okay, but they are a long way off pace. They're some 6 seconds slower than EDK at the moment.
Yeah, they've just come past our pit box now, still trying to get that right engine restarted. Looks like he could have been successful on that last tug. He's not going for it again, whether that's... Nope, no, he is trying again. So just because he was going through a bit of a tough section there, but yeah, having difficulty. There's no real point in him coming in. It's just going to waste more time.
No, just keep going.
Keep going around, keep trying to start it yourself. But it is such a difficult angle being in the kart, trying to start it yourself.
It's Owen Burton in for them at the moment.
Oh, we've got a spinner, number 270 at hairpin 1. Managed to get underway pretty swiftly though.
That's the Red Lodge Wasps in the rookie category. They've had a good race. 62nd place for them at the moment, and they've beaten a lot of teams with a lot of experience.
Yeah, 5th in class then doesn't really do it justice because the rookie class has been fantastic in the higher cars.
Black flag for Norfolk. Not quite sure what it's for. I know what Butters means in our comms chat of they may be coming in, but I'm with you, John. I think you keep that kart running. You know, you could bring it in and it not get going again. At least they've got some form of power at the moment.
You've got the 64 coming in as well.
As I say, they've got 2 laps over the next kart behind. And yes, they are now 12 seconds slower than EDK, but with so little time on the clock, this may be a remarkable victory if they finish this on 1 engine and half power.
That would be a seriously impressive feat to finish under half power. Yeah, as you say, at 12 seconds a lap, that is crazy.
In a way, the rain has helped them here because the lap times are so longer and it's wearing away time remaining in this race. 31 now looks to have some engine problems. Coming onto the back straight there, it's Modernised Racing Magenta in 26th position. This has been a proper endurance race. It's been very attritional.
Very.
Nobody's had a perfect run. It's been about keeping the kart out of the pits for the most time possible. Keep it out running on track. Keep logging the laps.
And we've
Less
got
than 5 minutes to
less
go.
than 5 minutes of this 24-hour race to go at Teesside Autodrome, brought to you by Alpha Live.
3 laps to go. Across the line comes Charlie Bingham.
Just keeping it calm now. Keeping it calm.
Saying that, though, we could actually back off completely and shorten the race distance by a lap here.
Yeah, if you wanted to.
Doesn't need to go flat out. He's got a 4-lap lead. And this will be quite a special day for Q Racing. They have been so close so many times. And yes, they were winners last year, but it was in somewhat strange circumstances. This will be an even sweeter victory to know that they've done it by some 4 laps over the rest of the field. MS Soko Selector pushed them so hard. They've just come over the line to complete their 1085th lap, and they will be back in future years.
We've got 32 drivers who have completed over 1,000 laps, and a couple more will be added to that as well by the end, I do believe. So
667's
huge
getting
effort.
a final telling off. Race for
more,
Ruben's
10
still
another day.
rolling, but they are in the 156s.
Ooh, it's going to be close.
EDKT have
1
unlapped
minute
themselves,
19.
so it's no longer 2 laps, it's 1 lap.
Yes.
Where is our leader?
Still waiting, I think.
Down there.
Oh, we got a spinner at hairpin 3. So people taking evasive action. He's managed to whip it back round and rejoin it again. And I saw the team that are running without a Bigfoot went for the apex at hairpin 1 and got a nice early bath.
Looks like the 81 in higher has now got engine troubles. There goes across the line the race leader once more. 2 more laps then. I don't think Q Racing are going to slow down to reduce the race length by a lap. They're just going to keep it going. Lap 1091 for them now. So it's not going to be a distance record due to the number of full course yellows we've had, and a fair bit of this race has been rain affected as well. Charlie Bingham, who was so close last year, to crossing the checkered flag in first. They shared the victory in the end. This year he'll get to be able to do it properly.
This is the redemption drive. And he's only got less than 2 minutes until he comes across that line.
TDW still looking good in pro. They're well clear of Offline Motorsport, and they're going to finish 4th overall. Same story for Modernised Racing Papaya. Race for Ruben are still going round on one engine, 155 across the line now. They are limping to the finish. They're hoping that checkered flag comes. They want Q Race to slow down. They definitely want the race to be reduced by 1 racing lap, but I don't think they're going to have their wishes given to them. Oh, big slide from the 959 coming over the line in front of his 3rd in club for them at the moment.
Who's that? The number 36 trying to restart his engine.
959, Owen Burton, they've got a bit of a train forming up behind them now.
And the 33 is now part of that train as he goes on to the last lap of the race.
Last lap board is out then for Q Racing and Charlie Bingham. For a bit of history here at Teesside Autodrome, this has been a team that have been trying for many years. Race for Ruben are going to get a helping hand here. They're going to go another lap down. So they are now on the last lap, even though they've got 1 engine. There is your leader in owner. There is your leader in higher, 2nd and 3rd in this train. And is this going to be a bit of a photo finish almost, a ceremonial finish? I think it is. I think Q Racing are going to come over the line here with Race for Ruben, but don't realise that Race for Ruben is still trying to get their engine running. And the 36 are trying to do so likewise. That's not going to bother Charlie Bingham though. John, sum up for me in your words. You've watched this race for 12 hours of the 24. What have you made of Q Racing's efforts?
Oh, it's just been unbelievable. They've just stuck at it continuously. When obviously everyone's had a few issues throughout this race, but they've managed to push through those issues that they've had. And being 4 laps ahead at the end just shows what they've had to go through to get this win, and they really deserve it today.
Well, the 2021 edition of the British 24-hour has served us up a treat. It's been unpredictable throughout the race from start to finish, but in 2021 it's going to be Charlie Bingham and Q Racing
He's
Just taking
taking
it
it all
nice and
in.
calmly. There's a spinner right in front of him, but round the final couple of corners to take the checkered flag in 2021. It's Q Racing, your champions in the British 24-hour kart race, and a first ever outright victory for a Haas chassis here at Teesside.
Great to see the team below our comms box go absolutely mental. They're super happy with that win, as they should be. They put in so much effort to get it, and fair play to all of them.
Race for Ruben have done it. They have won the whole of the higher category in Elite. What a drive on one engine. Owen Burton limps the kart to the finish. Other class winners coming over the line. We're looking out for the 45. Where are the 45? MSTDW going to come over the line to win in Pro. You keep an eye out for them. There they are, across the line. The number 45 take the victory in the Pro category for the owners. Modernised Racing Papaya have come home in 10th place and have won in Clubman. We're still waiting on X Racing and SMJC to complete the podium in Clubman. Where are the number 10?
X Racing have just gone across the line.
Someone, I think, has run out of fuel right at the end. There's a higher car pushing, well, like Nigel Mansell style, to get to the finish line. X Racing have finished in second in Clubman. What else has happened in our higher classes? We know Race for Ruben have won. EDK
the 420 is going to come and give him a push.
That's great stuff. The 420 is going to push the 667 over the line, who have clearly run out of fuel on the last lap of the race. Great sportsmanship. Get them to the finish of the race, the 426. Well done to Formula 160 on that front. So EDK 24T, the English Deaf Karting team, have won in higher pro. We go to A66-2. They have won in higher club, 41st overall. And Simtech Racing, Simtech Motorsports have won in higher rookie. What a race. It threw everything at us today. The conditions have been crazy. But what a win for Q Racing. Let's just go through your podiums then. Elite in owner look like this. This is, of course, all provisional. Teams will have to have their karts checked.
Hey.
And Q Racing, MS Soco Select, Team Tate is your 1, 2, 3 in Elite. MS TDW, Offline Motorsport, DWS Racing is your 1, 2, 3 in Pro there. And that will be quite an emotional victory for Race for Ruben.
Yeah, and despite
an amazing effort, an amazing charity effort over so many years under such sad circumstances.
Yeah,
and
such a great effort from them.
To say that they are now winners
Fantastic.
in this huge field of higher karts, and they have beaten some big teams today.
They really have done a fantastic, valiant effort. But despite us highlighting all those people, look at that. That is the 33, our race winner, taking round the checkered flag. Fantastic.
104 out with the Isle of Man flag as well. Finished in 65th place, completed 964 laps.
Like I was going to say, it doesn't really matter where you finished. You finished a 24-hour race. That's an incredible achievement in itself. So many drivers coming across the line, pumping their fists in the air, super happy with their performance, as they should be.
Clubman podium in owner looked like this. Modernised Racing Papaya, the number 57. The number 10 of X Racing, the number 959 of SMJC. Their 959 karts there. As we say, in higher elite. Race for Ruben, the number 95 in first. Euro Bandits Motorsports second. Great fight back from them. Bradley Shepherd Racing make it onto the podium in elite as well. EDK 24, NRG Global Power and Core Blimey Racing. Three great teams to have on the podium there in Pro. In Club, A66-2, ABC Racing on their debut in second place. Hopeless Disaster finish in third. That was a fantastic class all the way through. And donuts now for, well, this is an advantage of it being wet at the end of the race. Charlie Bingham can celebrate in style. Gets congratulations there from Team Tate, who will join them on the podium. And then just the last rookie higher podium just to go over for you. 420, the Simtech Motorsport team. The 888 of Good Chip Racing. And WM Max Racing on that podium as well, the 1887.
Wow, mate. I'm almost lost for words. What a fantastic race.
Absolutely. It was a different race to years previous.
It was.
Didn't have the close last lap finish like we had in 2020, but that huge rain shower that we had with 30 minutes to go definitely spiced things up.
It
I
really
love man
did.
the team are taking as many.
I respect
I
that.
think that's their second.
I think they're
parade
just
lap
going
with the
until they run
flag.
out of fuel, aren't they?
Travelling a long way.
Just making the full use of it and giving the number 24 a little
Little tap there.
bump in the rear end. Is you have to as a karter. You just have to do it. Pretty sure it's in the rules.
Forgive me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to read through the whole order. But if you do want to see it, live.alphatime.co.uk/24hour, there is Owen Burton. What an effort that is. And Owen's a driver I've seen race for many, many years. That'll be some accomplish on his racing CV. Teesside Tigers, they started well early on, had some tough times through the night. Good to hear that their team member who visited hospital earlier is A-OK. Seb Algieri there in the number 57. Modernised Racing Papaya. Modernised Racing take another really strong result in a 24-hour race. And I'm trying to think now. I think that's their first class victory here. They've come second many, many times in various 24 hours over the years. But I think, well, if it's not the first, it's their second at a 24-hour race that was at earlier in the year.
Someone's got their
definitely
big foot on their head.
Definitely their first time. Where's this?
The back of the queue.
I think it's one of the Spartan.
I think it is, yeah. I think maybe they were the ones that lost it earlier and they've sort of gone to retrieve it, I assume.
It's using it like a parasol.
Watch out they don't take off.
Whilst there's a slight pause, I just want to give some thanks to folks here. Big thanks to all the Alpha Live team, to Darren Hassan, to Adam Chapman, and to all the cameramen out there who we simply couldn't do our jobs without them. So thank you very much to those guys. If you've not subscribed to Alpha Live already, please do so. Click that button. Get involved in the great community that we've got here. Thank you to my co-commentators, yourself, John.
Thank you for having me, mate.
A fantastic 24-hour debut.
So much fun. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I was thinking, when you told me at the start, it genuinely doesn't drag on like the third, fourth stint. And I was like, I think I'm probably going to be dead by then. No, it really didn't. It was genuinely interesting.
You feel like you can do another, can't you?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. But it was fantastic. It was brilliant. And yeah, also we've got to give a shout out to the fantastic marshals who've been out on track. I've been so impressed with how quickly they've dealt with issues, gotten that quad bike out there and gotten karts off the track. And we've, of course, been racing with orange hearts on the back of the karts for this weekend because of the tragedy that happened recently at Brands Hatch. So again, as usual, we do always shout out the marshals, but an extra big special thank you to all of them out on circuit.
Thank you to David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth, the other half of our commentary team for this edition. Thank you to all the staff here at Teesside Karting, another fantastic event. As I say, I always love coming here because of how friendly it is. It's a really good community spirit at this circuit, so thank you to everybody in the office and race control up in the cafe who've kept us all fed and watered across the course of the last 2 days and longer, because as I say, most of the teams have been here for testing earlier in the week. Thank you to all the teams as well. This has not been an easy, it was never an easy race, but this one really hasn't been an easy one with the weather and just how many karts are out there as well. It was a very different feel to previous years. There's Euro Bandits coming in, Ed Bars.
Yeah, no one really ever had a time to kind of chill, did they? There was just constant racing going on all the time.
And of course, thank you to all of you watching at home. Thank you for all the interactions in the chat. You've kept us well entertained.
Oh, I very much enjoyed the chat having there, especially during the night stints. It was fantastic. So yeah, big shout out to everyone in the chat that got involved and said something to us, and hopefully we got round to reading out your shout out. And
I'm going to give a last few shout outs as well for folks. Jenny Harrison, loving the Manx flag. Hello to Gataka. Must have been tiring for everyone involved. Good effort all round. And there's CB Racing for Sue Ryder there, and they've had another really good race. The CB Racing guys, saw 3 of them coming in together there.
There's the beautiful 420 car.
And a winner as well.
Fantastic.
Receding Racing. Giving homage to the receding hairlines there. That's what I love about it. One of the many things I love about this race is just the different efforts and why they're all doing it, and the great spirit with which everybody competes. Century Sim Racing coming in. said they were going to have a good race on the little Instagram live that we did earlier, and they did. 4th place in Higher Pro. Very good stuff for them. Continue with your messages. Thank you to Nigel Smith. Good race, good commentary, and fruit pastels all the way through. Catherine Potter has been fantastic, and is a very quick driver. I suspect we'll be back here 2 weeks' time for the Sprint Series. Do make sure you're watching that on Alpha Live. What a race, well done everyone. Special mention to 113 Red Graphics and 240 Modernised Racing Zero for an amazing performance all day. Timothy Bull, great job for Q Racing, your race winners. Shane Burke, thank you lads for a great job, fantastic. Alex Algieri, congrats to Seb, bringing home the 57 in tricky conditions. I've seen Seb, I've raced Seb in Club 100 over the years, and to see him get a victory is absolutely fantastic in the Modernised Racing Papaya, so well done to Seb and the whole team down there at Modernised Racing. I'm going to go through all of these.
Some other 223s managed to balance it. That's
still
impressive.
That should be given extra laps for that. Give him an extra 20 laps. Do it. Do it now, Race Control. Heroes SIK official. Shout out to Century Sim Racing for a great drive with 2 big setbacks. To all the winners from all the classes, terrific show again. Tishy Mac, well done Euro Bandits, 2nd in class. RAF Cryptic, still don't know where in the world RAF Cryptic is messaging from.
We'll never know.
We'll never know. Throughout the race. Tracy Wright, well done everyone, huge achievement. And Howard Mitchell.
Mickey mentioning the sassy banter last night. That was all. That was all, David.
That's what you tune in for. Howard, who is normally here with us. One last shout out to Alpha Live, DDMM, and everyone involved with streaming of this. Massive feat of endurance in its own right to do the coverage of a 24-hour race.
No.
Oh, if you're talking about feats of endurance, you wait till next weekend, mate, when the wedding is going to happen. Finally, we've waited too long for it. It's going to be great. Well done to the 888 from Lauren. Many Laurens. Lauren Newton saying well done to ABC Racing 116. That's a really impressive result. For first time here, to take second place in class, that is a brilliant result from ABC Racing. Natalie, X Racing, they finished on the podium in their class as well. Alexander van der Wilde, regular viewer, thank you so much for the broadcast. And there we go. I think that is all of our messages. Thank you everybody for tuning in.
Just got another shout out for the 420 car. We're going dead last to a class win. Very impressive from the Simtech Motorsport boys.
I think we're going to pad for a couple more minutes, Adam, aren't we, until we got the camera down for potentially some interviews.
It's all right.
Oh, we can talk about rubbish for hours, mate. We've not even started. That's why you're going to switch us off in a second.
This is why we get the big bucks. But yeah, just a absolutely fantastic event. And as I said previously, this track is just such a good track to have this kind of event on. And Alpha Live have hit 18,000 subscribers as we finish the stream. That calls for celebration.
Obviously, we're going to wrap up fairly soon here, but the day is not over for Motorsport on Alpha Live. Various things to choose from. You've got the 750 Motor Club action down at Silverstone. The latest events for the British Championships, they're across at Rowra for event 6 of their season. And you've got the TKM Festival across at Kimbolton as well. So plenty of karting and full-size car racing for you to watch across the rest of your Sunday.
There's so much going on
for Alpha Live. Special one that I've just reminded myself on, Tuesday from 2:30 p.m, the Motormouth Celebrity Charity Karting Race. I'm not going to go through all the names, but it's quite a list I was seeing the other day. So that's going to be from Wilton Mill.
Well, if they don't have Moto Meerkat involved, mate, I'm not interested. I'm only joking. I'm only joking. I'm sure there'll be some fantastic names on that grid.
So that's what's coming up in the next days or so. And as I say, we've got 2 weeks' time back here with David and Tom for the next round in the Sprint Series. And we'll have Wilton Mill Kart Club on that day as well. We are good, I think, to go down to the paddock. I've had the thumbs up from Adam Chapman. We're going to sign off here in the comms box. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for your time and patience and putting up with our voices for the last 24 hours. My name's been Andrew Mather.
My name has been John Ratcliff.
And we're going to pass down to the paddock and see who we've got on the end of a microphone. David, over to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Down in Park Ferme, I know a lot of drivers, they've gone off and obviously celebrating their victory. Managed to get hold of a team boss though. Steve Thomas, you've run, well, you and the rest of the house on him run 4 karts for the modernised. It's been a long time coming, this win. So close last year for the victory. Managed this year to bring this one over the line in a class victory in our clubman. Must be thrilled with that.
Hopefully you can hear us. We're going to wrap things up here on Comms Box Cam. Thank you to those who've been watching. I hope you've enjoyed it. A bit of a different insight. It's something new that we've tried, and we wanted to try it for a while. So it seemed to all work and everything. In fact, let me pull you across. We can wrap this up properly. Yeah. You won't be able to hear yourself, mate, but don't worry. You'll be on... Where's green mic gone? There it is. You don't mind wearing the JB set for one last one?
I guess I shall.
Oh, it's done. 24 hours. You've done your first 24-hour commentary. How are you feeling?
Tired. I think I've had about 2.5 hours sleep in total, but it was great fun. And yeah, like I said on the Alpha live stream, I didn't believe you when you were saying that it didn't drag, and it really didn't. It was genuinely interesting watching all the battles happen on track, and it wasn't like we were just focusing on those guys at the front. There was battles going on all the way through the pack for all the different classes. It was just brilliant. What a race. Great stuff.
But as we say, I think we're going to take a rest now, pack up, go home, and we will try and do more of this, I think, because I think it's gone pretty well. We wanted to do it earlier in the year for BUKC. We didn't quite have the time to pull it off. We also still had restrictions back then, and you had to have people still like opposite ends of the room.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the next DDMM action is... In fact, I'll pull up the DDMM calendar. As I say, it will not be next weekend, because DDMM towers are closed next weekend for salutations of certain marriages.
When you were talking about and next weekend, Howard will have a different kind of endurance, my mind went to the completely wrong place.
You're a disgraceful human being. Unbelievable.
He has a wedding. What else could you mean?
I was just going to get him very, very intoxicated.
Oh, lovely. Okay, you got to send videos of that. That's going to vlog on the DDMM channel. There you go.
Next event for DDMM, I think in the book, because neither of us are going to be doing Wilton Mill, because I say I'm at Le Mans, or doing Le Mans stuff, and Howard's off in his honeymoon, will be Shennington Super 1 at the end of the month. So the last round of Super 1, which has been, if you've not seen it so far this season, has been absolutely fantastic. So that will be on the Alpha Live YouTube channel on the 29th of August, and it's at my favourite place to commentate. Now, one of my favourite places to commentate, I should say. I have several favourites, but it's Shennington. It's 20 minutes up the road, and as you may have seen earlier, I don't like getting out of bed, so Shennington's great.
Really?
It's great.
Yeah, fair enough. That does make that makes perfect sense for you, and a proper quick track as well.
I tell a lie, actually. No, Shennington is not next. The next bit of DDMM action will be the 25th of August in the evening. Will be the next round of the iRacing Club 100 and BUKC Legends Championship. We will be at Spa. I want to say we're in the Ferrari GT3s. Well,
nice.
last year we had quite a dramatic set of races in the Mazdas, and now we've decided to put them in something even quicker. So definitely tune in for that. If you've enjoyed the stream, if you've enjoyed the content, do give us a subscribe and a like and all of that business. We're on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram as well, all at @MM now, so you don't have to have several different handles to remember. It's all just at @MM.
Perfect.
I'm going to wrap up there. Thank you very much, mate. Give Moto Meerkat a follow as well on all the various social media platforms.
That would be lovely.
We've been Double Dash Motorsport Media, and we will see you very, very soon for more content here, and we will see you for next year, hopefully the 2022 British 24 Hour. Bye-bye.
Fantastic. Ciao.